make more happen through cricket across Surrey and South Wales. Enter this month your child.
Good morning and welcome to the Kia Oval morning 3 of this county championship clash between Surrey and Leicestershire. An eventful second day when Surrey made their way to 520 when they were bowled out about half an hour before lunch. Centuries for Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith, but an excellent reply from Leicestershire. They put on 156 for the first wicket. Jake Weatherald, the first man to fall for 96 before Rishi Patel went on to complete an outstanding 133 not out. He'll resume on overnight. He's put on 98 with Lewis Hill, who's there on 60. They resume today at 350 for 3, only 170 behind. So let's check out those highlights from day 2, then back to us in about 10 minutes for live coverage of the third day here at the Oval. They're just on. I wouldn't say it's a factor at this stage. It's gloomy though. Oh, that's a beauty! Yep, he's given. It's shaped away delightfully. Folks doesn't like it. Shot. So Laws came in at 60 for 6 or thereabouts last week at Edgbaston and played one of the defining inequitable draw. Second time in the over, Laws driving sweetly out towards the Bedser stand. Up to 9.
Picked out the pigeons. There were 3 pigeons, and they were almost saying, "This is the gap. Come after me."
Edged and bounces just in front of Rishi Patel. Instead, it's 4 runs.
Got a good bit of that, didn't he? And it didn't
sort of feel like it half volleyed over the hand. He's bisected the sweepers. I don't know whether he did it intentionally. Tell lies. That's the shot of the morning. And there's been a few to choose from Tom Laws, who's in terrific nick.
That's his 3rd exceptionally beautiful cover drive to date.
2 youngsters as part of it, riding the bounce and doing it so well. Tom Laws, it's his 5th boundary out of 23, but it's the way he's doing it. It's very easy on the eye.
Short one, high and all the way.
Oof.
Easy pickings. What a shot. Jordan Clark. Pushed down the ground 4 more. Hasn't even moved, Jordan Clark. Moves on to 38. Pure dominance this morning from these two. And Surrey up to 470 for 7. Down the track. And smashed hard and fast and flat and all the way. Second 6 of the last 10 minutes for Jordan Clark, who's enjoying himself. He's on to 46 from just 42. This is utter dominance now. And there it is. Tidily played all morning. Solidity and violence all wrapped up in one. Flatter this time, cuffed away behind square, short boundary 4 more. 499 now for 7. And of course Surrey, because they've scored so fast here, West Ham dropped Spurs a hint. Swept high and Josh Hull just looks over his shoulder. That goes in fact out of the ground, I fancy. Airborne this time, up to mid-off. Loses his footing but manages to hold on. Ian Holland will take that.
Great stuff out of Greg's. That's bisected the two sweepers. I mean, when you're in this type of form, as Clark is today. Oh, through. Again, back of the hand. Takes a stump out of the ground as well. The second time that type of delivery has been successful for Ray and Ahmed. He's got a nice old bag of tricks. Found a way to make it work. Hanging in the air. Should be curtains for Surrey, but it is. It's a good catch from Scriven. Hung for a long time. Clark doing as he had to, really, at this stage, batting with Topley. Give themselves, Yaz, a pretty decent crack at Leicester before lunch. They should get 34 or 35.
And they're going to send me back a series of kind of not very nice anecdotes about them on the pitch.
Beautifully played. One of the shots of the day, if not the match, really. Gorgeous hands from Rishi Patel, and first boundary to the Leicestershire opener. That will make him feel a whole lot better in the Surrey hierarchy. What a shot that is. He's thrown his hands at it, flailed through the offside. 27 for no loss from 7.
Jordan Clark is in again. Weatherall just pulls this way around the corner. He's going to get 4 for that. Just on the hip. Ali Brown tells many a story about Reyes. That's really nicely tucked away. It's a short boundary out there, and there's a big square, as we all know, and there's nobody patrolling the boundary in front of square. Number 10 or 11. Oh, now that's flown through the slips. That's a false shot, and Laws is causing a couple of botherments here, if you like, for Weatherald. That's nicely guided away, actually. That's quite deliberately played by Patel with soft hands. A little bit of width from Clark at the Kia Oval. Oh, and that was a slightly hospitable delivery from Laws. Longer half volley put away nicely by Australia's opener, Jake Weatherald. Oh, that's beautifully clipped away. Again, slightly too full from Laws. But the economy of effort from Weatherald there, just the timing, the placement.
Well, it's going to run away through the pigeons. Finds the gap, didn't have a lot of room to work with Patel, but does get a boundary. Throwing his hands hard at it. Driving on the up there, doing it so well. So a couple of boundaries in 2 overs. He's crunched that.
Yeah.
That's comfortably the most convincing shot he's played, and pumping into Google the game you want to watch and be there 1 minute later. That's Weatherald doing as he does so well. Ball under the eye, didn't overhit it, didn't need to. Times it away for 4.
Yeah, slightly floaty.
It was very moving, I felt. To come out the other side of it, a deflection for 4 from Rishi Patel.
There's your Hasib Hamid.
Yes,
right
plays
there.
it so late.
Right under the eyes. Half a bat deliberately runs it. It settles a lot of future pub debates.
Catches the call, but too fine for that. Runs away. So a half century for Jake Weatherald.
Glorious.
Shots. Yeah, Rishi Patel is driven well. That's as good as the drive he played a couple of overs ago to the other side of the ground.
Oh, that's flicked away, but he's got it very fine. He's going to pick up 4 for it. It wasn't exactly where he intended, let us say. Oh, that's hammered away. Pigeons will scatter again. Though very full here. It's tough for the spinners in these conditions because it is extremely cold, and that's just slipped out. Now, where's that gone? It's gone all the way. Out to the short leg side boundary. Slog swept through mid-wicket for 4. Oh,
so
that's been flailed away. Rather nicely through deep backward point.
Yeah, it's a lovely
It's
shot.
going to be 4 more. And now Patel's starting to look more fluent here. And he's greeted with a wonderful straight drive from Jake Weatherald. All the build-up.
Just like that.
Oh, he's absolutely walloped that. It's gone through the field for it cover. Oh, I say. Third boundary in succession, drops short. Has defied them now then. That's been whacked straight back over the bowler's head onto the sight screen. 6.
Do your boots. Or your tummy. Short side of the ground. Oh, he's timed that superbly, Weatherald. He only had one man to beat, but where he was positioned. Oh, he's found the edge. Beautiful bowling, great response. So Reece Topley, expensive so far. No ball. Hit pretty well too by Patel.
1 for 15 off the last 3.
Yep, out for 4 as well. Long side of the ground. You know, I've got, you know what I would do if I were you? Easy single. Patel to 50 with it as well. He's looked composed. He's looked organised. When he's decided to attack, he's done so with class. 9 boundaries in his half century. Shot. That's perfect. Ian Holland, loads of experience. He's played everywhere. And he knows how to put away a ball that's full and straight. Smack it past the stumps for a boundary. You can hear around the crowd, shots from the Leicestershire fans who are enjoying the work of Rishi Patel. Why wouldn't they? Up-ish. 4 more. Now, in the lead into tea, Rishi Patel.
Oh, he's got after that. He's edged it and gone. Holland hasn't made the best of his reprieve. Clark has got the breakthrough. Surrey have got their second. And Holland goes fishing, gets an edge and a good catch from folks diving away to his right.
Nicked him. Gone. Rayan Ahmed has to go for a flighty chancey 10. And Matthew Fisher, in his 10th over, picks up a key wicket to Patel. Throws his hands at it, beats the man at short extra, and that will run away for 4 and bring him a statement 100, his first in the top tier of English cricket. It's been a scintillating knock, all style and class. Rishi Patel has arrived at the top table here.
Thumped through the covers. We've seen that plentiful times, and this could be a half century for Lewis Hill. It is a half century that, with all due respect, did not look likely.
Full leg side, nothing doing. Rishi Patel is entirely unmoved. It's been a marvellous innings. The day has belonged to him. Jake Weatherald earlier as well, played beautifully, aggressively. And in the evening sunshine, Lewis Hill and Rishi Patel have gone happily, merrily along their way. Partnership of 98. 76 overs have been bowled today for just 3 wickets for Surrey.
And that's where we left it yesterday with Leicestershire 350 for 3, only 170 behind the 520 that Surrey were bowled out for early yesterday. The 7th first-class 100 for Rishi Patel, 133.98. He's batted beautifully. He's put on 98 for the 4th wicket with Lewis Hill, who resumes on 60. Got a chance early, but has made the very most of it. They've added 98. And earlier in the day, Jake Weatherald and Patel added 156 for the 1st wicket, with Weatherald eventually undone by a beauty by Topley for 96. Adam Collins with you as always to start our coverage here at the Kia Oval on Morning 3 as the players make their way to the middle. Daniel Norcross joins me as well. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Well, fascinating day in prospect, because after facing up to a target of, well, total of 520, Leicestershire, on their return to the First Division, they had a bad time last week, but yesterday they really showed some guts and determination. A magnificent knock from Rishi Patel, a really pugnacious one from Jake Weatherall, falling just shy of that century, as you said. A beautiful ball from Reece Topley. It was a good comeback delivery as well, because he'd been hit for 3 boundaries by Weatherall, and then he just found that perfect line and length, got the edge. But Surrey will be a little concerned about their slip catching. They had opportunities go down. One of them didn't cost much. The one from Holland to Rory Burns, the skipper. But Lewis Hill, the one that Ollie Pope did cost. He was on 6 at the time, was all over the place, and the luckless Matt Fisher had got that edge, and then he was dropped at second slip. And then this partnership went on from there. As you say, they've put on 98, and it means that Leicestershire have an opportunity here.
As day 3 begins, Lawrence to start. 4 overs till a second new ball. Well in behind it, Hill scores from the first delivery. Deflection down to the rope. It's gathering pace, actually. Might go all the way. Not quite. Diving stop denies a boundary, and they're satisfied with a couple.
But who would have thought yesterday, as Surrey scored 520, that Leicestershire would be thinking maybe it's us who can force the pace today.
Yeah.
If the 100 partnership comes up with that couple. And they will be thinking if they can bat all day. I know it's a big ask, but if they can bat all day, then they'll have a sizable lead and put pressure on Surrey on day 4.
Yeah, fair enough too. That's how I'd be seeing it if I were them. We can scenario build, as is our want at the start of a new day.
By this stage, surely.
We should. We're halfway through the match.
Yeah.
If you're scenario building here, if Leicestershire... By the way, I neglected to mention the first ball of the session. How dare I? Sponsored by Stadium Support Services. We're grateful to them for their support of us as well. Stadium Support Services. First over of the day. Lawrence is bowling it. Well flighted and deflected again behind point. The Leicester plan, if they bat the whole day, that'd be sensational. But they bat it for 2 sessions. It's going to be a pretty healthy lead. Given they're going at 4.6 and over. They went at 4.7 and over in the final session yesterday.
So they'd have a lead of around about 100.
A lot would need to go right, but that's their best case scenario, batting for the vast majority of the day.
For Surrey, of course, the new ball is the big thing.
Big time.
And I think the bowlers yesterday would acknowledge that they weren't that consistent. There were some good spells, there were some good moments, Matt Fisher especially, Jordan Clark. But collectively, with the second new ball, they'll hope that they can turn this game around.
I'll say one thing about the scenario building for Leicestershire. Last year, year before, the last 5 years we've made this stream together, Daniel. Whenever an away team has rocked up here, I say whenever. It wasn't the case with Notts, who performed admirably the whole way through, but the vast majority of times a team has arrived here at the start of a new day where Lawrence finishes the first over of the day, 2 runs from it. They're 168 behind. Where they need to nail the first session on the next day, invariably Surrey have found a way to win that.
Yeah,
that
Hampshire was the one that, for me, when they were in a really potentially strong position. They bowled Surrey out for 210 or so, and then they went into their shell. They went slowly. Do you remember Nick Gubbins?
That's right, yeah.
Got about 40 odd in the session, and suddenly 2 quick wickets fell at the back end of the session, changed the entire complexion of the game. Leicestershire have got to be fearless here.
Yeah, I feel like
see their opportunity.
I feel like it happens to a lot of teams because of the psychology of facing this daunting Surrey attack. And granted, 352 for 3, the psychology of that might be a bit different, but typically I think teams have thought, right, we've got a chance here. If we check every box, then we might be able to put ourselves into a position to press for full points. But halfway through the game, Laws will start from the pavilion end. Playing a miss. Straight away, you can see Patel wanting to immediately get moving. This is a scenario we're familiar with.
It very much is, but it's one where it could go either way.
Yep.
And Leicestershire got themselves, they've earned the right for this because they batted so well yesterday. They keep it up, they will put Surrey under pressure.
A lot will hinge on whether Patel can turn this into a big 100. So he'll have 20 further balls here against the old ball. So the preamble to what we expect will be Matt Fisher, Jordan Clark, Reece Topley operating with the second new one when the time comes.
That's right. That's what we would imagine, and that will be a key moment in this game. The way say the next session's important, but this one will frame it. It'll frame the narrative for the rest of the game.
Can Laws get it reversing? That's a weapon he has. Not from there he won't. Just a fraction short of a length. Well dealt with by Patel. Just one slip.
I get the feeling that Surrey here are just wanting to get through these 4 overs. There's another issue, which is their over rate, which is -2 at the moment. And they do want to keep an eye on that in a game where points could be harder to come by. So I think my feeling is that Surrey here are looking to bowl defensive lengths, rush through 4 overs, get their hands on the new ball, and start the day proper. As you see there, I mean, It's not a full attacking length. He's not really looking to bring the slip into place. There's only the one slip. Skipper Rory Burns. There's Ringfield on the offside. It's a little bit of cover out on the short leg side boundary. Deep backward square leg. But Laws is sort of being asked to just bowl a containing length here. A sweeper out on the offside as well.
Bit fuller.
Lovely band pack close together though, isn't it?
Yep.
There's a lot of time he's got, Rishi Patel. That was something that I enjoyed a lot about yesterday's innings, was the time he seemed to have. His wagon wheel would have a gigantic, thick forearm through extra cover.
Yeah, that's where he was at his strongest. Some of those drives between lunch and tea when he went up through the gears.
And why shouldn't he put himself in the conversation, you know, maiden over? Why shouldn't he put himself in the conversation? He's got his opportunity in the First Division. Everybody's looking at openers. There are sexy openers like Ben McKinney because he's young and he's left-handed. Everybody likes to imagine the future. And then there's quite sexy openers like Hasib Hamid because he's been there before and he's full of promise and we've seen what he can do. And yeah, people are more than a trickle, you'd say. I'd say there's a stampede at the pavilion end as people come in on this Sunday. Don't think club cricket started yet.
I was
Easter holidays.
Yeah, I was pleased by how much cricket there was though yesterday. A lot of friendlies kicking off. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, you say pleased. I wouldn't want it to have played yesterday.
No, yesterday was
horrible.
Today's much nicer for it.
Yeah. I mean, in mitigation for Surrey's bowlers yesterday, it was perishingly cold, as it was for Leicestershire on the first day and the first session yesterday. Not pleasant conditions. And not pleasant conditions to be a slip catcher either.
13 outside. Feels like 8, my phone says at the moment. But Sonny's out, psychologically, all the difference. Eased out to the offside, Hill. So going at a really decent clip. The other consideration, of course, is that Leicestershire, and we've come back to this a few times, not in a patronising way, just in a pragmatic way, I suppose, need to get every point available to them. You know, they need to make every post a winner. They've got a chance here to collect all the batting points, so they should collect all the batting points. They can't leave any out there. 450 is a meaningful target for them. And plenty of time to reach it. Catching mid-wicket in for Patel. Ooh. Nicely bowled from Lawrence. Just threw it up. Enough movement.
Now, we are assuming they're going to take the new ball. I mean, I'm assuming that too. Is there a case for holding on?
Just with so many high quality seamers to come. Abbott, I forgot to mention as well, by the way. My sense would be if you've got a combination of Fisher, Abbott, Topley and Clark to come.
Get on with it.
Get on with it. Even if it means giving Tom Laws a couple of overs with it too. He'll be into the middle of his spell by that stage. Darts this in to finish 1 run from it. Probably the end of Lawrence's spell. 353 for 3. Trailing by 167, the Foxes.
They've rushed through 3 overs there in 8 minutes, which could yet be significant. That's another thing to keep our eye on. And I know it seems a little bit esoteric to be worrying about a -2 over rate, but
that's how you win championships. It's by controlling the controllables. It's by, I mentioned getting all the batting points for Leicester, so it applies for Surrey. Was it 2 seasons ago when in the third of the three-peat, when they weren't doing anything outrageously well? They played very good cricket, but it wasn't that they were. You look at their statistical profile in the third win compared to win 1 and 2. It was different. They just took care of business in a methodical way, and a lot of that came down to getting all the bowling points available to them at home. Oh, close. Got to be out. Yep. Squared him up. Hill was caught on the crease. Laws was certain. Umpire likewise. Surrey get an early breakthrough on morning 3. Leicester 353 for 4.
Well, that was absolutely plumb, and I think Hill will be thinking he wished he'd go a little bit further forward. It was a bit more like the Hill we saw in his first 16 balls yesterday, where it's a bit tentative. Take a look at this. I think it's also kept a trifle low, which could be a harbinger of things to come. Indeed. That has kept a little bit low. That's a bonus wicket for Surrey. They've got one in the 80th over. They're going to get a new ball shortly, and they're about to get a new batter. And, well, that's why we say this session is going to be very significant in framing the narrative for the rest of the games. A good delivery from Laws, attacking the stumps, and Hill played across that. He's not got forward, he's got stuck on the crease. And the umpires, who have been a little reluctant to raise the finger on LBWs, had absolutely no choice on that one. It was as plumb can be.
Partnership of 101, the experience of Stevie Eskenazi down the steps of the Bedser stand. Full-timer at Leicestershire this season. Of course, a long career at Middlesex that preceded it.
Another Australian connection in this Leicestershire side.
Yep. Played a lot of good cricket over the years, Eskenazi.
Now, that wicket and that ball, which Tom Laws needed, actually. He's been impressive with the bat so far this season, but he hasn't got the rewards with the ball. Does that encourage Rory Burns, as you alluded to? He bowled a couple of overs with the old ball. It got a little bit warmer.
You know what?
Do you toss him the new ball?
Laws is a momentum guy. We've seen that across his career.
Have.
We've seen him, when he gets on a row, he's in a roll, on a roll. Try again. He's got that, dare I say it, broad-esque quality.
Oh, yeah.
When the legs are pumping and the tail is up, he can get wickets in clumps. So, yes, I think there would be an argument for it. And his pace is lively this morning too, up towards the mid-80s miles an hour. See, I would be tempted by that. As we can hear, as we do on a Sunday, we can hear
the church.
The church beneath us here.
Oh,
in the
season has properly
JM
begun.
Fin stand. So first ball for Eskenazi, couple of slips. Off the mark first ball. He picked up, we played, a few games for Leicestershire last season, having originally started on loan from Middlesex. Got a century against Northamptonshire to finish the season, 155. He's been a captain in the past as well, Eskenazi. He's
feels like a good signing for me.
Yeah, he's a sensible, experienced cricketer who's been around the traps. He's enjoyed success at franchise level, played in, I think, a couple of premierships for the Perth Scorchers, if I recall correctly.
And that is the key to First Division survival, is solidity with the bat. I remember when Worcestershire came up some years ago, they would go toe-to-toe for a couple of days and then they'd be prone to the batting collapse. This Leicestershire side looks a bit more solid in that respect. Looks like it's got a bit more to it with the bat. There's still Cox and Green to come before you get to the sort of out-and-out bowlers, really.
So on the forward press, looking to greet the ball on his terms, Eskenazi. So 10 first-class hundreds. 17 in professional cricket across a career that started more than a decade ago now. 2015 is when he made his debut for Middlesex. That time, Perth Scorchers opened up some other franchise opportunities, played in Bangladesh as well.
That's nice.
Tucks this fine, tucks this well. Races across the outfield. So
it's not a worse shot, worse ball that, but he managed to take that from middle and leg.
Just a little tickle, wasn't it? We'll see it again here, I'm sure.
Last ball of the 80th over.
But yes, one of these cricketers who realised he had access to the British passport thought, well, let's just see what happens here. And it's turned into a long and productive professional career, which finds him back in Division 1 with Leicestershire. A successful over for Tom Laws, breaking a stand of 161, removing Hill leg before for 63. So they're 161 behind, 359 for 4. The second new ball is due and it's being raised in the air as well. So it'll be taken right away.
You'd expect it to be Fisher?
Looks like it's going to be Matt Fisher wandering up from fine leg beneath us to our left. What did your Saturday night... Oh, by the way, I should say change your bowler. You just wait, Daniel. Change your bowler for SSE Energy Solutions. Set the pace towards net zero. Drive your business forward with renewable energy. Hear, hear.
Yeah, yeah.
SSE Energy Solutions. What did you do last night?
My Saturday night was a very relaxed one, and by the time I got back, it was It was dinner at home. It was got an episode of Tehran in.
Oh, did I recommend that to you?
No.
Oh, I've.
Tom Holland, the historian, recommended that.
It's
to me.
very good. I was watching it before. It was going down in
Very
Tehran
good.
now. It is very good.
Very
good.
As KP would say, it's very, very, very good, actually. The man with the large thesaurus.
Fisher starts with the second Nui in behind at Patel down to deep backward point, which is a boundary that's protected consistently owing to the shortness of it. So Tehran. I watched. I signed up to the subscription for HBO last week, so I really wanted to watch The Pit.
I get that with Sky.
Yes,
That happens.
So
Yeah,
The Pit is.
I've heard about it.
That's
Is
very good.
Actually.
But we've got to the end of where we have to wait for episodes now. We've binged to the point where we've got to wait for the apps coming out from America.
Right.
So instead, we went to One Battle After Another, the film that won all the Oscars.
I watched that on the film on the way back from Singapore.
I was pretty into it.
Yeah,
it's
not bad. I wanted more Sean Penn. I liked Sean Penn, but I wanted more Sean Penn.
I was surprised to see Sean Penn at the end
There
of
are
the film.
many things I found surprising.
I found it surprising that we saw him in the last quarter of an hour of the film.
Yeah.
I thought maybe we'd seen all of Sean Penn in the film.
No, it was nice to get a codicil of Sean Penn, wasn't it? It's a tour de force. Are they actually checking the ball out already? Just want to have a look at that. There's 2 balls of it, and one of them didn't hit the bat. So
just 2 in the slips. No gully for the new man Eskenazi, who again is on the front foot, pressing out to deep cover. So 2 sweepers for Eskenazi right away, 6.
he's getting his foot moving very nicely, very early on, isn't he? Yeah. So I did a bit of that. I watched
TV.
a bit of. I watched the Taskmaster, the new series.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very bubbly Welsh lady on it. And
You have to be, don't you? If
do.
you're Welsh, you've got to be.
You've got to be or you've got to be very severe. Very severe indeed, like a Baptist minister. See, it's one or the other. It's quite binary.
You're Neil Kinnock.
The poor, the sick, and the elderly. Yes. Yes.
Didn't expect to be talking about Neil Kinnock on the stream in the first half an hour.
We're going to say you can't play politics with people's jobs and people's lives. Wow, it's not even 11.
It reminds me of the time we spent half an hour talking about war criminals in the first half an hour of the stream at some point. Anyway.
Well, Dave, a man called Eskenazi at the crease, we certainly don't want to go there.
You're going to get in private eye for this. Someone sent it through to them, will you? Leaving alone. You've been in there before, you'll be in there again.
It's a strong chance. Yeah. The Joan Bakewell incident, yeah. Let's not revisit that.
I woke up this morning and decided to give my eldest daughter a musical lesson.
Oh yes.
Coachella's on at the moment, the music festival, which once upon a time was the place to be. Now it's just mostly for influencers and
Right.
to be seen.
No Kanye West at that. No.
Well, no, quite. But the Strokes were.
Right.
I saw a few clips in my feed, ended the over 361 for 4, and I adore the Strokes. Thought I'm going to get up, I'm going to pop it on YouTube and watch the entire set with my 6-year-old, and she quite enjoyed it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
Special.
Well, she did a one-handed cartwheel yesterday.
She did. Her first one-handed
If you're
cartwheel.
listening, Winnie, well done. Congratulations. If I had 5 hands, I couldn't do a cartwheel, let alone one.
This is what you get for investing in putting them in a gymnastics camp on the Easter holidays.
Did you sit down and do a full replay of yesterday's Hawthorn victory as well?
We sung the song when I got home.
Sung the song.
Played the end, so she likes to sing the song. So.
Yeah. Those of you who are wondering, Hawthorn is an Australian no-rules football team.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. But no, that was a nice part when I got in from commentary last night. So Laws does get to continue with the second year ball. I like this. I'm into this. He's bowling, as I said before, at a decent pace. Already in the book this morning. Had to labour for that. Took him 16 overs to get his first wicket. This is the chance to capitalise. We saw him bowl a frantic spell last year here, late on day one, late in the season.
When he gets his tail up, it's a thing to behold, isn't
Yes.
it? The pace comes.
Because I think there was a perception of Laws first couple of seasons that he did a bit of that actually. Nothing wrong with the delivery, broadly speaking.
Yeah,
But moved the ball away, found edges. He bowled out Kent here on a Saturday morning took a fifer, probably 20 years of age at the time, and it felt like it was that. It was the quintessentially English, move the ball around, find the edge, Robert's your father's brother. But last year he showed he's got a bit more going on. It was the extra, I mean, more than a yard.
Yeah.
I think he even might have hit 90 mile an hour or close to it.
I think we
on our radar.
Speed gun did hit 90.
On this, and that means a lot more, this radar. Every player you speak to about speed radars will say that, there are speed guns and then there are speed guns. If you're bowling 90 mile an hour when you're playing in the 100, for instance, it may not, be 90 mile an hour.
May not be. I mean, it's a more of an entertainment, isn't it? The numbers contribute to that entertainment.
That's the job for Laws, who's been mentioned in dispatches, played some Lions cricket as well.
Well,
nice
there's
shape.
been talk about him being a sort of new Chris Wokes, hasn't there? There's been chat of that, and actually his batting so far this season, which is something that has been very much theoretical, really. We've seen glimpses of it. We saw more glimpses of it in the 50-over game than we have in County Championship, really, but that's because of his opportunities. There haven't been many, both in terms of numbers of games and where he bats in the order, but he was elevated to number 8 last week, got that really good 83, batted really nicely yesterday, very fluently for 36. And played proper shots. These weren't slogs, these were lovely cover drives, whips off the legs. So it's getting both parts of his game together. This is a big season for him.
Well, before he made his championship debut, he made 4 list day 50s on the trot, didn't he? In that first season of the
Metro Bank.
I think it was called the Metro Bank then, where at the time when Surrey were supplying so many players to the 100 that it provided an opportunity for him. So when he came in, it was with an eye to being an all-rounder. Batted well nicely, batted well yesterday too, ends the over 1 from it. 362 for 4, Leicestershire 158 behind. They were 170 behind when we started the day's play. In the second over of it, Hill was leg before wicket to Laws for 63, and this pair have been there for the next 9 runs together.
A reminder, if you want to get in touch with us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. There you see the wickets to have fallen. 3 catches to Folkes. Wicket the piece to Topley Clark, Fisher and Laws.
So you mentioned that Chris Wokes comparison. There was an excellent feature in the Times a couple of days ago by Steve James with James Harris, who's the retired Glamorgan bowler. Glamorgan in Middlesex, of course, but Glamorgan at the start and the end of his career. And he said that, well, I'm paraphrasing here, but one of the points he was making was that as a younger man, he was probably ahead of Wokes, but Wokes found that extra yard of pace at about the age we're talking about here with Laws. Early 20s, Wokes found it. Harris didn't quite, and again, I'm being quite reductive here, but that gave him the opportunity to go on to quickly get recognised for selection.
So kind of players, weren't they, I guess?
Yeah, Wokes did make however many first-class hundreds and Test 100 as well. But
Harris had that potential as a batter when he was younger. But I mean, but Wokes, I guess, was different gravy. I remember George de Bell, a big Warwickshire fan and watcher, saying that even when Ian Bell was at the side, he would say, Chris Wokes got the best technique. I mean, that is George.
Very George.
Occasionally prone to hyperbole, but I know what he means.
I think the point of this, though, was that Harris has moved in the reason he retired before the season started is he's gone on to take a job with a company that does analytics in other sports around pace and speed, and they're sort of looking at bowling as the next shot. Yep, that'll run away. Short boundary. Eskenazi is a lovely driver of the ball into double figures quite quickly. So, sort of looking at his own example as to had he had at that crucial moment where it can kind of go either way, the ability to find the magical extra yard, how different it might be. So, yeah, Laws would probably fall into that category as someone who, if he can consistently bowl just a little bit quicker, it'll be so hard to ignore him because we know what he can do. We know how he can swing it. He's got one this morning. Here's Fisher. Oh, jeez, how's that missed everything? That sums up Matt Fisher's season in a bit at Surrey, doesn't it?
You sometimes wonder with Matt Fisher whether if he was playing against the very best, he might get more edges. Because, I mean, take another look at that. Try touching that. That's an absolute ripper. And yeah, Gordon Greenwich might have got an edge on that, but I don't think
Just too good.
Stevie Esquinaz he was going to.
Time and again last year.
But then just a little bit wide. He's been a little bit wide this over, actually. The ball that got punished for 4 was... He's straining for swing. Obviously, he's got the new ball there. He's looking for movement. But just hasn't quite got the line right. The 4th ball of the over was nigh on perfect. That's where he wants to try and settle in. That said, trying to bowl 6 absolutely perfect balls is easier done on a computer game than it is on a 13-degree day that feels like 8 degrees at the beginning of the season.
Nice again to finish. 366 for 4, 154 behind Leicestershire. Eskenazi getting into his work.
So good, hasn't he? These 17 balls, really got those feet moving.
Yeah, a lot to like about him. Lovely bloke as well.
Whereabouts is he from in Australia?
WA. Played, I want to say 17s and 19s for WA.
Right. So barely Australia at all.
He originally started his life in somewhere in South Africa. I can't remember where. But then WA.
That's quite a well-trodden path, isn't it?
It is.
South Africa. I suppose it's closer. It makes sense.
I was just worried where you were going to go there. Yes.
Setting up life in Hot Croydon.
Round the
as
corner.
I call Perth.
Was that glove or was that? Yeah, something on it there from Patel. So it was sharpish from Laws to start his fresh over, his 18th.
It was lively, wasn't it? And we haven't seen too much in the way of the short ball. I mean, in part, that's because of the shortness of the boundary on one side, but also the pitch hasn't entirely encouraged it, has it? It's an early season pitch. It's not quite got that pace and carry, so it's hard to kind of get the ball up around shoulder and head height. We saw that with Josh Hull in the first inning. We've seen it with Surrey's bowlers yesterday.
Oh, delightful.
That is the line, that is the length. And it's 86 miles an hour, near as.
Yeah, that's it.
And this is where you just have a little feeling here. I mean, I think Laws is going to get this over and one more.
That's it.
Worth watching.
Out-swinging Yorker, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's Jaffa.
I think he's
Mark
played
Lewis.
just inside the line of that, but it's encouraging to see a bowler fall over in the follow through. That's how you get in the England team. Your Mark Woods of this world. I know many a county fan has no interest in the shorter form of the game, but it is worth pointing out that Surrey's Jamie Overton yesterday put in a match-winning display, 4 for 18 in the IPL.
Did he now?
Yeah, to give his side, the Chennai Super Kings, their first victory of the season. So yes, I watched a little bit of that when I got it as well. Not content with watching cricket all day, and then check out a little bit when I get back home.
Okay. Reminds me of that scene in The Simpsons with the all-you-can-eat seafood restaurant when interrogating whether Homer was satisfied. So what did you do after you went to every all-you-can-eat seafood restaurant to see whether it were open? We went fishing. Does this sound like a man who had all he could eat? Daniel had not had all he could eat. He went fishing for the IPL. Goes back and pushes into the offside. No run. I think I'm jumping out in a sec.
You are?
Probably for the best. Sort of feel like if we spend 10 more minutes together,
One
one of us is getting... or both of us. As I show you memes across the bench and so on. Who's with us today? Day 3. Oh, I've got Yaz coming in for me. What a treat.
We've got no Ali Brown today. He's back tomorrow.
Right, okay.
Is Yaz coming in now?
He's after this ball. After this ball. We'll see. Nice again to finish. Good contest from Laws's end this morning. 370 for 4. They trail by 150. 20 runs added in the first half an hour. But losing Hill to the old ball. Leg before to Laws for 63. A partnership of 101. Me, my croaky voice will jump out. Daniel Norcross and Yaz Rana.
So we've had half an hour of the third day, and over at Lords, in a really interesting game bubbling up there, Worcestershire have not lost a wicket so far this morning. They've extended their lead to 239, 7 wickets down in their second innings. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire are following on after conceding 605 and a first innings deficit of 430. They're 14 without loss, looking to bounce back. Yesterday, Yaz, I heard talk that Northamptonshire's 684 for 2 was the highest score in the county championship for only 2 wickets down. I think this might be true. Kent, in reply to that 684 for 2, are now 119 for 6. No fun. Absolutely no fun being a Kent fan at the moment. I'm sorry about that.
Have you seen the wickets from yesterday?
No. I haven't seen Crawley's dismissal either.
So he was bowled by Conway through the gate, attempted booming drive.
Right.
But the most galling dismissal from a Kent perspective was that of the night watcher Matt Milne's run out second ball.
Run out? Was it at least off the last ball of the over trying to get on strike?
Sort of. It was penultimate ball.
Okay, so there's
you could see what he was trying to do.
It's not bowled for 6 off 2 like Robin Marler. Because that really would be galling. But at least he was trying to do the right thing, by the sounds of things.
Ooh, fumble. Deep third.
How are you, Yaz?
I'm good. I enjoyed your discussion with Colo about Tom Lords, because I think he's in a really interesting spot in his career at the moment, because I completely agree with what you were both saying in that over the last year or so he's put on an extra yard of pace in a way that means that he's the sort of profile of seam bowler that I think England would be more interested in.
85, 86, can occasionally hit 90. That's the sort of profile they're after, isn't it?
And there is a gap there. Chris Wokes has played so much home test cricket for England, obviously not available anymore. Oh, play a miss from Patel. Fisher, unlucky again.
I mean, he might as well just rename himself Unlucky Fisher. It's got ridiculous now. This is the second season we've been watching this. And I don't know what he's done in the past life, but it's just not fair.
I think at times last season we wondered whether his lack of fortune was in part due to his length not being full enough, but actually today he's really pitched it up.
Well, he's got the edges and they've been dropped. They've gone to hand and not stayed in. It's that as well, It's just everything, the whole package. Mark Church was saying to me, just something I alluded to earlier, sometimes wonder if you're playing against the very top, sometimes they edge those. And he bowled one in the last over to Eskenazi, which was stupid. It was a ridiculous ball, it was silly. And it just beat everything. And you sometimes think, well, maybe Shea Pajara might have got an edge to that.
They run through for a quick single. Patel keeps hold of the strike. Leicestershire 3-7-4 for 4. So back on Tom Lords. Everything you said about him over the last year or so is true. But he has also seen his returns drop off quite significantly. Over the course of the 3 title-winning seasons, he averaged in the low 20s with the ball. Going back to the start of the 2025 season, he averages 55 in the championship with the ball, and it's an economy rate of 3.97. So even though he
looks better,
yes,
or looks more threatening,
yes,
yeah. But then, I give you Bryden Carr's. He got selected for England with a average of over 40, wasn't it, for Durham with the ball? Sometimes they're looking at a profile, aren't they? I'm glad he's continuing. I think this will be his last over of the spell. It's his 5th of the day.
I think he's bowled really well this morning. Very little to work with for the Leicester batters. Bowled a good full length.
Wicket ball was a good one, wasn't it? I mean, Hill, I think, looking at back, may I think he might have got forward, but kept a touch low. It was quick, and it was absolutely stone dead.
Driven but well fielded by mid-off. I've got another question for you, Dan.
Oh, yes.
We are only just past the halfway point in this game, so who knows what could happen. So much cricket left to play. But there's an interesting trend with Surrey here at the Kia Oval. Over the last 5 games, 4 games at home, they haven't actually won. They lost the final game of the season to Notts. The 3 previous games here were drawn. Prior to that, they were an amazing run. If you go back to 2024, their last 6 games at home, they won all of them. The only game they didn't win at home that year was Somerset in the opening home round. And they were so dominant. Innings victories by 9 or 10 wickets. Hasn't quite happened. Now, I know in some cases there's the Kookaburra game against Durham, which was an absolute run fest. But why do you think that Surrey haven't been quite as dominant at home over the last 5 fixtures as they were in the years preceding that?
I think a fit, firing Dan Worrell has been a large part of the story of the last 4 seasons for Surrey. He takes wickets in clusters. He's very effective with the new ball. I think their catching was, in their winning seasons, a bit more reliable. They've spilled a few, and you've got to support bowlers. There's a number of factors. It's whether you're batting first or batting second, especially here at the Kia Oval, where the wicket gets easier and easier as the match progresses. So if you bat first, it is harder to force the pace of the game. But I think Dan Worrell is a significant factor in all of that, because he has been so effective for Surrey. And he started last season with a little bit of a niggle, and then he didn't play a couple of away games at Edgbaston and Hove on flat decks. And when he came in, he didn't feel to have quite the same pace and nip, perhaps. That might have been a legacy of carrying that injury. And you would say they are missing a little bit of his firepower in this match as well. Because he does get the ball to move prodigiously, and we haven't seen quite as much swing, and that is an important attribute to try to find early season when the pitch is so good.
And he's able to swing the ball even when it's quite old.
Exactly.
And I think also, if you go back to certainly 2022, Jamie Overton played a lot of games that season, and although he's another right-arm seamer, he operates at closer to 90 mph.
Hurries them. And he can bowl a shorter ball, which, there hasn't quite been that level of venom to be able to go to a short ball plan at any point, which he might like to do with an older ball.
Gus Atkinson's obviously an England contracted player these days, so he doesn't play a huge amount of county championship cricket.
You have to very much take that into account. Surrey have got Worrell and Atkinson on the bench, if you like, at the moment, and that's not to denigrate the side that's out there. And I think, if they're honest with themselves, they just haven't bowled quite as well as they have done in the past.
Kemar Roach as well. Kemar Roach was a big part of their success.
Yeah.
That's short. Pulled. There's a cry of catch it, but it falls well short of deep fine leg. They come back 4-2.
What they do have, a sort of slight compensation for that, is with Ollie Pope and Jamie Smith around, and with Darren Lawrence in the side, Ben Folkes in such terrific form, and obviously Burns and Sibley up top, is a quite fearsome top 6. Well, 7. You saw how Jordan Clark batted yesterday. 8 if you include a Tom Laws who's reaching his potential. So they're going to be a very, very difficult side to beat, but what they've got to try to find is the wickets that give them the opportunity to get wins. And I do think, coming back to it, that I've watched so much of Matt Fisher in this last season and a bit, and I've been so impressed by the way he bowls. I love watching him bowl. I think he's a really good bowler. His returns have not been what I think he deserves, and I know You know, Alex Stewart probably be very angry about saying this because you get what you deserve. He's a very straight up got a man, and he would see this as sort of silly flim-flammery from me. But you just watch it, and you think he's bowling really well. He's just not getting the wickets, and cricket's cruel.
Yeah, I thought yesterday was slightly uncharacteristic from this Surrey attack, because I think even in the past when they haven't managed to be hugely threatening, they haven't really let teams score as briskly as Leicestershire did yesterday. And Jordan Clark...
That's that boundary, though, isn't it? Part of it. And I think that preys on your mind when you're bowling, doesn't it?
Certainly, but they do operate with a boundary that small quite often, and have been able to contain teams at well under 4 runs and over. I think they bowled a little bit both sides of the wicket yesterday.
They did. I think, you know, they'll be honest with themselves, they didn't bowl terrifically well. It's early season. But this morning, well, what it'll be 11 overs. And how many runs have come? 348, weren't they? Or 350?
350.
So 26 for 1 in 11. It's been a bit different, hasn't it, today? I think they've been on it. But still, Leicestershire are doing well. Having lost that early wicket, they could have lost another couple, but they're hanging in there.
Solidly blocked once more from Eskinazi. That completes the 87th over. Leicestershire 376 for 4. A change in the commentary box. Phil Walker is on for the first time this morning. Morning, Phil. What have you made of the action so far?
It's been really good to see, I think, Surrey's future seam bowling opening pair tear in with all their might. Tom Laws has really bent his back this morning. Obviously he's the one who picked up that wicket, but he's been appreciably quicker with the new ball, and indeed with the old one as well. Obviously a night's rest. It was a long old slog yesterday, but he was really impressive, bowled with real heart as well. He's a bit more kind of battle hardened now. You can see it in his face as well. Bit of kind of 5 o'clock stubble. Change of bowler, of course. Jordan Clark.
Yep, change of bowler. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together. Jordan Clark on for the first time this morning from the pavilion end.
And as well from the Vauxhall end, Matthew Fisher running in with real purpose as well. He bowled a couple of absolute jaffers. There was one against Eskinazi that seamed and swung late, dipped in and then went the other way. But again, as befits his story really, Surrey creates a lot of chances and doesn't necessarily get the rewards. Suddenly become quite overcast here, which will help. And other side of the ledger, Leicestershire scrapping hard really. Eskinazi is a really good option for them at 6, isn't he? He's a natural stroke maker. Very, very good white ball cricketer, of course, with a good red ball record as well.
A slightly curious career, Eskinazi, in that he was a key figure in the Middlesex side that won the championship now 10 years ago. That was his first full year as a county cricketer. He averaged 44 in the middle order. And he's had good years since. He averaged 40 in 2018, 2022. Good year last year. But didn't quite build on that breakout first season in the way you might have expected at the time, but still a very, very solid middle order option.
Yeah, he stood still really for Middlesex for a few years. He was immensely highly rated really as a talent coming through. South African born and raised, of course, and if you take it back to that championship winning team, he was, as you say, a key man, but not really kicked on, and his record is tilted to the white ball really. He's made 7 white ball hundreds against just 10 red ball hundreds, despite having played 96 first class games, and he's probably a better player than that. But then this could yet be his second coming really as a top tier batter. In at 6, interesting slot for him. I think there's a lot to be said for that, really, to change the tempo of an innings from 6. He's been quite busy all morning, hasn't he?
Yeah, he started really well. He's faced he's had a lot of the strike in his partnership with Patel, and he's been really solid because, as we said, Surrey have bowled very well today, much better than large portions of yesterday. Very few loose deliveries for the Leicestershire players to work with, as you say, as well. Overcast now is a handy bowling conditions, especially with the new ball, but Eskenazi has been really solid.
Very breezy and blustery now. You can see Rishi Patel's jumper. Yeah, this is it. As feared, I think there is a squally one coming in here. As you can see, the ground staff getting going and the punters are heading for cover. I mean, it will blow over. We can see blue sky from our sitting vantage point here on both sides. So I'm sure this will blow over quite sharpish, and in fact, we might yet get through this without having to lose any play. It suddenly turned very nasty.
Yeah, I think if we get through this over, we'll be okay. But it is not pleasant.
Those chaps
outside.
are going nowhere.
That's a lovely drive by Eskenazi. Beats extra cover, and that before. Beautifully timed. It's his 3rd boundary. He moves on to 19.
Yeah, let's get this up on the replay. Shades of Damien Martin, if you please. My word, what a shot. Oh, yes, please. Look at that.
There is no follow through at all. That's pure timing.
There is no better feeling as a batter, I think, than when you just lean on one like that.
Good response by Fisher. Off the inside edge.
Sorry, a couple of times actually that he's been arrowing in on Eskenazi's pads, and he's deflected it off the inside edge of his bat down to long leg. And again, for a moment, you're in the game. Look at that. Beautiful.
Yeah, it was his first boundary off Tom Laws that was flicked to fine leg, as you say, off the inside edge of the bat.
Yeah.
And I thought, as Laws erred a bit leg side, but on the replay, it was off middle stump.
Yeah.
I've got an email in from Guy Hornsby.
The one and only.
Morning, Adam, Daniel, Yaz, Phil, et al. Lovely day to watch the county streams, and none more so than my true home, Surrey. A question about Surrey in the oval pitch in April. I know it's always said it's a good time to bowl, but that's a myth, really. Though I recall it held up better in the 90s as a junior member there with my brother Dave, watching the Bicknells, Benjamin, etc. Surrey, for all their talent, have so far struggled to take wickets this season. Knowing how key it is to take 20, is this just an early season challenge for all counties, or is the attack yet to get up to full speed? Well, it's a good question. And Dan and I were talking about Surrey went on such a good run at home over a number of years, and the wins have dried up. This if they don't win this game, this will be their 5th home game in a row where they haven't won. But I do think the more general point at this time of the season is, wherever you're playing your cricket, it is just very difficult to take 20 wickets. Short pull in front of square on the leg side, and that before Patel, with all the time in the world really, leaning back onto the back foot, and 4 more.
Yeah, it's one of those shots that send a shudder through every seam bowler in this game. Still a relatively new cherry. Banged in with all his might, and it sits up and just asks for it, really. Gorgeous shot nonetheless. 146 now. What a knock this is.
Another single. Patel will retain the strike. 10 runs off the over. Leicestershire 388 for 4.
So loads of theories abound, right, in relation to Guy's question. One of the theories, I remember Mark Butcher expounding on this on a podcast or two, that due to the temperatures early season, the ball is kind of harder and colder, so therefore it doesn't react. It doesn't seem as much as a ball with a bit more kind of juice in it, if you like. Pitches are immature as well. I think it's hard to get real pace into an April track. Perhaps bowlers as well are slightly short of a gallop. You can do as much pre-season prep as you like, but there's nothing quite like pounding the overs day after day for getting those overs into your body, and that kind of bowling fitness builds up over time. It's also a very, very quick scoring ground here. I would say that this pitch has offered something for the seamers throughout the game. The scores would suggest otherwise, but there's been a number of chances that have gone down. There's been 2 fabulous hundreds from 2 test match players and a fabulous maiden 100 from a high-class opening bat. But I wouldn't say it's been a road by any stretch. The issue perhaps for Surrey in these early season moments is how you can get a spinner into the game, because the pitch doesn't really crack and the surface doesn't break. It takes quite a while. And we were talking about this yesterday, the Hampshire game last year, when we all assumed it was going to be over and that Hampshire would roll over in a heap by lunch on day 4, and they lost, I think, 2 wickets across the whole of that final day, and in the end could have shown a bit more ambition perhaps to even try and knock that target off, which felt nominal at the time. So that's the challenge. Second half of the season will be different, of course, with Chahar coming in. The leg spinner has been signed for the last 8 games.
Flicked for 4. Flick fine by Eskenazi. Deep Varnegg was briefly interested, but that's another boundary for the Leicestershire number 6, who moves on to 24. By the way, dramatic change in scenery here at the Kia Oval. It was really quite grim about 5 minutes ago, but the sun's come out and the rain disappeared.
Those lads in the SSE stand, they're nobody's fools. They haven't moved a muscle. For all that it can feel a bit processional, only 14 wickets have fallen, this game is still moving along, isn't it? And if you like, if you take out the names of the teams and the relative experience at the top, in the top tier of the 2 teams, if you just look at it purely on what you're seeing, as this ball is now 10 overs old, then Leicestershire are moving to an interesting position in this game. Could very, very quickly turn around. Of course it could. Always that caveat. But with 6 in hand and 127 behind, with still 5.5 sessions to go across the course of the game, I mean, you would absolutely take that, wouldn't you, at the start of the game?
Well, Colo and Dan touched on this early on. The pace of scoring is such that should Leicestershire bat until about tea time, their lead will be around about 100, if not more than that. And actually, quietly, they've negotiated the first 10 overs of the new ball without too much alarm. Tom Law struck early this morning, but in the last over of the first ball, another change in the Surrey bowling attack. Sean Abbott is on from the Vauxhall end. It's a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm. Short. Oh. Cue ended from Patel.
Just lost his balance there, did Rishi Patel. One of the first times in this innings.
Almost on it too early.
He looked entirely unruffled yesterday, physically as well, I thought. He looked fresh as a daisy as he was walking off last night. He's already batted the best part of another hour again here. Can he keep going?
Flicked into the leg side. They run the first one hard. And they come back for 2. And that'll be Rishi Patel's 150. His first Division 100. And he's turned it into a big one. A real statement performance for the Leicestershire opener, who endured a difficult first week back in Division 1. It's a difficult first week for him and his team. And with his side in a spot of bother after conceding 520 in the first innings here, he's ensured that his side are really in this game.
Yeah, great to see from that cricketing hotspot, the Essex East London border, of course.
But yeah, when we were speculating about how this day might unfold, Surrey's most obvious route in furthering their chance of winning was to make really good use of the second new ball, and 10.5 overs in with the second new ball, Patel and Eskenazi are on move. They've put on 42 now for the 5th wicket.
There's a lot on this partnership if Leicestershire are going to get into a ascendant position.
Oh, it's a lovely shot from Patel, similar to the one from Eskenazi in the previous over from the Vauxhall end. Wonderfully timed, past extra cover for 4. The runs starting to flow quickly once more for Leicestershire. Not a lot wrong from that delivery from Sean Abbott. Got his hands on his head. 6 runs off the over already. That innings run rate creeping up, back up to 4.5 runs and over. Short and pulled away for 4. Patel's in the mood here, and that boundary will bring up the Leicestershire 400, and with it a 4th batting bonus point. It also brings up the 50 partnership between Patel and Eskenazi, and brought up from just 70 deliveries. So not only have they survived the new ball spell, they're actually taking the attack to the Surrey bowlers. And with the sun now out, an opportunity here for Leicestershire. They trail by 117 an hour into day 3.
Yeah, it's like he sensed that was coming. The long half volley, and then the effort ball banged into a pitch that is placid to the point of being benign here, really. That's where he needs to be, yes.
Yeah, better from Abbott, who beats the outside edge of Patel. It ends at 91st over. 10 runs from it, Leicestershire 403 for 4. Yeah, I think with the exception of Josh Hull on that first afternoon, we've not really seen bowlers have much success with the short ball. And there's not loads of pace in this early season wicket, but Surrey bowlers have had some success and have bowled with some threat this morning when they've been able to pitch the ball up. Reece Topley moves his jumper at fine leg. I'm sure it won't be long before we see him for the first time today. Appeal for LBW. The umpire remains unmoved. Bit of bat there, Phil.
It was maybe a tiny bit high. Looked straight enough, I thought. Yeah, on the rise. Fabulous appeal by Jordan Clark. Jordan the Redeemer elements. I like it. They need one though.
Yeah, good cricket from Eskenazi. Just dabbed behind square onto the offside for a quick single. Just keeping the scoreboard moving, even off good deliveries. What do you look for in an appeal, Phil? What makes a good appeal a good appeal?
The more imperious, the better for me. I'm enjoying Jofra Archer's latest versions of appeals when he just looks at the umpire. It's like he's kind of making a deal with the devil. It's fabulous. He just stands there mid-pitch, doesn't really shout, just points at the umpire. I've never been one for the broad appeal, you know, the run through. I don't like that, I have to say. Not a fan of that. Show a little bit of respect, I think. I mean, it's good theatre, don't get me wrong, but if I was an umpire, that would rile me up.
I think it was good theatre when Broad started doing it, when he was one of the first to do it. I think it's just poor, to be honest.
Appeals that used to make me feel uncomfortable. Brett Lee's one where he'd be punching the ground. I think if you're bowling 95 mile an hour anyway, give me the West Indians who kind of just put their hands up and say thank you, rather than Lee's punching down celebration. Never a fan of that one. I was talking about Curtly Ambrose the other day, yes, because it was 36 years on Friday when he bowled England out. Took 8 for on the final day at Barbados, 8 for 45. We were talking about his appealing, his celebrations, and of course his mum would pop out every time he took a wicket for the West Indies and just ring the bell outside her front porch. So her neighbourhood in Antigua knew full well that the big man had nabbed another. What a bowler he was.
Defended resolutely by Patel. He completes a 92nd over. Leicestershire 404 for 4. Some words from Phil Walker before half an hour of Adam Collins.
Yeah, well, this game is smouldering along, really. But I like the approach that these two have adopted against the new ball. Respectful for the first half a dozen overs, and then on the front foot, literally, thereafter. Eskenazi is a really good option for them at 6. Brings a kind of a busyness to proceedings, shifts gears. He's only on 25 from 39, but he's shown a willingness to get hold of this game. And at the other end, Rishi Patel's just imperious at the moment.
Stand of 51, Abbott, away from us. I agree. Eskenazi, from the moment he walked out, he was looking to greet the ball, looking to get forward and look at scoring in front of the wicket. He's done it pretty well, accumulating half the runs in this partnership. I agree with you, by the way, just to finish your point with Yaz before. If I were a bowler now playing professional cricket in non-televised games, or non-DRS games is what I meant to say, I would celeb appeal every time because it must. It's a comparative advantage at the moment. I don't think it's right. Now, he's taken on the short ball and got it fine enough to run away. And run away it does. Rishi Patel up to 162. It did hang up in the air for a time, but had the angle spot on.
It was the angle, exactly that. If it had been slightly more off-stumpy, then it would have been quite a useful bouncer, I think. As it was just on the left shoulder, so he could swivel on it, take it fine, bit top edgy. Not a bad ploy. Effort ball. Got it up there at least.
So the deficit now only 111. And 41 runs away from completing the job as far as batting points are concerned. So far so good. Stringing partnerships together. They haven't lost 2 wickets in a hurry in this innings. Partnerships of 156, 59, 37, 101, and now up to 56.
Yeah, and as you say, look, when Leicestershire turned up here on Friday morning, if you could say to them, maximum batting points and a draw, they'd say thank you very much. Shake hands on that and on our way. So they're already a large chunk towards pulling that off. Talk of something more audacious can percolate away, and we're allowed to talk about it for sure.
Well, we did the scenario building before play with Daniel, and we're like, well, you know, they've earned the right to think in those terms if they can win this session. And the problem for visiting teams here at the Kia Oval for 5 years has been they get to the point where they have the chance and then they fluff their lines. Well, Leicestershire aren't fluffing their lines here. They resumed today 59 runs ago. You know, if they had 59 more before they go for their sandwich, this will be an interesting game of cricket, more than an interesting game of cricket. They can open it right up if they wish to. Was in the air. There's a man round the corner, not quite round the corner, more conventional square leg who nearly had the chance to dive at that, but not quite.
Yeah, 5-4 leg side now, as you can see, with 2 men out. Well, 3 men out, in fact, for the airborne cross-bat shot. And that man, Dan Lawrence, in there at a shortish square leg. He's actually just pushing himself out a bit further now, but it is essentially a catching position.
Judging by the body language of Abbott, that might have been closer than I gave it credit for. He had his hands on his head, so it doesn't look like it's particularly flattering bowling where it is, but you're right, they've got sort of 5 men there for some kind of miscue on the leg side, from long leg round to wideish mid-on. So 7 runs from the over, 411 for 4. We'll see it again. How close did it go? Hard to see. The other angle might be a bit easier to tell. Yeah, a couple of metres off perhaps.
Just going back to your point about first-class cricket in the non-DRS world.
Yep.
It struck me actually. Was it on day one when? No, it was yesterday when Jake Weatherald. No, in fact, it wasn't. Correction. Hold on. Let me get this right.
Quickly through off the inside edge.
It was Jamie Smith, and he punched it off the back foot. He'd already made 100, I think, and it went to Ajaz Patel, and he was fielding at backward point or so. And it was a bump ball, or it was a clean catch.
Yes.
And Ajaz Patel instinctively went like that. Shrugged his shoulders, wasn't sure. And it's honest and it's commendable. Jake Weatherald, incidentally, your boy, was at short extra and put his finger up immediately.
It was
put
out,
his finger up immediately. But Patel's reaction immediately then moves the umpires towards making, let's be honest, a safer decision, a less contentious decision.
Beautiful. How often have we seen it at this ground?
There it is.
Jordan Clark has the ability to bowl long spells, probing spells, and the stumps are always seemingly in play, which is why he finds so many outside edges. And Rishi Patel, who's played a blinder, receives handshakes from the Surrey players as he makes his way back to the Bedser standard with 164 to his name. A brilliant innings. Leicestershire lose their 5th wicket, though, with the score on 412.
Yeah, and a classic Jordan Clark delivery. He's lethal from that end. Runs in from the pavilion end time after time. Rarely see him from the Vauxhall end. That is where he likes to do his work. And he's just got that ball to stand up. And Rishi Patel's done nothing wrong at all for a day and a half. Just happens to feather one through. 164. A reputation-making innings, I would say. First ever 100 in the top tier of English cricket. 8th overall. 27 years old. He's just coming right into his prime. And hopefully now he can kick on for Leicestershire across the course of this huge year for them, really. First time in 2 decades that they've been in the top division. So Ben Cox joins us. Now, very, very resourceful keeper bat, but I would say, with all respect, he's a keeper bat in that order. A real artist behind the stumps, one of the best in the game, no doubt about it. But he's a scurrier at number 7. Ben Green at number 8. So it's a longish tail compared to other, if you like, more well-resourced top-tier teams. That said, with Eskenazi at the other end, he will now, you would think, try and take it on a little bit more. And in a funny kind of way, even if they do drop a few and give up a smallish deficit, then the game is still moving along. So, of course, they want any kind of lead from here on in if they could possibly scavenge it, 108 behind.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where time may well be as much of a factor as the eventual first innings ledger. So 108 behind. What I would say, though, is they'd want to make sure they take care of that last batting point.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
First things first.
So 38 runs needed.
Yeah, and once they get beyond that, then, there's a world where they can think a bit more about the clock and scoring quickly. Cox been around a long time. Oh, inside edge. Of course, second club, and I admire that he said himself fairly consistently that when James Foster finished up, he wanted to be seen as the best wicketkeeper in England, right? Well, that's a fairly bold comment, but also, if this is your craft and you are a keeper bat as opposed from a, batter who puts the gloves on, that's the standard you want to meet. That's the standard you should want to meet. And that, of course, disregards that Ben Folkes is a world apart as well, but it's the conversation he wants to be in, and fair enough too.
Yeah, and he absolutely is. Has been for a number of years. Did some great work, of course, at Worcestershire, where he made his name.
Yes, to round off that conversation, it's taken 3 overs to have. I would celeb repeal on everything, because at this stage of the game, the laws of the game do not prevent you doing it. There is no sanction. They could tidy this up.
Well, Adam, I've played with you enough times. I know exactly the way.
Well, I don't celeb repeal, but my point is I would if I were these guys. Down to third man for one. I would celeb repeal because there's no sanction. There's no downside.
Sure.
And you do psychologically put pressure on the umpire. They could tidy up the laws of the game on this front and require the bowler to ask the question, and to define asking the question as looking in the same direction as the umpire. At the moment, so long as a fielder is asking the question, that's sufficient. That's the criteria.
Right.
In simple terms. If you made the bowler at least spin around, that would tidy up this I think, scourge on the game. I think that it's gotten worse and worse. Yeah, it was funny. Yaz is right. It was funny when Broad did it at the start. Now, 10 years on, it's becoming increasingly a problem. So ends the over 4-13 for 5, trail by 107. We've got Women's One Day Cup action coming up. We'll see some promo for that in a moment. Just here we go. So we've got a couple of games. I think you're doing one of them, aren't you, Phil?
I'm in on Wednesday.
In on Wednesday, great.
They were excellent yesterday. Highlights I saw last night.
Yep. So an early season block of one-day cricket for Surrey's women in Tier 1. In action at the Oval next week for the first time this season. They won by 53 runs yesterday in their first game. That was away at Edgbaston. 120 from Danny White-Hodge. Outstanding.
Got a proper top 6, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they're formidable.
Yeah. Dunkley, Capsey, White-Hodge, the skipper, doing great stuff as well. Schofield, ADR.
Recruited well.
Yeah, have they ever?
Most of those players started somewhere else. Tended to get in as well, if you're wondering. That's the best value in London. It's a shame it's not last week. I would have brought the eldest along on school holidays. But anyway, there'll be plenty of cricket in the school holidays for her to attend, I'm sure.
Are they getting into it then?
Yep.
Properly?
All-Stars?
Yeah.
That is visionary. I mean, I know they pitched it from Australia belatedly, but it does the job. It's really, really good.
Yeah, my nephew is in it.
Yeah.
Little Alfie's got his kit.
Oh, it's so good. They get so excited when it comes through. They get so excited seeing their name on the bat and the bag as well, and their own ball that they take with them and so on. Yeah, it's chaos. Don't get me wrong. 5 and 6 year olds running around for an hour with cricket bats, by definition, is chaos. But great experience last season. Can't wait for the Sunday mornings to start again for us in a couple of weeks. And my 3-year-old, I cannot keep her out of my cricket bag. I got some new bats in this week, and she's just been she's at risk of breaking the bats before I use them, I suggest, which is great. It's all part of it.
yeah, I've got my nephew for his 6th birthday next month. I've got him, already ordered him an automatic cricket bowling machine.
Ooh, I bet you can hold one of them.
That's the title.
Thank you.
I'll probably not best say it on the channel, but yeah, it just spits out these little yellow balls right on a length for the nippers to have a whack.
You're building yourself a little pro there.
Yeah, indeed.
Terrific.
I brought him here to a 100 game last year, and I have to say he was entirely uninterested.
Or a red ball type.
Yeah, maybe at a push. His little mate Ellis, however, 4 years old, was gripped, sat on the edge of his chair. We were up there in the SSE stand, edge of his chair, laser focused in. And my boy Alfie was just wanted to go to the shop. Want to go to the shop and buy a hat. He's that kind of guy. He's my sister's kid, you know. You know my sister.
Yep.
And yeah, but Ellis, his little mate, was absolutely studied in.
I think part of the magic of it, it's subsidised, isn't it, All Stars? Like it's not expensive. But by modern standards, of course, everything's expensive. But it's not, you know, I look at some of these school camps that Winnie goes to.
Yeah, so some are essentially covered by the club via the ECB. And some charge like a nominal fee, around 40 quid, I think, for the sessions.
Yeah, I think we're paying 50 quid for the 10. I think it's 10 weeks. For
yeah,
10, I mean that is really good.
But a lot of clubs, and the one that my nephew is going to is subsidised by the club as a recruitment tool, really.
Totally. Good from Abbott to finish. 1 run from it, 414 for 5, trailing by 106. It lost 2 wickets today.
And I guess in a lot of urban city areas, such as where my family live and where my sister lives, firstly, there isn't too much cricket being played, and secondly, there's quite a lot of economic challenges, right? So if you can waive that 50 quid, if you can absorb that as a club, then it pays off in the end, because you get 100 kids through on a Friday night. The parents come along as well. They might spend a quid or two in the bar. Yep. And then, of course, you are embedding the game in that generation for years to come.
Yeah, it's all of that and more. There's a club near me who are running a girls-only All-Stars. Now, I don't think they necessarily need to, because it's such a welcoming environment at that age, 5 to 8. But still, like the very idea of we want to build a girls' team. What's the best way to build a girls' team? Get them all coming in together as 5 and 6-year-olds. That'll pay off in 5 or 10 years' time, if not before. Yeah. And having that bigger picture approach. We had a parents' game at the end of the All-Stars 2 months last year. What a great thing that is. Like dads and mums, many of whom have never played, because they're of the generation where cricket vanished from free-to-air television. Lots of other reasons. And we know these well from the ICEC report, right?
Did you play?
I kind of played.
I'm glad you only kind of played.
Yeah, I didn't.
I think that's
I
a
kind
good
of
thing.
played. I just sort of knocked about a little bit.
Yeah,
good. It wasn't a
It wasn't full bore Adam Collins.
No, it wasn't full bore Adam
Good.
Collins. It wasn't.
I think that's good for everyone.
It wasn't sheep stations. But what it did do is a couple of the dads who hadn't played since they were, teenagers. They want to play this season. Like it's got, the tentacles of All Stars and Dynamos extend far beyond. See the ground staff there just being featured, which normally suggests that one of our outstanding camera operators reckon there might be a sprinkle of rain about.
If there is, it's going to pass, folks. I wouldn't be too concerned. The clouds are high. There's blue sky either side. Just keeps us all on our toes.
No umbrellas. The naked eye, anyway.
Been a good spell, this.
Yeah. Sort of broken record stuff, but I still feel like there was a world, and there may still well be a world, where Clark could play a role at a high level. But I suppose the generation that he's come through, he's had that Stokes guy who's been right there in the
for sure.
He may play him.
And you're right. It does feel like we've been having this conversation on a loop for 4 or 5 years now. But the thing with him is that he never bowls a bad spell. He might bowl a spell slightly down on pace. Might bowl slightly containing at times, but he never gives it up. He never serves up hit me balls. Very, very, very rarely will he bowl an innocuous spell. At the very least, he keeps it tight. He bowls like a test match bowler. And he seizes these moments. He recognises when a game needs to be grabbed and taken on his back, and that's what he has the ability to do. Changes the direction of cricket matches week after week after week, and he's always available.
Completes the over and retains the strike. 417 for 5, so 103 behind the wickets this morning. Hill, not long after the resumption, leg before to Laws for 63. That broke a 101-run stand with Patel, who was the 5th man to fall for an excellent 164. Caught behind from a Clark beauty. Phil's explaining why Jordan Clark's such a handful. That ball was a vignette right there. 412 for 5, and this pair have been together for 5 subsequent runs. Eskenazi playing his role from when he arrived at the start of play today. Actually, Phil's jumping out.
Yeah,
that's
see you in a bit.
fun. Catch you in a bit. Cameron Ponsonby joining me. Dab it away from us. 2 slips. Nearly got back to him. Thought it might have been a bit more leading edgy, but just the bottom of the blade. We saw Kiermaier Roach take an outstanding caught and bowled chance. And, you know, right on cue, Cam, I'm sorry to say, it is raining. Last over, we thought it might be precautionary with the ground staff being brought up on camera, but now there are plenty of umbrellas and the rain is rushing across the ground from the Archbishop Tennyson School side, and yeah, they'll have to go off. It's heavy enough for that. So Cam, I'm not sure what you were bringing to the table. You might have to pause on that. What I will do though is say good morning, or good afternoon rather, to you. How are you? How are you seeing it?
I'm well. This is taking me by surprise. I hadn't quite factored rain into today's play. The forecast is generous. I think we'll be fine. This will be a small delay, but it is utterly bizarre. We've seen bright sunshine. Well, we had the stormy conditions about 30 minutes ago when you were on.
Yeah.
We'll be right. We can just make our own entertainment for the next 5-10 minutes.
A few minutes. Being a rain delay, will probably get off pretty quickly. I think we do enough gibbering between each other when the game's going. But what I'll just quickly do here, Cam, is just remind our viewers of what's happened this morning. Resumption at 350 for 3. They trailed by 170, the Foxes. Had an excellent final session yesterday when they added 152 runs at 4.8 runs and over. Their run rate's dropped a little bit since then, but they've moved from 350 to 417, losing 2 wickets along the way. Hill, who made 63, was leg before wicket to Tom Laws. Pretty much plum to start the day. 101 run stand, that was him and Patel. 164 of the best. His 8th first class 100, first in the first division. Faced 260 balls, was out there for big partnerships all the way through, consistent partnerships all the way through, especially with Weatherald, with whom he added 156. Hill, 101. Holland, 59. And then eventually 59 with Eskenazi. Eskenazi still there on 28. Got Cox for company. And it means that where they are right now, they're still 103 runs away from parity. They are 33 runs away from the final batting point. Ample time to acquire that. And if these two can bat, or indeed if the team can bat for another hour or two, then they'll be up towards that 520 mark.
Well, Surrey will be more pleased with their showing today. I saw Jordan Clark spoke to our friend and colleague Mark Church after play yesterday, and he was ticking, to be honest. He wasn't impressed with Surrey's own bowling performance. He thought they'd been far too loose. He said it was very rare that we have 2 bad sessions in a row. So I think it's fitting that he was the man to then step up to the occasion and dismiss Rishi Patel. But Leicestershire will be feeling pretty pleased with themselves at the moment. It looks like they'll be able to come out of this match, if it does continue towards a draw, with more bonus points than Surrey, which is always it's a moral victory, if not a literal, physical, tangible victory as well.
Love it.
Especially when Surrey have put 500.
Say that for me again.
A literal, physical, tangible
moral victory.
Moral victory. Oh, there we go.
Be still my beating heart.
But I think they're looking at 16 points if they get a draw. But you never know. As Yaz said at the beginning of today's play, we're only just over the halfway point of this match. There's still plenty of time for flurries of wickets to fall. and a positive result to fall in one way or the other.
Well, that's the state of play with rain falling here at the Oval, albeit not heavy rain, so we might be back soon. We'll keep you posted with updates. Actually, no, we might just stick with it because is that covers off time?
I think it is.
I think it is covers off time. So the rain must have stopped because they wouldn't take them off if it was even drizzling. And to be fair, the sun's straight back out as well. So let's call it a passing shower, which is good news. It means we won't lose any time. Not really. They'll still take lunch at 1 o'clock. I don't imagine they'll adjust too much of the settings for the remainder of the day.
You see a couple of the Surrey players perched in the dugout on the far side, just under the changing rooms. They're ready to get going again. What do you reckon? I reckon 6 minutes until we're back out.
Yep, I reckon
Stumps in the
six will
ground.
be exactly when I'm scheduled to come off, so I reckon that'll
Perfect.
be
Well, I'll
Murphy's Law.
enjoy the last 6 minutes
I will.
with you.
I will. No, I think it's been quite a stimulating first couple of weeks of the season. Last week was real kind of have the app open in front of you, follow every game to the bitter end kind of stuff. Some games that went the full journey, 9 men round the bat in one, 2 other games where one more hour of play probably would have seen a result. And then one result which, I know Middlesex won comfortably, but with about an hour to spare. So, that's what you want, don't you? You want 4-day cricket where possible, getting into the sort of 11th and 12th sessions where there are still more than one result available to the teams that are out there.
I think the County Championship is going to benefit from a slightly kinder scheduling this year. We have the first block of 6 matches where over 7 weeks where you can really get your teeth into it. The storylines develop. We then have a little refresher halfway through. There'll be 2 rounds in kind of the June period, June, July. And then, once the 100's clear in mid-August, you have a 6-game block at the very end where we can all pick up the storylines. I feel like last year was maybe only 4 or 5 games where it felt like you were tailing off.
It's been 4 games for, I reckon, that at least as long as I've been doing this. There's 7 seasons where they've prioritised the September period, but 6 on the trot. That's
I believe it's 6 in the trot. Maybe it's 5. But
either way,
the point is you have over a month where the County Championship will be the only show in town again, and we'll be all the happier for it.
We will.
There was an England men's Test series across that time as well, but don't worry about that. That's fine.
Yeah, so England played Test cricket, the men, up until the 2nd week of September.
That's late this year.
The latest they've played since the 05 Ashes, I reckon. Something like that. But what it does mean is we'll be back in the red ball saddle. Whereas for a couple of years there, when Test cricket ended in the last few days of July, then there was the 100. And of course, we had the Championship in September, but having Test cricket running alongside the Championship for a bit of that'll be terrific.
I think it will potentially help actually, because it'll keep casual. I always think your my casual cricket friend fans are a better litmus test for all these things than we are, because we're following it to the bitter end regardless. Whereas my friends who kind of just sit at home, they go, oh, England are playing today, and they whack it on the TV. If there's cricket on the mind, they're far more likely to then want to wander down here for an afternoon of County Championship cricket, keep an eye on how Surrey, Middlesex, Lancashire, whoever are doing. And we're going to be getting back playing straight away here at the Kia Oval already. Was that 6 minutes? How are we doing?
It'll be 6 by the time they bowl the first ball, so good judgment for him. It'll be about 10 minutes lost all up, and I like to think they'll just whack that into the middle session. And we'll have that usual convention of 32 overs after tea. So not to mess up our beautifully curated rota. And of course that should be the priority, not the playing conditions. Leicestershire 103 behind as we begin this final 31 minutes until lunch. It might be, how many balls in the over? One ball gone.
Well, Sean Abbott's going to continue. I still, for my sins, to add the numbers together, it's still so far away for Leicestershire to kind of be able to craft a route to victory, because you basically need to score 700, and that's loads of runs. But I can't help the 800 last year by Surrey has kind of distorted my mind as to what's possible.
I'm big on this being close to level, and then 3rd innings pickle theory will be fun. Daniel Norcross will brief you on that. First ball back after the brief interruption with rain. And where that is where the side batting 3rd find themselves in a tricky spot as to how quickly they accelerate, but mindful that if they accelerate and lose wickets too quickly, then they open up the game for the team batting 4th. And Daniel's big on this. So this is where Surrey will need to play smart cricket. If they can't bank a decent first innings lead. And look, they've still got 5 wickets to go before that would be the case. So, yeah, good with plenty. They're scored so quickly. We're further advanced than what otherwise might be the case.
It's one of the theories or ideas about cricket that was presented by Nathan Lehman, the former England analyst, and Ben Jones of CricViz in their book Hitting Against the Spin, which is counterintuitively, when there are loads of runs being scored in the game, that the feeling is, oh, look, that's a flat wicket, we want to go and score runs on that first. You win toss bat, but actually you want to win toss and bowl because your primary delay until you win is the 20 wickets. And it's easier, it's more time efficient to take 20 of the first 30 wickets than the 20 of the first 40.
That's a nicely timed clip from Cox. Should get there, actually. Does. Weighted it beautifully. His first boundary. Just 99 behind, so a psychological barrier cleared. They've got it down to double digits, the deficit.
I think Leicestershire are in a good spot heading into this season. I think they had a bit of a chastening defeat against Sussex, where they just kind of lost 2-0, to put it in footballing terms. Sussex got 350 twice, they got 250 twice.
Exactly.
We were better than you. Thank you very much.
It looked worse than it was. Losing by 222
Correct.
Can give a certain impression, but getting 250-odd twice and bowling out the oppo for 350-odd twice, that's not a hiding. It just, the cumulative effect was up.
Because I think their batting lineup's strong. I know it's easy to say that now at 420 for 5, but to have Eskenazi and Ben Cox at 6 and 7, it's a brilliantly deep batting lineup. I think they're potentially missing a bit of zip in their seam attack. Ian Holland's a wonderful bowler, very accurate with his line and lengths. But when you combine him with Ben Green and Tom Scriven, it's only really Josh Hull who's a point of difference there, to use that kind of cliched phrase. So they might not be right up at the top end, or they might even still be in the bottom half of trying to fight for survival. But I think they're one to watch and one to enjoy more to the point across the year.
And what they did really well 2 seasons ago, Leicester were incredibly hard to beat. Now, last year they won a lot of cricket. Of course, they won the division comfortably, but it was that attitude of not losing games that put him in good stead for a push last year. That's muscle memory. That's what we're seeing right here. 421 for 5, trailing by 99. We'll see Rishi Patel's excellent 100 while I jump out and grab a bite to eat and leave you with Cam.
As we said, a first Division 1 century for Rishi Patel. Paul Nixon, Leicestershire's former head coach, a number of years ago now, about 4 years ago, said that Rishi Patel had the potential to go on and play for England roughly on this timeline. He's still a fair way down in the pecking order, but innings like that would have done his quest no harm.
Following on from Colo's point about Leicestershire being hard to beat 2 years ago, then obviously last season they were imperious in Division 2, 7 wins and just 1 defeat. With the points scoring system as it is, there's a lot of value in being hard to beat and getting points in high scoring draws as this game is threatening to be. Should Leicestershire get to 450 by the 110th over. Got bowled by Jordan Clark, just beating the outside edge of Eskenazi's bat. Should they get to 450, they'll leave South London with 7 out of a possible 8 bonus points. You get 8 points for a draw, so overall 15 points, which is a very, very handy return. And something that I don't like about the point scoring system, Cam, is that you can, in theory, come nowhere near winning a game. Oh, brilliant again by Clark. He's bowled with real threat throughout this first session on day 3. You can get 16 points for a game where you come nowhere near winning. And if you win a game and score fewer than 250 in your first innings, you get 19 points, so only 3 more points for winning a game.
it is, I think, a barrier to entry of the county championship, that the point system, especially at the back end of the season, where you're trying to follow all the potential permutations, and it's borderline impossible. I must admit, it's not my strong point, keeping up to date with the exact scoring regs of the county championship. I actually almost consider it a point of pride that sometimes I have to remind myself it's 450 for the final batting point. I'm being slightly facetious there, but I remember doing a bit of a thought experiment last year, and I wondered what would happen, what would change if, rather than 16 points for a win, 5 bonus points at 250, 300, blah, 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 you just went 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, 0 points for a loss. How much would the table change? And it stayed almost identical. There'd be occasions where people would flip from second to third and vice versa, but it really was similar.
Left alone by Eskenazi, it completes a maiden over from Jordan Clark, Leicestershire, 421 for 5. Devil's advocate, Cam.
Yeah.
If the table was basically the same, what's the point in changing it? What's the advantage of your system?
Simplification.
It's a good answer.
You remember doing maths, and you have to kind of get your answer and you have to boil it down. What's 400 divided by 200? Well, it's 2. If it's 4 divided by 2, and then you get there, you can do 2 divided by 1. I'm just working to bring the game to the masses.
So do you think there's a current untapped massive people who are right on the cusp of going all in on the championship, but the one thing that's holding them back is they don't quite buy 8 points for a draw?
How frustrating would it be? Imagine if you go and tell your friend, last year it's Surrey versus Notts, showdown at the end of the season, and you have to go, right, this is such a big game. And they look it up on the table and they go, right, how does this work?
Short from Abbott, doesn't actually get up that high. Cox does well to get underneath it.
You know what, I'm going to do this live. Last year's, both their tables. And you can do the talking, that's fine. I can't remember how long this took me last year, so this might actually be a bad idea.
Yeah,
but I might be able to save it for the next time I'm on air.
Bold move. Clocking out your stint with 24 minutes to go. This ball now 18.5 overs old. Slightly less zip off the pitch you sense at the moment compared to when that ball was brand new. I think a lot of credit has to go to Eskenazi and Patel for seeing off so many of those new ball overs. In Surrey were plotting this morning, they surely would have identified that first hour or so with the second new ball as their real opportunity to run through this Leicestershire lineup. They bowled well today, as Jordan Clark admitted after play yesterday. Surrey weren't quite on it with the ball, weren't quite as relentless as they usually are.
I thought it was a brilliant interview with Jordan Clark. It was only 2 minutes, and it wasn't exactly... He was still a man of few words at the end of a day's play, but there was no ambiguity in what he was saying. Often, kind of, you hear cricketers, or sports people in general, slightly shy away from the fact if they've underperformed. I think particularly when runs are scored, you can go, oh, it's a slow wicket, oh, it's flat out there, so hard to make anything happen. And Jordan Clark was very bullish, saying we had 2 bad sessions in a row. That's not something we normally do. Referred to the fact it's almost the 3rd innings in a row where that's happened, because they weren't good enough at Warwickshire either. And that's his words rather than mine. Might have even been Mark Church's words, to throw him under the bus.
Dabbed into the onside by Cox, who retained the strike. Leicestershire 4-2-2 for 5. Dan Norcross was on earlier and we wondering why is it that Surrey have been slightly less successful at home recently compared to when they went on a brilliant run across their three-peat. But if you look at their season at the Kia Oval in 2024, they won their last 6 games here. Most of those wins were really convincing. They're now on a stretch of 4 games without a win in South London. We're also talking about their struggles with the ball last week, and Dan was putting it out there, well, it could just be a bit of early season rustiness. They don't have Dan Worrell available. Jordan Clark missed last week. Gus Atkinson is yet to play a game for them. But it may just be April the 12th, Cam. But we are now more than halfway through the second game of the season. There are only 14 games in the season. So you're not really allowed to be rusty for too long.
I bumped into Gus Atkinson outside of Co-op the other day, and I had a packet of Dairy Dunks in my hand. I was really embarrassed. You can't do that in front of an international athlete.
I had a really embarrassing moment like that a few years ago. I can't remember which year it was, but it was a test match at Headingley, and I was getting a train back to London after day 2 or something, and I just missed a train, and I realised I can have a solo curry here.
Nice, here we go.
Solo curry by the train station, tuck in, have my biryani, enjoy myself, and they gave me a lollipop. I have my lollipop and I'm walking from Curry House to Leeds train station. And I'm enjoying my lollipop, checking my phone, and somebody says, "Oh, hi Yaz. Head up. It's Michael Atherton." With the lollipop in my mouth, unable to speak, I just go,
Oh, I've really enjoyed that. It's the double punchline, because it's the solo curry. I thought that was the direction we were going in. Ah, what a treat. I've done the maths, just to keep the good things rolling. Division 1, last year, the only change in the positions in the table, if it was 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, is Essex, who finished 6th. Well, sorry, Yorkshire, who finished 7th, would have been 6th. That's it. Yorkshire would have joined, overtaken Essex and been equal on points with Sussex and Warwickshire, and then you use the bonus points as your goal difference differentiator. I think there's something in it. I'm sure there's a knock-on effect, whether it leads to an overweighting on results-based wickets, because you want to win. The win is worth more than the draw, both literally and exponentially.
End of the over. Leicestershire 425 for 5 after 100 overs. Yeah, I see that. I think, just thinking out loud, what could potentially be wrong with that? I guess bonus points give a level of interest in games that might not be going anywhere, something to play for. There's also, I actually quite like how close the table can be and how weird the table can be, especially at the bottom end of the Division 1 table.
I'm suspicious at how much interest bonus points drives. I've just seen a group of kind of mid-20-year-olds sipping on kind of tinnies and Kronenbergs in the stands. I don't think any of them are... I'm not convinced any of them are waiting for Leicestershire to reach 450. We've got a change of bowling. Can I do it?
No.
Okay.
Reece Topley on from the Vauxhall end. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get more for less. Optimise your operations with energy-efficient solutions. I'd contest your assertion about that group of people. I reckon that's all they're talking about. I reckon they're talking about injury substitutes in the county championship.
We can get into that. I'd love to talk about injury substitutes.
What do you think?
I thought it was an eminently sensible thing about 10 days ago. And now, having never had a substitution in the county championship, aside from concussion substitutions, we've had 9 in 6.2 days.
I think it's a very well-intentioned idea that hasn't been implemented in the best way possible. So I completely understand when there's a Surrey-Essex game here. Was it 2024? When Jordan Cox was listed in the Essex 11 and had appendicitis. So basically Essex played with 10 players for the entire game. Obviously you're allowed a substitute fielder, but had to bat with 10. I think there was a particularly bleak example of a game involving Derbyshire,
Blair
Tickner, who found out, again, extremely early in the game, perhaps before the game started, that his wife was extremely ill. And Derbyshire weren't allowed under those regulations to have a substitute. So I understand that there are certain circumstances where having no option for a substitute worsened the product. Driven down the ground by Cox. We'll pick up at least 2. You know, the games literally are less competitive if one side is handicapped and is effectively batting or bowling with one fewer player across all 4 days. But the flip side of it is, I don't like, especially when it comes to substituting in bowlers, that you can effectively have a totally fresh bowler for a second innings. That's part of the challenge of being a seam bowler in particular, is are you able to sustain it over 4 days? And one of the regulations that was brought in to try and stop teams using the substitute option too liberally was that players who are substituted out can't play for 8 days. So if there are back-to-back rounds, they can't play the next round, in theory. But not every game is played with a round following it. So, for example, there are a few sides not playing next week. So there's not that calculation that needs to be made when taking a player out for those counties. And obviously, the last game of the season, obviously no one is playing the next game.
I wonder if 101 overs gone, 428 for 5. I wonder if there's a reason why it had to be the 8 days and it couldn't be you missed the next round and that's it, kind of cut and dry. I know I'm asking you that, and you didn't make the rules, so it's a difficult one.
But I suppose there are some stages in the season where there are massive gaps between rounds.
Yeah.
And that feels unreasonable. If someone misses the end of a game with a genuinely fairly serious injury in late May, they should be able to play a game that starts a month later. Another change in the Surrey bowling attack. Tom Laws will return from the pavilion end. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of our named wind farms.
I wonder if the alternative, kind of more empathetic viewpoint would be, what have these players been playing through previously? If there are 9 occasions already in a round and a half of county championships where, I think at Yorkshire, 2 of the bowlers have got ill, they've got a virus of sorts, and people were just playing through that, is that a good thing that they were previously having to do that?
It's a fair point. I saw somebody on Twitter, and apologies, I don't remember who it was, putting it out there saying that there shouldn't be more substitutions than there were batters who were retired, hurt or absent in previous years.
Oh, I'm with you. Okay. As in, when you said batters, I thought maybe batters had more injuries, but no, it's someone at 11.
Yeah.
Even if you are Jack White from Yorkshire, you're not fit enough to bat because you couldn't be in the game, so you're missing out. I'm with you.
I'm also interested to hear conflicting opinions, because this is something that I've changed my own mind on a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. Get in touch, surreybroadcast@gmail.com, if you have any opinions on the county championship point system, the injury substitution rule.
Especially on the county championship point system. I'm intrigued to hear other people's opinions on that. it'll be interesting to see how it. I quite like what the PSL are doing at the moment, where it's a bit of a unnecessary, complicated way of doing it. But they name 2 11s at the toss. They have a bat first 11, they have a bowl first 11. Why they can't do the toss and then name their team, I don't know. But I think that's an interesting one. We talk about this decades-long debate about how to get more spinners into English domestic cricket. If you were to lose the toss, you find out you're bowling second, more to the point you're bowling last. Right, we'll go with the spinner rather than the seamer, and that manufactures more opportunities. In theory, the kind of end of the road, if you do have substitutions and you can use 3, 4, 5, however many you want, there will be a higher standard of the game for a longer period of time. But I don't know if that's always what people want. That isn't a guarantee of entertainment, because part of the challenge, part of the emotional investment is the suffering that goes into playing the game. Think about that, especially with the IPL at the moment. They have the impact player rule, and basically it means that you have an extra batter. And I think we're increasingly realising that people can just hit. The thing that stops people hitting every ball for 6 is the fear. The fear of failure, the fear of somehow ruining it for yourself and for your teammates. And so batters now in the IPL, you're seeing scores of 220 above all the time, because they're like, well, I can just keep going here.
Yeah, it's really interesting watching Vaibhav Suryavanshi, the 15-year-old, the kid who just turned 15. I saw one pundit describing his innings the other day, rather than just how many runs he scored off how many deliveries, actually just the number of balls he hit to or over the boundary versus the ones he didn't hit to or over the boundary, and he hit more balls to or over the boundary than he did not.
Well, George Sims in The Observer has written a piece on Suryavanshi, and there's a quite remarkable statistic. So Suryavanshi faced Jasprit Bumrah for the first time. Well, he faced him recently and hit 2 of the first 3 balls he faced off Bumrah at 4-6. And that is more 6s than Joss Buttler, any of Joss Buttler, Chris Gale, David Warner, Travis Head, Nicholas Pooran or Shreyas Iyer have managed against Jasprit Bumrah. I was so shocked I couldn't say the words.
That is extraordinary. Yeah, the cricketing version of Max Dowman, I've heard some people say.
There's some more bonus points fans on the screens.
Well bowled by Topley. Ball is holding its line. It was around the wicket angle. Eskenazi playing inside the line. I don't like your assertion that if there are groups of people under the age of 35, they have no interest in bonus points.
I mean, the room we're currently in is split 50-50.
What about producer George?
We'll have to find out from George. Are you big? It's 2-1. It's 2-1 to bonus points.
He's claiming it's his favourite thing in the world. I'm sure a lot of people here at the Kia Oval are interested in more than one sport. A lot of good sport happening this weekend, a lot of bad sport happening this weekend. The Masters last night, McIlroy going into the final round. Level, he was 6 shots clear. I'm sure a lot of Premier League fans will be watching the Spurs game against Sunderland that kicks off in an hour or so. Big game at the top of the table, Man City against Chelsea too. I've given up on football.
Your team's winning the league. Top of the tree. QPR drew 0-0 against Bristol City yesterday. It was good.
Seven or so minutes left of the session. Cam, what have you made of the cricket that we've seen today? It's been played at a slightly slower tempo than what we saw yesterday. 80 runs added across the best part of 2 hours. Sure, we were off for rain for 10 or so minutes too. It feels to me that Surrey could have really done with a session like this about a day ago.
So I think I was watching Rishi Patel yesterday, and I think the frustration within the Surrey changing room is how high a percentage of his runs were scored through boundaries. That's not to say he had a slow strike rate, but neither did he have a fast one, because effectively he was waiting for the bad ball and he was punishing it. So from Surrey's point of view, and why Jordan Clark was so frustrated, is we were giving them runs. They were still going at 4.5 runs and over without having to take any undue risk. Now, 520 runs, which Surrey have scored, is loads in whatever format of the game you're playing, whatever context. And so if you've managed to strangle that run rate, and Leicestershire are currently on 370 rather than 430, even that change of 60 runs that you can manufacture over the course of a couple of hours, Surrey's lead is still 140, and if they get 2 quick wickets, which obviously famously changes the game, then all of a sudden you're still in position to force a positive result. So I think Surrey have been better this morning.
Yeah, Laws has been impressive. He was going at the best part of a run of ball across his 14 overs yesterday. Today, though, 6.2 overs, 1 for 11. It's a double effect. Not only would Leicestershire have been further behind, deficit greater than it is now, but it's also, there's the effect that just keeping a lid on the run scoring has on your ability to take wickets. It creates pressure. Batters try and manufacture run scoring opportunities when they might not be there. For a lot of yesterday, it felt that Leicestershire could be patient. They didn't have to rush things. Things got away from Surrey, particularly that last session.
Should have time for 1 more over, maybe 2 before lunch at a push. Could be a world for the almost contractually obligated over of spin. I imagine we'll see Reece Topley finish off proceedings.
Seen Surrey use a short ball a number of times this morning, but you'd have to say that the Leicestershire batters look pretty comfortable against it. As this second new ball ages, it's just a little bit less zip off the surface.
I think the wicket has been slower than what we're typically used to at the Kia Oval, and Rishi Patel's forward defence was kind of one example. He never seemed rushed at all.
Yeah, it's a good point. Is Cox defends the final ball of that Tom Laws over. 2 runs off it, Leicestershire 432 for 5. I know we've been talking about bonus points, but because the Leicestershire scoring rate has just dipped a little bit, it's not a given.
Oh my
They'll
goodness
get
me.
that final batting bonus point. They need 18 runs off the next 6 overs.
Maybe today's the day I'm a convert. I am really intrigued to see. I can see a world where I am in the minority here.
I think it depends almost entirely on what is the pool we're talking about here. If we're talking about the general great British public, I'd say you're probably the majority. If you're talking about people in this room, then you're in a minority. If you're talking about people at this ground right now,
Probably still a minority.
probably still a minority.
That pressure builds.
On the pace of the wicket, there was one short delivery from, I think it was Sean Abbott this morning, that Rishi Patel looked to pull in front of square on the leg side. He Q-ended it. He was through the shot so early.
It's good from Topley. Found it difficult going at times yesterday. I guess in a way to be expected. When he was at his best, he was unplayable. The ball to dismiss Jake Weatherald. A real beauty that leapt off the seam. Was caught behind. But there'd be times where he'd just lose his line and length and you'd go for a flurry of boundaries.
Very tidy innings this from Eskenazi. Going back to the start of the third morning, Laws struck in the 80th over, pinning Lewis Hill in front LBW, just before Surrey had the option of taking that second new ball lead. Took the second new ball immediately, but weren't able to strike with it. And a big part of that was Eskenazi, who faced a lot of the strike. And they run well throughout. Dabs it into the offside, gets down to the other end. Potentially just one delivery remaining in this first session. Topley to Eskenazi. Defended, briefly thinks about a quick single, decides against it, turns around, puts his bat underneath his armpit and walks back to the dressing room. A good session for Leicestershire. Put on 84 runs for the loss of just 2 wickets. Surrey bowled well, managed to keep a control of the scoring rate, much better than they did throughout day 2, but only managed to strike twice. It means that Leicestershire go into the interval trailing Surrey by 86 runs with 5 first innings wickets remaining, 16 runs short of the final batting bonus point. Cam, what have you made of the first session?
I think it's been more good cricket. Better from Surrey, a more disciplined bowling performance. 2 wickets for them, first from Tom Laws and then Jordan Clark. Jordan Clark, they reckon, has been the pick of the Surrey bowlers. But Leicestershire are well placed. They've got a deep batting lineup. To have Eskenazi and Ben Cox at 6 and 7 speaks to the quality that has led them to Division 1. Rishi Patel, well, he was the star of the show of yesterday, and his innings finally came to an end this morning when he was caught behind off the bowling of Jordan Clark. Leicestershire still trail by 86 runs, so there's still time for Surrey to manufacture a lead going into the third innings, and then they have the firepower in that batting lineup to push forward across the rest of day 3 and try and set up a chance to bowl Leicestershire out tomorrow. That's absolutely not out of the equation by any means yet. But all in all, I've enjoyed a morning's day's cricket, and I'm looking forward to the afternoon.
We'll be back in 40 or so minutes with all the action from the second session on day 3. But before that, we're going to play the interview that Phil Walker did yesterday with the great Patrick Eager and Claire Skinner, all about the Wisden Photograph of the Year competition, the winner of which was announced last week.
Okay, so what an honour to have Claire Skinner and Patrick Eager with us here. Claire worked for the MCC for many, many years and has been involved in judging the Wisden Photo of the Year competition for many years too. And Patrick Eager, of course, anyone who knows cricket knows Patrick Eager. I've probably spent as much of my time as any other human being scrolling through photo libraries looking for photographs from your good hand. The word that is often used to describe you is the doyen, and I know that embarrasses you a little bit, but there are great cricket photographers, and then there is that man at the end of our table. Now, the reason why we're here is because the good book is out on Tuesday, the Wisden book, and featured now in its pages, and has been for the last few years, are the best of the year's photography from a collection of professional snappers and recreational snappers, amateur snappers. They send their submissions in, and these two are part of a panel of 4 or 5, Claire?
6 of us now.
6 of you now.
Yeah.
6 of you now, judging the best of the best. And we have a winner in the overall category, I believe, and a winner in the recreational category as well. I think there's a men's and women's section as well. So do you have 3 winners, is that right, from the short list of 10?
3 winners. It's the first time we've done it that way. We used to have a winner and 2 runners-up, and this year we changed the format slightly. And so now there is an overall winner, which is chosen from the top 3 in the 3 categories: men's professional, women's professional, and recreational, which means that covers cricket in any other format from anywhere in the world.
Okay. So, as we're showing on the screen, we've got a rolling list of the 10 that made the short list. Patrick, I want to come to you first. First of all, how tricky a task is it to pick out the best of the best?
It is a tricky one because things have changed so much. When we first started, it was an achievement to get the picture in focus. Now, I'm not joking. I mean, you're looking at someone like John T. Rhodes, who is a great fielder. He jumped around. But there's no way you could get him in focus unless you'd focused up on him before the bowler had bowled the ball. Now, the technology is just so fantastic. You can even tell, I want to focus on the left eye or the right eye. and the cameras get it right. Now, I think this makes quite a difference from the judging point of view because, we used to be so impressed if the fielder was sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're all sharp, or the ones that get through, shall I say, and you're looking for something else. I think that's it.
And when you say looking for something else, Claire, a great photograph tells a number of stories within that image. And the image is almost the starting point of the narratives that flow from it. So is this what you get with the best kinds of cricket photography?
I think it is. The whole theme of the Wisdom competition was that it's open to everybody. You can be a professional cricketer sitting on the sidelines with your enormous expensive lens, or you could be in your local village and capture a moment on your phone, and we judge them all equally. So it's really about capturing the moment and seeing something unique, and that's why this year's winner is such a great photo, because it's like the old-fashioned spot the ball competitions,
right,
where all of the lights in the background, beautifully lit player in the foreground, and over the years we've had a real selection. If you were to put all of the 10 or 11 shortlisted up against each other since 2010, there would be such a variation in what comes through. And we always like to look at the 10 images when we finish the judging and really hope that it reflects cricket in all its formats, all the joy, all the agony, the celebration, the disappointment.
And the humour as well.
And
there's
humour.
a couple of photographs from the 10. I was looking through them this afternoon. They just make me smile, having played cricket myself at a relatively iffy level. And there's that beautiful photograph. My personal favourite actually is one of the recreational shots where a bowler is just about to run in and deliver, and you have his idiosyncratic technique. There you go.
That's it, yes.
And the look on the non-striking batter is absolutely magical. We've all been there. We've all been there in that, if you like, that kind of low-level anxiety of playing on a Saturday and hoping that you just get through it unscathed. That to me is a perfect evocation of club cricket. I love that
Club
photograph.
cricket.
Anyway, just going back to the Harmanpreet core photo, which one? So Matthew Lewis, the snapper, is that correct?
Yes, Matthew Lewis, the photographer, is third-time winner of this competition.
Okay, right.
So he has a great eye for capturing a moment that's often quite different. If you look on the back pages of the newspapers, the sports pages, what you'll usually see is often a moment of celebration. You know it's coming, the photographer captures it, whether it's football, rugby, cricket. But where Matthew has a great eye, sometimes he catches different moments and a quirkiness and beautifully composed, and he's very good at that. And I think that's why he's been the winner 3 times.
Patrick, what is it about this particular image of Harmanpreet Kaur in the final of the recent Women's World Cup, and of course a landmark moment for Indian women's cricket as well, first time they've won the World Cup. What is it then about this picture that is so magical?
Well, look at it from our point of view, just for a moment. We've got 150 photographs have come in, and probably they're divided into Indian villages. That's a very strong one. And lovely action pictures. And you get to the stage where you go, yeah, but I've seen that before. And suddenly this one popped up, and you thought, well, hang on, where's the ball?
Yeah, it took me 5 minutes to find it.
Exactly.
You're following her eye, but
Yeah.
you're following the hands as well. And
I mean, what I would say that he has a stroke of luck. Apparently the announcement came out over the loudspeaker that would the crowd please turn their mobile phone lights on.
right.
It was in between an innings or some such, and his stroke of luck is how an out of focus image appears in your camera. Those dots could have been a lot bigger.
Yeah.
They could have been a lot smaller.
Yeah, or more oval-like. And as
Well,
it
the
is,
ones
they're a
at the
perfect
edge
sphere.
go oval. Depends on the value of the lens, but on the very expensive lenses, they tend to stay round.
Yeah.
But that was exactly the right size, wasn't it?
It's beautiful. And again, if you're talking narrative in that photograph, the fact that she is the Indian women's captain in the third decade of the 21st century, it's India's century, as we know. India now is the epicenter of the game, and it almost it kind of evokes that idea that all the lenses in the world are now focused on that part of the cricketing world. They're right in the eye of that storm, and so to me, it speaks to their daily realities when you are right at the apex of Indian cricket. It's a glorious photograph.
And women's cricket as well. One thing that I've been involved since, Patrick and I have both been involved since it started in 2010, and I see every single entry that comes in. I get to see. It's
How
a
many
real
do you get?
privilege. Sometimes over 500.
Whoa.
So I will go through every single one to make sure they're put forward.
And then Patrick comes in at the later stage, does he?
Not that much later. He does get to see a lot of them. But what I've noticed is women's cricket and girls' cricket, how that's changed in that the first few years you hardly saw much women's cricket. The media maybe weren't covering it very much. Photographers weren't going along to it. And this year, I think it's fair to say that we had almost as many of women's cricket as we did of village cricket, Indian village cricket.
Well, here is one, Claire. This is taken by Jed Lester, I believe.
It is Jed, yes.
Who I've seen a lot of his work actually over the years. He often sends stuff through to the magazine that I work for. Patrick, what's so joyous? I mean, it's self-evident, I suppose, but what's specifically so joyous about this photograph?
It really works, doesn't it? I also that you do notice there's a composition. Mm-hmm. Look at the Warner stand in the back. It's almost perfectly fanned out. I mean, that's a small detail, but really it's the joy. I've got a granddaughter who plays cricket almost at that level for Cambridgeshire. And I've occasionally go along and have to photograph it too.
And also that this team was the losing team. That's
Right.
the thing. This is not the winning team.
Interesting.
They are actually the losing team, but they'd had such a great day at Lord's that they were celebrating the fact that they had made it to Lord's
Well, that's even better.
to the game. So I think that was what was wonderful about it, was that pure joy. And that wouldn't have been something you would have seen at Lord's 25 years ago.
So those two images of Harmanpreet and the girls' team there speaks of a narrative outside of the image itself. The other winner of the three in the men's professional category is Pat Cummins, who's taking a return catch in the WTC final, the Test Championship final back in June against South Africa. Now, what does that say to you? What does that speak to you?
It's a makes you look photo. It's also cleverly cropped from a much wider image, isn't it?
It's so different from when I was really working. We did not have lenses that would take a sharp enough photograph. I mean, that is, as Claire says, it's a cropped photo. It was probably full length and quite a lot of width.
You had a lot of the pavilion in that picture.
And you can still
get that kind of detail.
It's
that sharpness.
You could argue it's not perfect, but my goodness, what fun it is, and good for him to do the enlargement. I think
I love it, because even a cricketer as champion as Pat Cummins, Australian skipper, there's a moment of fear just before you take that catch, are you going to grass it? Is it going to hit the drumstick? Is it going to blast through and knock you on the nose? And in that eye, there's concentration, but there's a bit of anxiety there.
But it would fit in any coaching book. My
Yeah.
goodness,
Oh, for
how
sure.
to take a catch.
The Australian way.
Australian, yeah, I was going
Yeah.
to say.
Yeah.
Exactly. Fabulous stuff. Patrick, I've spoken to you a few times over the years about your art and your craft. Firstly, you say about the differences between, if you like, your day and now, and obviously the technological advances speak for themselves. How did you have to go about your day at the cricket with your cameras? What did you have to be mindful of when you were taking photographs now that, if you like, modern day photographers don't have to worry about?
I would contradict you slightly on the question.
Okay,
there.
sorry.
I think the modern ones do have to worry just as much, because you have to watch every ball.
Right.
You have to put in the work that first slip does.
Okay.
And if you miss one ball, if first slip wasn't looking one ball, I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's the same for the photographers. If it's the one ball you're not looking at, which is the picture of the day, so that's remained the same. What's different? Probably the sensitivity of the film or the digital camera. When it got at all dark in the old days, you had to stop using the long lens. It just couldn't do it. Or if the sun never came out and you wanted to shoot colour, that was really difficult. Now the cameras are fantastic. I mean, the one that's just gone to the moon and back, they used a 10-year-old Nikon because it was the most sensitive camera on the market. And it was something like 3 million ISO, which is, we were dealing with 64.
Yeah, wow. Here's another beauty, actually. You say about this thread of evocative photographs from that part of the world, from South Asia, and in particular, young people playing as dusk settles, and they're always beautiful, these photographs. Just again, going back to your time working, I remember you said to me once, you have to limit the numbers of photographs you take for obvious reasons, right? Because you've only got a finite number of lenses and films and whatnot, and so you have to be more discerning. I guess now you can take thousands a day and then sift through them, but back then you had to pick your moments.
Well, I mean, of course, this was an issue. It was just cost. I mean, if you say it was 50p every time you press the button. I did once. It was when Tony Greig was bowled here at the Oval by Mike Holding.
Yeah, 76.
I had 3 cameras working, and I think I took about 10 pictures on each camera, which is, by today's standards, it's pathetic. But actually, it was 30 pictures, which was a whole roll of film. What I don't know, the problem, if you do take thousands, is finding the right one.
Yes, of course. The ordeal of choice.
True.
Yes, of course.
And also getting the pictures back to your office or your publication. I know that once you could get the Wi-Fi where the camera will then beam the picture back to the office and someone there will edit and caption. Patrick, I remember you telling me about basically relying on pilots taking them back to London for you on flights and
Well,
things.
that was. I mean, it was very efficient. When our first trip to Australia was fine. You went down to Sydney Airport and you popped it in as air freight, and 24 hours later it arrived in London. If you were in Pakistan, it wasn't quite the same system, and you really relied on tourists, on cricket fans, people you knew who were going back to London. And then if that didn't work, certainly the one Claire was referring to, there was a pilot of a crew who came to watch the cricket. And they were really keen, and I sort of saw them. I said, when you go back to London? Oh, tomorrow, they said. I said, oh, well, look. And I gave them a little packet of film. You showed them what the film looked like.
Of course, yeah.
Unfortunately, the pilot got taken off the flight in Dubai.
Oh, no.
And left the packet on the dashboard. which in those days is something you'd do, a little note, please deliver this in London.
Rather different now.
You wouldn't you wouldn't get to do that, no.
You once described your job to me as, or perhaps someone else described your job as, they understood how you did it, that you were a cricket lover who took your camera to the game, rather than a working snapper who happened to follow cricket. I guess the question, and I'm paraphrasing, and I'm not putting words in your mouth there, but I guess the question is, you have to love the game to do the job, right? Or it's going to help. Because you're here a lot, you have to focus in, and you need to have an appreciation for the sensibilities of the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's you certainly have to concentrate, and I think I've been blessed with the gift of long-term concentration. I never really found a day's 8 hours, whatever it was at the cricket, a problem. And you kind of learn about cricket. I mean, I was never that good, but you can watch, say, an LBW appeal, and you know almost straight away whether it's out or not.
Yeah.
And I watch it on telly now. I've stopped. And I think 99 times out of 100 I get it right.
You've seen enough. Do you miss it?
Yes and no. It has changed rather a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm suitable diet for too much T20.
Have you taken a photograph today here at the Oval?
I have. I've been photographing the bees in our garden.
But nothing of the cricket.
It's a bit like cricket. You need a long lens. You've got to be patient.
Is there, Claire, I have to ask, is there one of Patrick's photos that, when you think of him and his work, always sticks in your mind?
I think there was one, the first year before you were a judge, there was a beautiful one from, was it Sydney Cricket Ground?
Right.
That I really just liked. To me, that was just test match cricket in a lovely setting, and I just really liked that. It was one of the ones, it was before I was a judge as well. And it just summed up kind of Ashes cricket for me. It was what it was all about.
Related scores from around the country. In Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship at Chelmsford, Essex 149 and 231 for 8 leads Somerset by 32 runs. Somerset rolled out to 348 in their first innings. Essex only marginally ahead there at Chelmsford. Hove, Warwickshire in their second innings are 249 for 8 and lead Sussex by 312 runs at the lunch interval there. At Headingley there was a delayed start. Hampshire in their second innings are 119 for 3 and lead Yorkshire by 193 runs. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire declared in their second innings on 311 for 9, with Joe Clark scoring 136. For Morgan, 113 in their first innings and 83 for 1. In their second innings, needing another 395 runs to win that match. Division 2 at Lords, Worcestershire bowled out in their second innings for 253. Middlesex are 24 for no wicket. In their reply and need another 238 runs to win the match. At Bristol, in reply to Durham, 605 for 5 declared. Gloucestershire bowled out for 175 and following on was 77 for no wicket. In their second innings, still trailed by 353 runs. At Canterbury, in reply to Northampton, 684 for 2 declared. Kent are 121 for 6 in their first innings, still trading by 549 runs there. And finally at Old Trafford, in reply to Lancashire 351, Derbyshire have reached 274 for 4 in their first innings, still trail by 77 runs. Here's a reminder of today's tea time teaser. The answer will be given out at tea time. Which unsung Surrey seamer was the county's highest championship wicket taker in 2013? Which unsung Surrey seamer was the county's highest championship wicket taker in 2013? Answers will be given out at tea. from Tom Lumley. Rory Burns of the Surrey team. And resuming the Leicestershire innings, Stephen Eskenazi and Ben Fox. Continuing this spell after lunch from the pavilion end, Tom Laws.
Welcome back after lunch, second session of the third day. Rothesay County Championship, first division match between Surrey and Leicestershire. Leicestershire had a quiet but quietly productive session in the morning, losing just to 2 wickets, adding 84 runs to their total. Both overnight batters are out. Tom Laws picking up a wicket with one that kept low. And then Rishi Patel's fine innings coming to an end for 164 when he was caught behind by Ben Foakes off Clark. First ball of every session, sponsored by Stadium Sports Services. It's Tom Laws down the leg side. Good tumbling take from Foakes. And, well, we had a very, very small interruption for rain. But in that first session, looking for crumbs of comfort for Surrey, they did pick up the 2 wickets, as I mentioned, and they also improved their over rate from -2 to -1. So they've just got to find another over from somewhere. For Leicestershire, with 5 wickets in hand, a partnership developing here of 22 between Cox, the keeper, and Eskenazi. They'll be looking to bat through the session and beyond and get beyond Surrey. Puts a bit of pressure on them for the last day. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me, Cameron Ponsonby in one of the cleanest, whitest T-shirts you could ever see. It's got a bluey whiteness to it. It's got a freshness to it, and it just screams, "Look at me, I'm clean."
I'm delighted about this. I'm very clean. I'm always clean.
You're super clean.
But this isn't actually that newer white T-shirt, so I'm glad you think it's holding its whiteness.
It is holding its whiteness. And so you obviously take great care of your clothes.
Well, a careful man.
Is it Ariel? Is it Bold? Is it Persil? I'm allowed to say all those brand names because they're not the BBC. Is it Ziff?
So I've actually I'm in
Daz?
between. I'm in between flats at the moment.
Oh my God!
So I've
what?
gone-
You're homeless?
Well, no, I'm not homeless. I'm
What is?
staying. I'm back at my mum and dad's. I'm a 30-year-old man. It's the new world, and so
Yeah.
the new.
I've heard about this
Yeah.
about modern children.
I mean, I'm on my way between one and the other. Don't worry.
Okay.
But in terms of what soap it is, my mum's now moved on to these like strips of detergent. It's not
that's
liquid.
very modern. Yeah. Okay.
Saving the planet.
Oh. I mean, let's not typecast.
Mm-hmm.
Your father could do it as well, couldn't he? But it turns so your mum's responsible for the washing, is she, in your house?
Not for the washing, for the purchasing of
Right.
the detergent.
Yes. Actually, my wife's responsible for the purchasing of the detergent, and we've gone old school.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Yeah. Well, it's
Just like a bucket of water.
not quite. No,
Okay.
it's white powder.
Wow.
I know. Yeah. It comes in a great big box, massive industrial-sized box, with a little scoop. Plonk it in. Well, that's been punished nicely. Well struck from Cox. Out into that short leg side boundary. And it conveniently bounces back off the advertising hoardings back into play. First boundary of the session.
A very satisfying boundary for Ben Cox, that.
Well, it has been the case on this surface that I'm trying to think of a ball that's made it to shoulder height. There's been an occasional attempt to bang one in, and Tom Laws is not the first. He probably won't be the last. He's brought up his own century with that. And, it has been the case that It's not really caused any bother at all. I mean, it's obviously worth trying every now and then because you want to mix it up, but it hasn't been awfully productive. 5 off the first over of the second session. Leicestershire fall 39 for 5. We'll have a 37 over session. So we rolled 29 in the first session with that little interruption for rain. It was a very, very brief shower. The conditions are looking okay at the moment. Still a bit chilly. Very high cloud, a lot of blue sky, plenty of sunshine. We've been very lucky with the weather, actually, throughout. As it's going to be Reece Topley who's going to bowl the first over from the Vauxhall end. Our changes of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability together. It's the only way to do it. Can't just do it on your own.
Well, that's why my mum's bought these
strips.
Strips, exactly.
Yeah.
You've given SSE Energy Solutions a bonus plug there, because Reece Topley's continuing.
Oh, was it? Did he bowl the last over?
I tried to tap you on the shoulder, but I thought, you know what? The good people at SSE Energy Solutions deserve it.
They do deserve it. They do deserve it. They're great. They're great sponsors of Surrey County Cricket. Just the one slip in place. It has been devilishly difficult to take wickets throughout this match. Just the 15 have fallen in 7 sessions.
Well, Reece Topley's just fiddled around with his 2 fielders in the deep on the leg side. Will this be a short ball?
Short-ish. Short-ish.
So, Daniel,
Yes.
I wanted to put something to you, which is a continuation of a conversation
That question to him, yes.
I was having with Yaz Rana before the lunch interval. We were talking about the scoring systems within the county championship.
Oh, yeah.
And me and my kind of simple mind was bemoaning the intricacy and the complicated nature of the current scoring system, trying to keep a track of all the permutations towards the end of a season.
How difficult is it? Gone after that. You're right, though. It's a bit of a short ball policy with the long leg and the deep square leg. Okay, so the complication is that the scoring system that's been, broadly speaking, around for decades is too difficult to get in your head, is it? Is it
Yes,
the bonus points is your problem?
We're going to take that as read, and we're going to move on to a potential solution.
Okay.
I proposed.
Right.
I proposed.
Yes.
I had a hypothesis. I thought, what would happen if you changed it to just 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, 0 points for a loss? How would the table change?
Okay.
And admittedly from a sample size of 1, but I did do this with more examples last year. But the 2025 Division 1 table, if it was 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, 0 points for a loss, the table would have been exactly the same. Bar Yorkshire, who finished in 7th, would have been 6th. And that's it.
Somebody else must have changed as well then.
Oh, well, then Essex go from 6th to 7th. That's how it kind of works. And so if we are presented with a potential simplified solution,
yeah,
then I'm intrigued to your thoughts. What would happen? What would be the downside? You then have your bonus points as your goal difference.
Well, I'll tell you what would be the downside.
Yes.
It would be that the next 3.1 overs wouldn't be thoroughly fascinating to see if Leicestershire can score 10 runs and Surrey can get a wicket. You're taking away a bit of fun. It's a long old game, 4-day cricket, especially on a flat deck.
Yeah.
We could do with a bit of excitement here, and we've got some. These next 19 balls could be consequential, although from what you're saying, the likelihood is it'll make absolutely no difference to what the table would have been if we'd done it the way you're proposing.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but look, we can dream.
We can dream.
440 for 5. 3 overs remain for bonus points. Surrey, if they were to pick up a 6th wicket, would get a 2nd bowling bonus point. Leicestershire, if they can eke out another 10 runs, will get their 5th batting point.
And so just to remind listeners and viewers, Surrey finished on 208 points last year.
Yeah.
So if they do manage to get this next bonus point, that'll amount to kind of 0.5% of their points for the season.
Yeah, well, every mickle makes a muckle.
I don't know, I'm being so advocate,
Take care
loudly
of the
against the county championship this morning.
Well, strangely enough, Jonathan Lipscombe has been in touch. And he says one differential between cricket and football in the context of 3 points for a win is that in football, it encourages teams to play for the win rather than settling for a draw. However, in cricket, where draws are so often a product of the weather, the point system cannot serve the same purpose to the same extent. He's right, it can't to the same extent. But here, for example, Oh, say, I thought I heard a little noise there.
Ben Cox has gone to leave. It's just kissed the toe of the bat on the way through.
And it's gone through on the bounce.
Very satisfying passage of play.
Yes. Well, he was lucky that he didn't drag that back on. We've seen that happen a few times. But in the situation where you find yourself up against a big team that might be challenging for either challenging for promotion or relegation, depending on which part of the table you find yourself in, then the imperative to draw, as in so much of sport, is to deny your opponent, isn't it, as much as anything else? Whereas a side down the bottom of the table in football, you know, they may be thinking, oh, we're away against Arsenal, we can eke a point here, that'd be good. But, you know, let's say Surrey are playing against Essex at the back end of the season and they're 9 points clear. Well, I suppose it's the same thing. You're thinking I might as well get a draw here.
I think the problem is, but the opportunity also is.
Reaches for that and squeezes it away. It'll only be the single. As Topley comes, oh no, they come back for a second. That's good running. It's Topley to make a bit of ground to his right from deep third to collect.
Is that regardless, if this was the alternate points scoring system, when it all comes out on the wash, that's called a callback.
Yeah. That's very good. It's very good from you.
It's all ends
You're
up
getting good
the
at this
same.
job, aren't you?
Occasionally.
Hey, look. Take your wins when you can get them. If you have any thoughts on 3 points for a win and getting rid of bonus points,
I'm really interested to know what people
thereby
think.
ruining the excitement of the next 12 balls. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. 2 more runs to the total with that no ball. Leicestershire move to 445. It'll be for them more than a badge of honour to get to 450 against Surrey at the Oval, and doing it comfortably. I mean, only just in time, but only 5 wickets down. This is a tremendous performance from Leicestershire. I don't want to sound patronising to them, but this is their first time in the First Division, so this would have been a game that have earmarked as quite a challenge. And so far, they have risen to the challenge. They're only 75 runs behind. They have 5 wickets in hand. Every opportunity to get up to Surrey's total and beyond, and put pressure on Surrey in their third innings. The pickle theory might come in, especially as
yes,
Surrey
I was
themselves
warned about this.
will be looking. Surrey will themselves be looking at their fixtures and thinking, well, we've got to be pressing for a win against Leicestershire, haven't we? But then they may take the view that the pitch is going to defeat them. Losing the toss, batting first, was always going to be an advantage for Leicestershire. The 25th first-class match running here at the Oval. The second longest streak of putting a side into bat behind Wellington, where it happened 55 times in a row.
Oh, lovely.
Did you not know that one?
I didn't know that one. When did the Wellington run go from and until?
Well, unfortunately, Andrew Sampson isn't with us. So, unless you're young, you have a supple brain and a laptop, go and work it out for yourself.
Okay. Brilliant. Okay.
I mean, I don't want to sound like a terribly entitled late middle-aged man.
Well, I thought normally you just know these things.
No, I don't know. No, I have people for that. I have Andy Zaltzman and Andrew Sampson. 2 of the best in the business. Topley's going to continue. Picked up that 1 wicket with an absolute beauty to get rid of Jake Weatherald yesterday. It's been his only wicket so far. And Surrey search for a 6th wicket. They've got 11 balls to try to get it. Leicestershire now plenty of time to pick up the 4 more remaining runs for their 5th batting bonus point. I can sense the tension and the excitement from the watchers back home, which Cameron Ponsonby and others of his ilk would just have removed from you, just taken away, just like that.
Well, I'm currently doing some more mathematics.
Steady. Oh, it's gone through the fielder out there. A deep mid-wicket and run away for 4 and puts Leicestershire there. They've made it. They've made it to 450. They've got their 5th batting point. And congratulations to Leicestershire, because it is no mean feat, even on a good surface. But they're up against a 5-pronged seam attack and a pretty handy off spinner. I was going to say part-timer, but he isn't for Surrey, isn't Dan Lawrence. He'll bowl you plenty of overs over the season. As we discovered the day before yesterday, became the first spinner for his county to take the first wicket in their season, 3 seasons running, since Titch Freeman. The great Kent leg spinner. That's risen a bit on Eskenazi, but he's ridden the bounce well.
When did Titch Freeman do it?
33 to 35.
So you knew that one?
I did, yeah.
Couldn't do me Wellington.
No, well, some just stick in the mind. And the run of win, toss, will, bowl 55 times is not quite there. Felix White's in the house. And he's surrounded by a gaggle of well-wishers and a tired and emotional-looking child. That's the lot, I think, of the pop star.
And cricket journalist.
And cricket journalist. And
baseball
book,
journalist.
Book writer. Beard wearer. Possessor of some of the most soulful eyes you will ever see. Felix White.
He used to work on this stream for a little bit, didn't he? He did a tiny period of...
Popped in and out, yeah. Of the Maccabees fame. Don't at me.
Pardon?
Well, I'm not, I've got to say, I'm not 100% familiar with their earth. Because, you know.
You know.
I'm a certain age.
I've done the maths on 2024.
Go on then.
So we do have one quite distinctive change in 2024.
Do we?
For the most part, everything's the same. Surrey still win the title. The top.
That's all that matters.
Somerset and Essex swap over in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah. Somebody go down, though?
Yes.
Ah. Well, that's very important.
So.
End of the over. Just one more remains for Surrey to try to eke out that second bowling bonus point.
Warwickshire, who finished 7th, would drop to 9th because they had 1 win and 9 draws, and therefore they'd be overtaken by Lancashire, who were 9th with 3 wins and 5 draws because of the weight of emphasis on the victory. So I think that's where the sticking point or potential in the idea is that victories are incentivised.
Yeah, I mean, they are incentivised to a degree because you get 16 points instead of 8.
Goodness me, Phil Walker will be a happy man.
Oh, Wisdom.
That's Lawrence Booth.
Well, she turns over a page, she'll find me.
I've written in that one as well.
Come on, turn over one page. Just turn over a page. Yes. And it's actually mentioned on the front page of the magazine. I'm a brand new columnist.
Are you?
Yes. Have you not seen the front page?
Goodness me.
I'm described as Chatterbox Daniel Norcross. Chatterbox.
I'd never believe it myself.
No. There's a rather gaudy picture of me in that flammable suit at the Barmy Army Christmas dinner. By the way, I wonder if we can get a zoom in on the scoreboard on the Harleyford Road after this ball, because a significant moment in the game has occurred. Surrey may not have picked up a bonus point yet. They've still got another 4 balls to do it, but something rather significant has occurred to their over rate. It began the day at -2, and you lose a point for each over rate penalty. Have you factored that in?
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, because think about Middlesex when they went down. Crossbow bolt gate.
You're going to need to explain that to listeners and viewers, because it was a remarkable situation.
I will, shortly. Solid in defence. This is good stuff from Leicestershire. I wonder how much they're thinking, right, we'll just pat out the next 3 balls, don't get out, deny Surrey a point. Way back, when was it, 2017?
I couldn't tell you the year. You know what, I'll find out for you.
Well, Middlesex won in 2016, didn't they? And then they went down. And it was either the year after they won or the year after that. They were behind on their over rate, and a crossbow bolt suddenly materialised from out of the sky and landed on the drive at short extra cover as a single is taken into the onside. And it's going to be very dangerous. One shouldn't really laugh about it. But as a result, understandably, there's quite a bit of a kerfuffle, concern that this was going to be an act of terrorism and that there might be more crossbow bolts, and the game was abandoned. There was only about an hour and a half, 2 hours left in the game, and the idea was that Middlesex, who were batting, were going to declare shortly and then bowl for half an hour and get their over rate up. But they didn't get the opportunity to do that. They were assured that this wouldn't count against them. But it did count against them. They lost those points and they went down by a point or so. So, you know, over rate penalties, they can be significant as well.
But should that be deciding the
Should
fate?
it? But where do you draw the line, Cam? You can't just go, oh, well, you won't lose points this time because it means you'll go down. The playing condition is there for a reason.
So we have an archaic
Don't
scoring
give me,
system on the
don't become
basis
like a
of
football
potential
fan.
penalties.
Yeah, don't be like a
I
football,
am a football fan.
When you go, oh, it's a soft penalty. It's not a soft penalty. You've been dragged down in the penalty area, but what you mean is you haven't been hacked to bits. Oh, sumptuous shot. Lovely drive. Leans into that well. And it's going to just be cut off inside the boundary. They'll come back for a third. And that completes the 110th over. So bonus points are done. And Leicestershire are on top. They've got 7. Surrey have got 6. And there will be no more bonus points. 458 for 5 Leicestershire at the end of that over. There you see it in red and black. Or possibly orange, depending on how you look at that.
I'd give it an orange.
Your Leicesters there, up on the scoreboard.
Well, please do. surreybroadcast@gmail.com
I think
if you do have an opinion.
They should put an S on the end of Surrey. So you've got your Surreys, you've got your Leicesters.
Just having a little look at the ball. The umpires have shooed Surrey away. Reece Topley's just shooed a couple of pigeons away that were lurking at the top of his run-up.
Yeah, that's a rather Sisyphean task, though. They will be back.
There they are, behind him now. I'll stop talking about this scoring system thing. I think it's time to move on. But please do let me know your thoughts, because I think there's potential in it.
Just to be clear, the potential is that you're just taking something away from the game. Yeah.
No, but you're adding simplicity. You're adding the ability for your friend who doesn't
Yeah,
obsess over cricket.
Because cricket's supposed to be simple, is it? Yeah, I mean, come on.
No, but what are you talking about? There's if you
There's a
go
place
into
for simplicity.
last
it's
year,
called the 100. All right, you want simplicity? Go and watch the 100.
BBC broadcaster speaking.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
yeah, and I'm all for it.
Okay.
Simplicity has a place in the game. It does not have a place in a 4-day game. 4-day games are supposed to be very unsimple. They're supposed to be complicated. That's the point
But
of
you
it.
don't lose any of the nuances and beauty and emotions of the 4 days of action. What you do get is at the end of the day's play, at the end of a match, you can look at the table and you can get excited for next week's match because you understand what's happening.
Yeah,
well,
I'll
actually,
tell you-
if
I'll
they
tell you what you
draw
lose.
350 points rather than
You lose-
375 or 400.
You lose the incentive for teams to actually bat at a decent lick in order to get the points.
Maybe we put in kind of in a rugby style 4-try bonus point.
Oh, right. So now
Yeah,
you want a bonus point.
We
but you just want it
work our way
differently.
back up to the original system.
Yeah. I don't think it's broken myself. I think it's absolutely fine.
This is a prejudice of my own.
And I'm also
run with
particularly keen on bonus points if Surrey are going to find themselves playing on quite flat decks, because at least if we find that it's going to be difficult to get 16 points, at least one of the sides that's won might not have made a single batting point, so that we can get within 3 points of them in that round.
Well, we have more excitement as the ball is now not going through the calipers. Calipers is the right word, isn't it?
I think we'll call it that. So,
And we are changing
do
it.
you know, this happened yesterday, didn't it? When Surrey said, I think this ball's out of shape. And they went, no, it isn't. And then the next ball, they went, I think this ball's out of shape. And they went, yeah, all right. So, something happened in that shot. That single out to deep extra cover that has meant a new, not a new ball, but a replacement ball is going to come out.
Well, the Surrey cricketers are spread across this field in various different positions. I can't make out who that was that we just saw lying on their fronts.
My mother learnt to swim like that in the playground in Yorkshire. In 1943. I've seen a picture. They don't look as thrilled to be there as they might, do they? Yeah. Well, he's the raise of the leg, keeping limber. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a protest. It actually looks like quite a nice stretch going on. What have you noticed?
I wonder what the umpire's just been writing on the ball. Noticed he was left-handed as well.
Oh yeah.
I'm intrigued to say what he's writing down. Would it be kind of 110.3 to signify when the ball stopped being used? But then,
yeah, surely the outer shape balls just get pulverised or something.
Because also, if that ball won't be 110 overs old, that ball will be
30.3.
30.3.
Yeah.
So he'll be writing 30.3. But
yeah,
I'm confusing myself again. I mean, I've got there in the end, but
where have you got? Do you
well,
think?
no, because I think if you're then going back into the box of balls, to your point, why would they then bring out the misshapen ball? There are so many mysteries around cricket, and hey, the 4-day game isn't meant to be simple to follow.
It's not. What happens to the misshapen balls? Is there a special misshapen ball league that they can go and play in? You just don't know. Would they be used as net balls?
Yeah, that'd be my guess. Catching practice.
They're not cheap, these balls. And also, some of them are stuck on the other side of the world. Topley's continuing. Oh, see how that's just gone through on the second bounce to folks. Surrey are trying things. They're trying something different here. Short ball ploy. But it's not a pitch that's been particularly responsive to that.
So let's do some
scenario building.
Yes, scenario building with a Leicestershire.
Well, there are 61 overs to be bowled today. If they could go at 4.5 and over, that'd be another 270 runs. That'd be a lead of 210. I mean, they'd be scoring 730, but you know, you wanted a scenario build. Lead of 210.
But this is
and
where
then Surrey would have to bat all day tomorrow.
This is where I've been getting myself in a bit of a muddle with this game because the scores are so high.
Yes.
The wickets column, 15 wickets over the first 2 1/3 days of the game, isn't unheard of. That's not an impossible position to get a result from.
No, far from it. Although a 5th day would be helpful, as that nearly plops back onto the stumps from Eskenazi. Looking to get away with that. End of the over, 460 for 5.
But in effect, if this has been a lower scoring game and Leicestershire trailed by 60, you'd be thinking, wow, if they can get themselves a lead of 200 by the end of the day's play, they have an opportunity to bowl Surrey out tomorrow.
Yes.
Of course, the difficulty is there's a reason why best part of 1,000 runs have been scored on this wicket so far.
Yes.
But I'm in favour of something weird and exciting happening. So I'm in favour of Leicestershire getting up towards 700 and us seeing a bit of a contest. Rana Ahmed and Ajaz Patel from either end.
Wash your mouth out with soap and water. We don't come onto the Surrey live stream to imagine our opponent scoring 700.
It's easier to do when they're 460
This is my happy
for 5.
place. This is my happy place where I'm allowed to be biased. You're ruining my fun. Now, if Phil Walker does that, that's fine.
Okay.
He comes on bringing his Essex ways. Speaking of which, how are they getting on?
I'll find out for you.
Had a good first match of the season, but I think they're up against it in this round. I didn't actually check the lunchtime scores. We could go round the grounds if you like.
Should we go around the grounds?
I love it when you go round the grounds.
Should we start in Division 1 or Division 2? I
think we should start where we are in Division 1.
Okay.
A Division 2 should just be sort of like a happy pop-in to a place of no consequence for us.
Well, Sussex men, they're on the chase. They need 328 to beat Warwickshire.
Ooh.
So it's a bit of a steep, tall order.
But not out of the question. Plenty of time.
So a good game in the offing down at Hove.
How are they getting on?
They're 5 for no loss after
Lovely.
3 deliveries.
Okay, bright start.
Hampshire, they are leading Yorkshire by 221 runs. They're currently 147 for 4 in their second innings.
Yes, plenty of time for them just to keep going. They'll just be wanting to bat till an hour after tea, you'd think, there.
Now, Somerset are going to register a win, potentially their second. Obviously, no, they drew with Nottinghamshire, didn't they? I'm going to have to go and check that.
Yes, they didn't win last week, I don't think.
Okay, I'll rephrase my sentence then. Somerset on the brink of their first victory of the season.
Yes.
They just need to knock off 47 against Essex. They bowled out Essex for 149 and 245.
Right. 50 partnership up between Cox and Eskenazi. 111 balls, the slowest 50 partnership of the match, but it's not so much rebuilding that was required, but it was just making sure they didn't throw away a safe and healthy and potentially strong position. Another inside edge from Cox, nearly goes back onto the stumps. We haven't really seen the ball misbehaviour, not really seen it go up and down. All the talk about little dents, maybe, you know, get a bit of moisture on the pitch on the first day, and the theory is that the pitch is a little bit more tacky, or it'll create these dents that then dry out and might create uneven bounce. Well, we've seen precious little evidence of it. We hardly see a mark on this pitch. Looks in pristine condition. Guided away, there is a fielder down at deep third.
Those dents are famously a trait of the Basin Reserve, the Wellington ground in Wellington, which held the record of those games in a row, where you're winning toss and bowling first.
Famous dents, 464 for 5. Up there with Susie and Grace.
They used to refer to them as
and
scallops.
Chris, of course.
Scallops, actually. Chris Dent had. Please don't forget Chris.
Yeah.
So you almost want to, it gets harder to bat as the day goes on, or the match goes on, because the ball can deflect dramatically off these divots in the pitch.
Yeah.
I'll keep on going around the ground.
There's been no evidence of that here at all, but
okay. Well, I was providing a wider
I know you were. I know.
bit of information about the world game.
Yeah.
Do you want to know about Glamorgan?
I do. So much.
Well, they've got a tall order ahead of them, because they're chasing north of 450 against Nottinghamshire, and they're 83 for 1. Currently off for rain, so obviously they'll be looking just to bat out the rest of the day.
Yes.
And tomorrow, of course. Acer Tribe, he's on 59 not out, so that's a bit of an England watch storyline brewing.
Yes. We have a change of bowler, and our changes of bowler are sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. Dan Lawrence into the attack. Rory Burns just hoping he might be able to encourage a bit of indiscretion here. He's bowling with a big leg side boundary, a shorter offside boundary. Wonder if we might see Cox and Eskenazi just look to up the pace a touch, or whether they're just happy to keep on going at this fairly relaxed tempo. Ooh,
oh my goodness
now
me.
that is a bit of a pie. It's been put away. High full toss, not judged a no ball, but high enough to be simply thwacked through the offside. Just slipped out of Dan Lawrence's hands on this occasion.
That's our second of the match.
Well,
Jas Patel
that
as
was,
well.
but that was a stonker. I mean, that was not only was it shoulder high, it was also misfielded in the boundary. So that was one of the worst bits of cricket.
It's worth noting, Dan Lawrence is just struggling with his hand a little bit. He had to take a very fierce throw from Tom Laws off the first ball of the over. And he really wasn't very happy with Tom Laws as a result of it. He's still ringing it out now as it happens. The ball goes to Tom Laws at square leg.
.470 for 5, Leicestershire going along their merry way.
I can go to Division 2 if you want.
Yeah, you got 2 balls for the end of the over.
Gloucestershire, they're 101 for 1, following on, still over 300 runs behind against Durham, so they're staring down the barrel.
On a good deck though. Kent,
they're still hanging on, 165 for 9.
well done.
But they are,
to 684
unfortunately, still 519 runs behind, so they're going to follow on and some. Middlesex and Worcestershire, they're in a really thrilling match. Middlesex are chasing 262 to win.
Yep.
And they're currently 47 for 1. And finally...
Don't think you can get the finally. Last ball of the over is nicely nudged for a single through extra cover.
I could have managed it.
71 for 5. Eskenazi 48. Cox 36. I'm making my way out. After the break, it's going to be Adam Collins.
flowing. What a performance it's been! Very eventful innings here in South London. That's out and he's off in celebration.
Picking it up with Leicestershire in pretty good nick, trailing by 49. This is exactly what they needed to do when they got here this morning. They needed to consolidate their already strong position. That runs away as well. Work to do on the rope. It'll reach it. So Eskenazi in the process reaches 50. He has played beautifully. From the moment he walked out to the middle, he's wanted to score. Combined for 59 with Rishi Patel earlier in the day. Put on 63 here with Cox. And given Leicestershire an opportunity to advance to the lead before tea and open up a range of possibilities, can Ponsonby.
Me and Daniel were just doing some hypothetical building.
Yep.
And unfortunately, the route to victory for Leicestershire does involve some quite ludicrous numbers to be bandied about. You kind of need them to get up and above 700. To force a victory, I think so.
There's an alternative route to it.
I love an alternative route.
The alternative route is to well, now they've gone beyond 450 and tidied up that last batting point, which was, I felt, important. You know, you've got to get every point that's out there, and they've done that comfortably. Eskenazi can score quickly. Well, he's got that club in the bag. He scored T20 at Lords when playing for Middlesex. He can do that. We've seen what a force he can be in short form cricket. If he decides to really go, and if it means in the process they got bowled out, I don't think that would be the worst case for them. They've got to take 10 more wickets to win the game, and the probability of them not drawing from here is limited because they're batting fourth. So, yeah, I sort of feel like we've nearly hit that point where they can live a little. They've totally earned that right. I'm not saying going out trying to score 100 runs in 10 overs, but, you know, going out better than a run a ball. And if they were to lose wickets progressively and end up at about level with Surrey, I feel like the time to take 10 wickets is going to be super important, because they'll hit a point where it's so difficult for Surrey to construct their own route to victory, because they're going to have to, as Daniel Norcross surely talked about, have to navigate the third innings pickle theory.
He never actually got into it. He referenced it a couple of times without really delving into the depths.
Well, he will, don't worry. He will. Short arm pull. Love it. Absolutely love it. Goes all the way for 6. That's power, that's timing, that's experience as well. Eskenazi gallops to 58.
Well, 10 runs off this Tom Laws over. His figures are looking decreasingly pretty. One for 127 now. And we have seen, you often see the short boundary not really massively taken advantage of across the game, because you always want to imagine it's not there. But that short arm 6, that wouldn't have gone the distance on the other side. And similarly, the inside edge for 4 earlier on in the over.
Knows what he's doing. And you're right, Laws has been expensive. It's where experience plays a big role in games like this. The umpires just off to consult, even though there's still a ball to come in the over. Have we had a 5-ball over? I doubt it. I doubt they'd let that happen.
We've ticked over now. It's all over. It's all finished.
But the 6 was from the previous ball. Interesting.
Oh, very intriguing.
They're only human. And so's the computer at some level, because the computer's operated presumably by a human too. 39 behind. Dan Lawrence to continue. And I can see beneath us here some limbering up exercises from Reece Topley, who's bowled in the session already. We talked about Leicester yesterday wanting to get Surrey deep into their rotations. Just as Warwickshire did last week. They made the Surrey bowlers go session after session, and they benefited from that. So second week in a row where they've been out there for an awfully long time in the first innings.
Well, we haven't seen Fisher, Abbott or Clark this session.
beautiful seeing everyone out there at lunch. I know we talk about it a lot, but such a great antidote to, I suppose, the volatility in the wider world. At least 2 there towards the bed, so maybe a third. Diving stop required. No. Playing it safe there. When you see your news alerts, I just got one here, which is, pretty messy news alert coming through here, and you think about the state of the world and getting the chance to just be out there with your friends or your family, put out a picnic blanket or grab a bat and a ball. Like, there's something inherently wholesome and special about that. That's the assertive running that Eskenazi wanted from the previous ball.
Well, that's the reason why it's still so popular. Well, every week, every time we're at the Oval, people pour onto the outfield at lunch and at tea.
Legs slip in.
So Dan Norris is looking to bowl very straight with this field. He's got 6 fielders on the leg side, just 3 on the off.
Ends the over 3 from it. 484 for 5. Yeah, the way I'd put it is, in a game like this, where we are in the game, you hit a tipping point where it's less about how many runs are left in the game, and it's more about batting fourth.
Yep.
It's skewed dramatically in favour of batting fourth. And that's what Leicestershire have had the ability to do here and set up, because at the end of the day, they won the toss 3 days ago. And they've had to get to this point. There's going to be a change of bowler for SSE Energy Solutions, powered by them. They're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together. Reece Topley, his second spell since lunch, spun around to the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end.
Well, he's bowled a lot in the last couple of hours, Topley. He's finished off from the Vauxhall end before lunch. He then started the afternoon session from the Vauxhall end. He's now been flipped to the Pavilion end, so kind of third stint in a row, as it were. His body's not going to be used to that. He's bowled 14 overs this innings. For the last 4 years, he's been going at 4 overs a go.
Yeah, there wouldn't have been a lot of 50-over cricket in the last, 2 years? Last 50-over World Cup, perhaps?
I remember him being on a white ball tour of the West Indies in 2024. You know what? I can just find out and tell you.
Yeah, go on.
So remember, he injured himself in very unfortunate circumstances where the rain started coming down in Barbados, and the umpires had a chat, and they went, no, we'll be fine, we'll keep going. And the very next ball, Reece Topley, who was bowling, slips, does himself a mischief, and the umpires pull everyone off immediately.
One's the call.
And he copped himself a little fine, I think, because as he was walking off up the steps of the pavilion, he grabbed a plastic chair and he wrapped it around the banister. And I must admit, it was a piece of fantastic entertainment. I don't expect you to necessarily appreciate me bringing it back up, but having seen it, I've remembered it.
You do remember those things. I was at Karachi a few years ago when Nathan Lyon was awarded the Bowler of the Match novelty check in a game where, in a test match where Australia had to bowl for, that carried through nicely, had to bowl for approximately 400 overs in the final innings. It was one of those ridiculous fourth innings vigils from Babar Azam and Muhammad Rizwan and a range of other very accomplished players in those dead conditions. And when Lyon got given this check for the equivalent of, I don't know, $100 or whatever it was, he got it and he punted it off the field. Didn't even make it off the field. He kicked it away. And I understood it. Told a bit too much. Play and miss. So the ball before carried through nicely, and then Eskenazi saw one that he thought he might fancy, albeit to the long side of the ground. Driving on the up, seeing it pretty well, but extra bounce from Topley. Just want to reset here, Eskenazi. In saying that, maybe that's a sign of what we were talking about before, that he's hit the point now where he's like, well, I want to score to run a ball. I want to get us out there bowling again at some stage, and scoring quickly is the best method of giving them a window where they can get a chunk of those 10 wickets today.
I think even a smaller instance of those 2 boundaries against Tom Laws in the previous over from Pavilion End, it just hops down the amount Leicestershire are trailing from 50 to 40. You think, okay, we can't really stuff up to an extent now that Surrey could have a lead to work with, really. So I think you're probably right, Adam. We'll see some gears being shifted through, I say as he leaves the ball.
Right on cue. Just 1 run from the over.
I'm done as well.
5. You done, Cam? It's been a pleasure as always. Stevie Eskenazi, half century. Came in and looked the part right away. A nice neat tuck there off Laws. He's timed the ball. It's been a feature of his innings. Second 50 of the season. Got a century to finish the campaign with Leicestershire before signing on full-time with them in the winter, moving from Middlesex. And that short arm pull that went for 6 after posting his 50. Currently 58 from 112, and this partnership's reached 73. The previous partnership that he was involved in was worth 59 with Patel. It's been a consistent theme of Leicestershire's innings. They've not had 2 wickets fall in a hurry at any stage. 156, 59, 37, 101, 59 and 73. The partnerships across this long innings. Lawrence to continue with his off breaks. Cox on 40. As Rana jumps in with me. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Colo. It's been interesting to watch the momentum of the game just shift slowly throughout the day. I thought Surrey started the day very well with the ball, but Leicestershire, Eskenazi and Patel got through that initial second new ball period, and the runs have started to flow a little bit more briskly as the day's played out. Very decent batting conditions at the moment. The sun's out. We started the day wondering how can Surrey engineer the day to get themselves into position to force through a victory. Well, now that conversation's all about Leicestershire, trailing by just 33 with 5 first innings wickets in hand.
No. Corrected call there. Yet we were saying before that Leicestershire are in that really nice position where even if they got bowled out quickly here, it's still a good result. There's no bad result for them right now at this particular juncture. If they batted for another hour and went quickly, that's great. If they got rolled in 20 minutes, it's still probably fine as well. If thinking about a route to victory, that is. The alternative way of seeing things is bat once and bat forever and see whether they can manufacture something late tomorrow. But, you know, it's great if they can pull it off, but the more likely scenario, one where they're bowling again at some stage today.
I think where it could get interesting is if they're able to build a lead well in excess of 100. We're 2.5 days into this game. We've only seen 15 wickets fall so far. It's going to be a challenge for either side to get 20 wickets in this game. One way in which it might happen is if they create a bit of scoreboard pressure. Still a lot of time left today, 55.5 overs.
Yeah. You can't lose sight of that. It's 2:30, but lots of cricket to go. And the other point that we made in the previous over is that Eskenazi can score a lot quicker than this. He was one of the standout T20 players on the circuit full stop for a couple of years there. Was dominating in the Vitality Blast. Oh, inside edge. What bowl?
It's a curious career and one that you'd have followed quite closely.
Yeah.
If you go back to 2016, 10 years ago now,
Yep.
Eskenazi was one of the most important batters for a Middlesex side who go on to win the championship, age of 22. First full year in the championship. And the people were wondering, is this guy England qualified? When does he qualify for England? He was certainly in the conversation then. But it's not quite happened for him in red ball cricket in the years since. He's had the odd good season, but he's not kicked on in the way that one might have expected, having seen that campaign in 2016.
Remember Chris Rogers saying around that time that he expected that he'd play Test cricket. It's a long time ago when they were playing together at Middlesex until 15, and then Rogers went to Somerset to finish his career in 16. But yeah, he identified as a younger player that he had the component parts, the minerals to go on with it. Yeah, it probably reflects the fact that his time at Middlesex, for the most part, was when the club was experiencing a downturn after 2016. They got promoted in 2022, but taken as a whole, it's been a pretty lean decade. He's been on loan a couple of times, and yeah, full-time from here on out for what he would like to be the second half of his career. I think he's 31 or 32 now, so he's got a decent amount of time left.
I was watching the opening passages of the second session downstairs with Phil, and Phil made the comment that aesthetically, a lot of similarities between Eskenazi and Lavishane, but Lavishane minus the quirks. The way he defends late off the back foot and sort of manipulates his wrist to try and engineer the ball into a gap for a single. It's very Lavishane.
Wants to here. Cox back comfortably for a couple. Got an email in relating to a conversation that Phil and I were having before lunch, actually. So we were discussing just how brilliant All-Stars and Dynamos are. From Shervo. All-Stars, especially adults getting into the game. This was in reference to me saying that a lot of adults had been getting a chance to consider playing again because their kids have come into the game as 5 and 6 year olds. That's the context here. Whipping, fine, 4. Multiple times today. That part of the boundary has been found by Leicestershire batters. Cox to 47. He's played very nicely in this partnership of 82, outscoring Eskenazi. 494 for 5, only 26 away from levelling things up here at the Kia Oval. So Shervo says, initially I found it welcoming coming to cricket as an adult, but in the thick of a match, albeit a friendly one, I found the regulars struggled to be positive and encouraging towards a complete newbie. They struggled to find a place for someone who couldn't bat, bowl or field and just wanted to learn to have fun. So how do we give adults, as in aged 40 plus, a chance to play low stakes cricket for fun without being a burden for those who've done it for years? Thanks, Shervo, for the note. Yeah, I think that my experience in the UK, Yaz, is that it does a really good job of providing cricket at all levels, friendly cricket especially, not much of it where I grew up, but there's lots of sort of Sunday cricket that isn't played at a particularly intense level. We're trying to just make sure that everyone has a nice time is the priority. So there would be opportunities for that for you, Shervo. I feel fairly confident, but in saying that, I don't want to diminish your experience either. It's clearly something you've tried to do, and I'm sure you've tried to find teams like that too. But yeah, it's a game that finding it late is harder, no question, because it's so tactile and there's so many different moving parts.
There'll be clubs who explicitly target their Sunday 11s.
Oh, doesn't get up at all. Nearly takes out a stump. That's a one to watch for later. 6 runs from the over. 494 for 5.
Well taken by Ben Folks, taking the ball on the bounce. There'll be clubs out there who will use their Sunday 11 and almost explicitly target people who are newer to the game. A much more casual vibe. Not every club, but there'll definitely be ones out there.
I mean, my team who started in 2020 here actually at the Oval, we've had complete newbies who have become obsessed with cricket. But I take your point as well that, you know, if you're playing in the wrong fixture, if you're playing a game with 21 others that have played for 20 years or whatever, that could be an intimidating environment, no doubt. I suppose that reinforces the importance of making sure that the pipeline for young kids is there. Or pipeline's the wrong word, but the opportunities are there, and they are now, thanks to All-Stars and Dynamos. Given it's subsidised and it's all over, clubs are using it so well. Lots of opportunities to get the kind of fundamentals down pat nice and early, which makes that scenario that Shervo refers to maybe less of a challenge in 10 or 15 years from now. There's also coaching they do. Would I be right in saying, Yaz, you worked here for a long time, there's definitely coaching at Lords. I'm pretty sure there's coaching here at the Oval too for adults. Adult coaching in the winter. And I think that's kind of geared at or marketed at people who didn't have cricket growing up, and it's meant to be a way of upskilling without needing to, be in the nets on a Tuesday and a Thursday night and doing it in the winter when you can make those gains.
I was having a conversation with the Wisden video editor, Dan Senior, who plays a high level of club cricket up north for Glossop CC. And he was at a net session recently where it so happened to be he was the only batter there. So he got to bat for about an hour. And he was saying that one of cricket's challenges is that you sort of need someone else to do you a favour if you want to get better at batting. You need someone to do some bowling or put the ball into a bowling machine. If you compared it to a sport like golf, say, sure, golf is another sport, there's a high cost barrier to entry. You need to buy the clubs, you need to pay to go to a driving range, etc. But if you can afford to do that, you can just do it yourself and do it a lot yourself and get better yourself. With cricket, it is harder.
Bold. Good finish there from Lawrence. He's doing the best he can in the circumstances. 495 for 5, trailing by 25.
But it's a good question, and maybe one that we can throw out back to our viewers on surreybroadcast@gmail.com. What advice would you have for an adult trying to get into playing cricket for the first time?
Yep. I'd say if you were coming from if cricket wasn't your mother tongue, bowling would be the trickiest bit, wouldn't it? Because that is such a complex, almost innate thing. You either have been doing it forever or you've not. Whereas batting, the sort of just ball on bat thing, that's so many different sports have that general thinking to it.
And some people who do just have good hand-eye coordination, I think, can actually get to a reasonable point quite quickly.
Yeah. I occasionally play against an American, one team we play against probably a couple of times a year, a couple of times every 2 years, whatever. And he hits it into that classic cliche, unusual places. So when setting a field for him, you kind of know that you can dispense with your deep point. You don't have to worry about your cover, but you do need to have square leg to straight hit, manned, forcefully. So that's where he's going every ball.
I played a league fixture about 10 years ago now. We were short, so an Aussie on our team roped in his American mate who was visiting from Colorado but was a keen baseball player. He was out first ball, hit wicket.
I love it.
We didn't quite talk him through where he should stand. But in a close game, he was actually pivotal. He took 2 unbelievable catches at short cover.
Have you ever played baseball?
No, never.
Great experience. It's a long time ago, but my last year of high school I did in the USA. So I had the privilege of playing American sports for a year. Played gridiron, American football in the fall, and played baseball in the spring. It was awesome. Wish I had understood what a remarkable experience that was as a 17-year-old. Wasted on the young youth and all that.
I am intrigued by baseball because of some of the people who I know who are interested in it. Samo, who's obviously not with us at the moment, I remember speaking to him at the end of last season. I can't remember the exact number he put on it, but I asked him on a scale of 1 to 100, how much do you enjoy baseball compared to Test cricket? And I can't remember what the number he gave, but I was surprised at how high he pitched baseball.
Yeah.
If someone like Samo's putting forward the case of baseball being somewhat comparable to the beauty of Test cricket, you've got to listen.
Our colleague on the Surrey stream for a few years there, Felix White, has just gone all in on baseball. Loves it. In fact, Fee seems to talk more about baseball than does about cricket these days, which is great. I mean, I love the evangelical love of it that he's got. He's in the ground somewhere, I'm told by our producer. Hello, Fee, who's probably not listening because he's clearly watching the game.
I think I'm just quite content with the number of sports I follow at the moment.
Yeah.
I think it's a big investment to get into another one.
I did want to. A couple of years ago, I did hence the over forward in defence, 495 for 5, trailing by 25. A couple of years ago, I covered the World Cup Would that make sense? Yeah, that's right. In America.
Yeah.
The 20 over World Cup. And there was a lad who works for the New York Post, terrific fella, who Mike LaBeouf's his name, great American name, Mike LaBeouf, probably 30 odd, about that age, about your age, you know. And he knew quite a bit about me and followed my work, which is lovely. 'Cause he was an American that found cricket, and he sort of found it through podcasts and whatever. And he decided that he wanted us all to really invest in ice hockey for the New York Islanders, because the New York Islanders played right near where we were watching the World Cup be played on Long Island. So I went and watched the Stanley Cup game with him and all that type of thing. Nathan Johns, who's occasionally a part of our team as well. Nathan's obsessed with ice hockey as well, as he is all American sports. So to learn a few things. I intended on becoming an ice hockey fan, but just didn't quite have the space for it. But finding a new sport later in life, we're kind of going to Shervo, our correspondent. Shervo, his point before.
Yeah.
Yes, Shervo. No. Finding room for one more thing. I wonder what it would be. To learn from scratch almost. Like a sport that requires you to really invest to have any chance of playing it.
I did try with golf a few years ago.
Yep.
Because obviously doing what we do, you end up having days off and time off and quite weird antisocial times. Random Tuesdays where you're not working, etc. Ended up going to the driving range quite a lot. Really got into it for a bit. But fundamental issue was that I played cricket in the summer.
Yeah.
And golf is predominantly a summer sport, and then I just didn't play for the entire summer. Got back on the driving range for the first time in October. I was basically back to where I was at the start. So I found that quite frustrating. So haven't followed through with that one so much in the last couple of years.
Also, that's intentionally slid down the leg side. He wanted him to have a crack at that. You could see the, not quite set play, but the interest that Pope had at leg slip. There's a degree of transferability with the skills, though, isn't it, with golf, hitting a ball. I'm more thinking a sport that really tests you in ways you've never been tested, right? I can kind of see the interest going back to my sport. If someone who didn't grow up with it wanting to play Aussie rules or something, you know, like has a whole bunch of skills that are unique to the sport. 496 for 5, 24 behind Leicestershire. Still 51 overs left. So much cricket left today. Indeed, so much time left before tea. Some 19 overs before they'll break.
So this is where I'm intrigued in the game, because with the exception of maybe the first half of the morning session today, the scoring rate has generally been pretty high all game, well above 4 runs and over for large sections of the day. Throwing it forward to the end of this session, 19 overs remaining to the tea break, as you say. Let's just score at best part of 5 runs and over in that time. That lead is suddenly 70, 80 runs with 32 overs remaining in the day. So it could end up giving themselves a lead of around about 150. And they've got to play a lot of good cricket between now and then to get to that point. But they can get a lead of 150, giving Surrey quite a difficult final hour or so out in the middle.
Well, that would be a dream come true for Leicestershire if they can get that far ahead. Change of bowler, SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together. Matt Fisher from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion. Andy's picked up 1 wicket that of Rana Ahmed late yesterday, caught behind. Leader of the attack this week. It's way down the leg side to start, uncharacteristic for Fisher. He's bowled some delightful deliveries and some really good spells. Cliched as it is, Matt Fisher bowled without luck. What do you reckon? Surrey broadcast at gmail.com. Put us out of our comfort zone. What's a sport that Yaz and I could take up, just recreationally, where it's improbable we would have any skills that would be directly related? So we're not talking about another version of football or, you know, something where you're whacking a ball. Something a bit out left of centre. Not trying to, you know, turn pro. Just looking to, you know, it's like sort of like curling. Something like curling, but not curling, but something like curling.
It's physically very difficult, but have you ever tried rock climbing?
No.
That is interesting. I've tried it a couple of times.
Yeah.
It's so difficult.
Yeah, I'd imagine
it's so difficult.
Your core strength would be everything, wouldn't it? And if my 10 years doing yoga's taught me anything, my core strength ain't too crash hot.
But you build strength very quickly. One of my friends got into it a couple of years ago.
Cox 48. Oh, past the inside edge. He was trying to reach 50 with a lavish cover drive. I get why, by the way. There is a man at catching cover, but there's a reasonably big gap between him and backward point. Sweeper at deep cover, but had he made contact, he wouldn't have had a chance.
But also, another delivery from the pavilion end that dies on Ben Foakes.
Yep.
So just keep an eye out.
I think we've had both ends there, haven't we? I feel like the last one that kept a bit low was from our Vauxhall end. So, yes, this is a factor in the game, which will make it a little bit harder to accelerate. Partnership's 84. Well in behind it here. Well played.
Should we run through some interesting games elsewhere in the country?
Yes, I think we should. I think I've got my dear friend Daniel Norcross coming in a moment, but please get me going. So,
other side of the river, Middlesex are chasing 262 against Worcestershire in the fourth innings. They are currently 72 for 2, so that's a well-placed game. Gloucestershire 2 down, following on against Durham.
Well worked. Yep, that's a great way to get to 50. Leg stump line, clipping away. Had to beat the man at deep backward square and did so convincingly. Ben Cox, with his 5th boundary, gets to his half century. The vast majority of the scoring indeed in this partnership with Eskenazi. It's been a fine contribution. Made sure that Leicestershire in the process get to 500 for 5 as well. Terrific stuff.
Yeah, he's not the only Leicestershire player for who this applies to, as he defends it up to mid-on to complete the over. That means that Leicestershire now 500 for 5. But Ben Cox is a player who's played the majority of his career in Division 2. Had a good summer last year, 450s, 550 runs at 36 as Leicestershire won promotion. But like Patel, not someone who's played loads of cricket in Division 1. So by posting a significant early season score, that will do him the world of good.
Yep.
As Leicestershire grow into the season.
Kept well too. All right, I'm jumping out. Yes, you have Daniel Norcross for the next half an hour.
So yeah, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Let us know what sports Colin and I should try out over the next few months. Dan Lawrence will continue from the Vauxhall end. He's bowling to Stevie Eskenazi.
So I've nipped away for 9 overs. And it's same old, same old.
Yes, in the sorry, haven't taken a wicket, but I am intrigued by where Leicestershire could be at tea. There's still 18 overs to go.
Tea? Are you thinking tea? You see, I think that they're thinking close of play.
Sure, but I'm more thinking about their current run scoring rate.
Yes, which is around about, since they got to 450 in the 110th over, they've been going at 4 and over. Without too much in the way of alarm.
So that lead could be 60, 70 odd come the interval.
Well, they need to get slightly quicker than 4 and over for that, because 418 to 72, so that'd be sort of 50 odd. Yep. Lead of 50, and then try and get 150 in the last session.
I think so.
But do you bother declaring overnight, or do you just try and whack as many as you can and start the day? Just go, right, start the day, or do you want 2 bites of the cherry?
I think you want 2 bites of the cherry.
How big a bite?
I think you want a small bite. I think sometimes we get...
How small is a small bite?
We get too excited about this. You know, leave him in there for 12 overs or whatever. I actually think you want 2 quite short, sharp bursts, because as we've seen...
Is 8 a small bite, or is that actually a
medium-sized bite?
Medium bite.
Six
bite?
I was thinking 4 or 5.
4?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't give the bowlers much chance to get warmed up and into their spell, though, does it? I think there's a balance of bites here.
But I'm also thinking in terms of how many runs Leicestershire will want to have on the board.
True. But they will be able to fling the bat, won't they? Because, I mean, they've essentially got to a point now. Am I safe in saying this? where they can't lose?
I was just thinking
Sorry about that. I was
myself.
sneezing, which is why it took me so long to.
I was just thinking that myself, and I was just stopping myself from potentially saying that out loud. But yeah, I think that Leicestershire are not quite there yet. But if they get to the tea interval, 5 down, maybe 6 down, they are in a position where it becomes extremely difficult for them to lose this game.
Well, part of the reason I think it's even more difficult is that unless they bowl Surrey out, I can't see Surrey setting a target for less than 40 overs, because Surrey would have to bat. Even if, and let's go completely wild here. Even if Leicestershire were to lose 5 wickets in 2 overs without the addition of a run, trail by 18, you'd lose overs. Surrey would have 46 overs today. I mean, even if they go at 4 and over, they're probably not going to declare at lunch tomorrow. So Leicestershire, even in the very worst case scenario for them, appeal there, but it's going down, would have to bat out probably 50 overs, and that's assuming that they're bowled out in 2 overs.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
I would say that, to all intents and purposes, they can't lose the game from here. You can see there from the replay, that's just drifting down. Yeah,
no, I'm with you. It's pretty much impossible from this position for Leicestershire to lose this game, which is an amazing position for them to be in, coming to the Kia Oval the first time in Division 1 since 2003.
But then, you see, when you find yourself in that position, then it's not as simple a question or simple an answer as, right, well, in that case, if we can't lose, let's go hell for leather. Because what you're trying to do is then give yourself the best chance to win. And the best chance to win, I think, and I said it at the start of the day, is almost basically bat the day. And then say to Surrey, you've got to bat all day tomorrow, realistically, to get through it. There is a man there at short mid-wicket looking for that little chip from Cox, but he kept it down well enough.
We've only seen 15 wickets and we're 2.5 days into this game, so obviously wicket taking has not been straightforward throughout the contest. So Leicestershire, to win this game, need to take 10 wickets at a wicket taking rate that is quicker than we have so far seen in this game. And I think something that could potentially enable them to do that is the weird effects of scoreboard pressure.
Yes.
But also the weird effect of a batting side knowing that they can't really win the game.
Yes.
And what that does to potentially scramble the mind.
And it's how you maintain positivity in your batting in that situation, isn't it?
Exactly. And then
because you feel more concerned about preserving your wicket than you do in scoring your runs, and that is just an inevitability. But these are very fine players. That's a challenge that they would have come across many times.
And also, we're talking about the sizes of the cherry bites.
Yeah, cherries now.
What, were they not cherries? Were we not talking about cherry
bites?
We were talking about the size of the bites.
The size of the bite of the bite in this instance being the number of overs.
Yes.
And I have a strong aversion to the words seed, pill, and cherry.
But either way, a factor will be they will also get 2 new balls, if that is the timeline that we're looking at, and it's been a new ball.
But to do that, they've got to have a lead enough to make that absolutely certain. But yes, you would think they would. Just a bit too high, that one just jagging back. Let's take a look at the end of the over, 502 for 5 at a bit of Stevie Eskenazi today, who's been very impressive, playing very specifically.
He will, don't worry, he will.
Shots off the back foot, lovely
short
little pull shot.
Love it.
Wasn't that short? Wasn't the ball that deserved to be walloped.
Steady.
Whenever anybody has tried to get the ball in short, to get it to do stuff, it hasn't really got up on this surface. But he's looked very assured playing the pull. He's fetched that one from outside the off stump. And he's just looked in good touch today. There's Stevie Eskenazi on a pitch that I'm sure he would love to take around with him.
Yeah, been very professional. Just gone about his business. Phil Walker downstairs was saying that there's just a bit of lavishing about Eskenazi aesthetically, minus the quirks. Well,
he did do one of those. Did do one of those leaves, in fairness to him. the Smith started with Smith, turned into Labuschagne, who I think has added extra irritating factor to his leave, as you'd expect from Marnus. He's never knowingly unannoying when it comes to the manner in which he bats. And why not? Anything to get under the skin of your opponent. Oh, that's beautifully played, nicely lofted over a very straight extra cover. A little full again, but Cox. And this is not a slog by any means. He keeps his shape really nicely here. And it's been a measure, actually, of the way Leicestershire have gone about this innings. They're going at 4 runs and over, but you've never really felt it's frenetic. They've been aided, as Surrey were, by a short boundary on one side, but they've just had a really good tempo without ever risking a great deal. Yeah, they've given a couple of chances, but those weren't through rash shots, were they? It was through good bowling that's found the edge. Just a couple of chances not taken. Surrey here, I think, would be very happy to wheedle away with a bit of Dan Lawrence, though, for quite a while, because their quicker bowlers have all bowled, well, 23, 23, 22, 26 and 17 overs, and I think Surrey are a side that believe they can win from any position. Of course they do, and that's why they've been champions in 3 of the last 4 years, runners-up last year. But I would imagine that they would have done the same calculations that Yaz and I have done up here and gone, well, I don't think we're going to get a win out of this game, in which case, long season, over 8. Let's make sure we don't fall behind on that, because we can't get any more points other than the draw points from here on in. And well, that's been thrashed. That was a little bit more of a statement of intent, perhaps. 4 runs off the last ball, and brings up the 100 partnership from 192 balls. The sort of horizontal bat this time, and whacked away.
Yeah, not totally orthodox, but it was there to be hit. Bit of width from Lawrence, over pitched. As Dan says, very short offside boundary. Very little cover for that part of the ground. So, yeah, another sign of aggression from Cox. And Dan, you were saying earlier that since Leicester got to the 450 mark, they've basically scored at 4 runs and over. I wonder, with all those things you were just saying, that the Surrey bowling attack is a lot of miles in their legs.
Yeah.
And Leicester have been scoring at 4 runs and over without really looking to take too many risks or trying anything particularly unconventional. I wonder if that run rate actually slowly increases over the next hour or so.
Well, this is the point I was making about how Leicestershire now know they can't lose, really, and Surrey probably deep down know they can't win. So now it's the narrative of this game is, how do Leicestershire go about giving themselves the best chance to win this game? And so far they have timed their innings to perfection. They're only 7 runs behind Surrey, and they've got 5 wickets in hand, and I think we're going to see them increase the tempo. Now, what will be interesting to see is there was a little shuffle down the wicket there from Eskenazi, is whether this is like, we're going to go from 3rd gear to 5th stroke 6th, or are they going to go 3, 4, 5, 6? Are they going to, you know, 'cause so far that's been, they played just a really nice tempo. I don't know if they need to go really hard. With the 5 wickets in hand, their best route to victory, for my money, is to go 5.5 sixes here for another 35 overs, 36 overs perhaps.
I'm completely with you. That's why I find that previous dot ball interesting from Eskenazi. Sure, we saw Cox take on the offside boundary twice in that previous over, but there were balls to be hit towards the short side of the ground.
Yeah.
That was a premeditated move from Eskenazi.
Bringing it from outside off stump.
Targeting that short side of the boundary. He's been at the crease for 131 deliveries before that delivery. Not seen any of that so far. That's the first real sign, I think, from Eskenazi that he might be going from.
So you think it's on?
3rd, maybe even to 5th gear. He might be skipping fourth.
Bypassing fourth altogether. Or he might just ease the ball into the covers and take a single.
Do you reckon they have code words out there? Stevie saying to Ben in between
Albatross.
Bypassing fourth.
Yeah. Philip Larkin.
Update, by the way, from Canterbury.
Yes.
Where Northampton scored 684 for 2, declared
one of my favourite scores.
Yep. Kent 178 all out.
Yeah.
Then asked to follow on.
Oh dear.
They've lost an early wicket.
Can I have a guess?
Go on.
Is it Zach Crawley?
It is Zach Crawley. Caught Saif save, bowled Harry Conway, leading edge, caught short cover for 5.
Right. Okay. I mean, I really feel for him.
A reminder.
I really do feel for him.
A reminder of the Northampton innings. Vasconcelos 127, Proctor 261 not out, Harrison 153, McSweeney 101 not out. So every Northampton player who batted got to 3 figures.
Oh dear.
Crawley 26 and 5.
Well, that's a fine shot and a good effort from Fisher in his follow through. It's a good over from Fisher because I'm not saying the slog is on, but certainly the attack is on, and he's managed to concede just the 1 run there. The end of the over, 515 for 5. Couple of runs off the over, I beg your pardon. Yeah, that's a toughie, that. And but these things happen, but they seldom happen quite as dramatically as this, don't they? They're staring down the barrel of a loss by an innings and maybe even 300. And it's all very well losing by an innings and 300, but it's not just an innings and 300, is it? It's an innings, 8 wickets and 300. Which would be, in many ways, the most comprehensive victory in county championship history, I would think.
And also for a Kent side who are really in the doldrums of red ball cricket, should they not win this week, which is looking, you'd say, likely. And that'd be one. That would be some turnaround.
You're trying to take the crown of Lytotes away from David Gower there, I'd say.
It would be a whole year since they've won a game in Division 2. Because they started with 2 victories out of 2 at the start of the 2025 summer.
That's good from you.
Didn't win a game in their remaining 12 fixtures.
Now then, lofted down the ground and dropped at long on. Oh dear. And well, Tom Law's not going to be happy about that. He got to the ball, and we need to see it from the other angle. I'm pretty sure it got to him on the full. He's running in from long on. This is the angle that we need if we've got time before the next ball is bowled. Didn't quite get hold of it, and yeah, he's just got there. It wasn't the easiest catch because it was dipping on him as he got to the ball, but he would have expected to take that. It's another one spilt by Surrey. They dropped a couple in the slips. There was one very sharp chance by Lawrence off his own bowling, and there was one in the covers as well from memory off Weatherald. And when Lewis Hill was dropped, he made Surrey pay yesterday. So Cox with a life on 64.
Potentially another sign there, Philip Larkining it as well, bypassing fourth. That's not a shot that Ben Cox has played so far.
No, it does sort of indicate, doesn't it, what we've been talking about, where we think they think they're at.
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
That's absolutely sumptuous, isn't it? Great lean into the ball. Yes, again, it was full. And there's a bit of width, but there's no great follow through, and just a little bit of a shout into his own jumper there from Daniel Lawrence, and I can't say as I blame him. It's tough getting wickets on these surfaces, and when chances come as a bowler, you're desperate for them to be taken, but then that happens. Picture perfect cover drive from Cox. 5:21 for 5 at the end of the over. We've got 13 overs to go till tea, and Leicestershire have taken the lead.
I do feel sorry for spin bowlers in this game, bowling that short boundary towards the gas holder side of the ground. It's tough work, especially for an off spinner like Dan Lawrence, who actually gives it some air and gets probably more turn into the right-hander than your average off spinner. If you think about it, it's quite hard for him to get into to work out exactly what his line is, because actually for an off spin he probably looks to bowl the ball slightly more offside than most off spinners.
Yeah.
But then if you get your length slightly wrong, then suddenly that's very drivable to that tiny boundary.
Yeah. Yes, it sort of affects everything, doesn't it, a small boundary? You captained your side many, many times. Do you have the recurring dream that I've got? I did the same. I have this recurring dream. I still have it. Where I pitch up for a game with the team and we're in the field and we're basically playing on a tennis court. The boundaries are so small. I think it's just a captain's nightmare. Short boundaries are a captain's nightmare. And I still have that nightmare. Nice to see a youngish crowd in today, Saturday. They look like they sort of people who might have actual jobs.
Cam was saying earlier that whenever the camera panned to a group of people under the age of, let's say, 35, he made the assertion that they would almost definitely be people who don't like the bonus point system.
Yeah, did he? Because he's typecasting young people as what? Fickle or just unwilling to have complication in their lives?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just outrageous. I mean, the youngish people I know have got spongy brains. They can cope with very complicated concepts.
Well, Cam wants to simplify it all, doesn't he?
Cam really does. As I said to him, what you're doing is he ruined a passage of play for me. So there were 5 overs to go until the 110th over, and Leicestershire needed 16 for a bonus point, and Surrey needed a wicket. It's genuinely interesting.
That's what I said to him.
He would take that away from me.
That's what I said to him.
Thank you, Yaz. Because you're in that age profile. I don't think Cam should judge everybody by his own fickle, simplistic standards.
Well, no one ever believes me when I say this, but Cam is actually older than me.
That is quite surprising. Yeah, but you know what that is? That is because you and I are members of the bald community, and we are always misunderstood. Have we had this email from Will in Leicester?
We have not.
Ah. Well, Will says, gentlemen, listening from a very chilly Leicestershire, it's hailed here recently. You get cricket, we get polar bears. Delighted with the fight the Foxes are showing, but don't want to hex it. Do you know, I think you should be delighted. They have batted really, really well. And it isn't just in the score, it's the way in which they've gone about it. You know, they've picked up another couple there. 525 for 5 at the end of the over. Yep, the Kia Oval, it is not just a place of cricket, although that is, for those of us, certain numbers of us, the single most important aspect of the Kia Oval. But it is more than that. It's an events place, it's an entertainment place, it's 365 days of the year. There are events here, and I'm to just give you an example. The church that was in today, that comes in every Sunday, that we hear, we almost can feel it bouncing and rocking and reverberating through our feet. And people have got a downer about corporate hospitality. You always hear people, I think Roy Keane started it. I'm a big fan of Roy Keane, but, prawn sandwiches, all this kind of nonsense. It's fashionable to denigrate places for having corporate hospitality. I'd rather they paid their corporate hospitality money to a cricketing institution than to pay it to some faceless bar in central London. Phil Walker.
I'm struck by your Irish accent. It felt a little bit north of the border to me, Daniel.
It was a little, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, now he's playing a bit of French cricket there. We have been discussing Yaz, and I've been scenario building. We've been talking about the gears and which way Leicestershire are going to go about it.
Yep.
And I am just interested in how they're going to do this, because we had decided, that's going to run away. I think it's going to beat everybody. I'm not sure there was even a bit of pad on it. Then maybe there was. The umpire's got a hand in a place that suggests a leg bye. No, he was fooling us all along. It goes into the air. They pick up a couple more. That we've reached a point where Leicestershire can't lose. Now, even when you know you can't lose, that doesn't have to be the trigger for you to go hell for leather.
Nope.
The key then is, how do you best win? And I think the way they best win is essentially to bat the day. Now, you can argue really over whether you want 2 bites, tonight and tomorrow with the new ball. Do you want 6 overs, 8 overs, and then fresh bowlers again the next day with a nice hard ball that's still basically new? Dan Lawrence is bowling deliciously negatively here and saying, right, you're going to go for sweep, that, are you?
Indeed.
Let's see you have a go. And so far we've got a touch of stalemate. End of the over is a maiden, 2 byes off it, 5:27 for 5.
Just on that. Sorry, go on.
Finish, whether you go, actually, let's make this a very simple equation. Let's bat the day. Let's get 240 ahead, and then Surrey basically have to bat the day, because there isn't a point that they can get to really which will be safe. They'll have to bat the 96 overs. If after 80 overs they found themselves 320 for 3, then they'll shake hands, won't they? But do you get my drift?
I do indeed.
I don't know, which way would you go if you could? And at the moment they are in complete control, isn't it? Seems very little. Oh, now then, I'll tell you that. They're in complete control until Matt Fisher bowls an absolute snorter. Fenced that. And that's the first one in a while that's carried to shoulder height. I haven't seen that for a while.
It is a tricky one, because the pitch, you feel, isn't going to change that much from here on in. It
hasn't in the past, has it?
It hasn't in the past. There's been episodes of sunshine on it, but it's not like it's baked down, so it's not really going to be crumbling at all. It doesn't tend to very often here anyway, especially at this time of year, obviously. Leicestershire have 2 good spinners, one outstanding international spinner, and a leggy in Rana Ahmed, who on his day can get anyone out if he lands it right. They have Josh Hull, who can rattle the odd rib cage when he gets it right, as we saw, got rid of Dom Sibley on the first morning. It seems like a long time ago now.
Now as that burst through the hands, it could be technically another drop, a tough catch, a backward point, but it's another one that's not been taken, and 3 runs accrue.
Another one that goes down, Daniel. That definitely, it was a tough one. It may have been that he's only able to palm it over the bar, but definitely got something on it.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get a side-on view from that. Well, this view might help us out here, actually. Yeah, definitely carried, and he definitely got a bit of hand, otherwise that would have run away to the boundary for 4. But
so I make that 6 now.
It's another one off Fisher as well, the luckless Fisher. But I guess the reason I ask is because I'm trying to work out which way Leicestershire are going to play this. And what I've been really impressed by is that they haven't gone to themselves, we can't lose, let's just go berserk. Because the right thing to do for me is to go through these gears, aim for 6 and over, There are 42 overs remaining in the day.
That's a lot of
I
cricket.
personally would go, let's get 6 and over, let's get 254, let's lead by 264, and let's bowl for the day tomorrow. But I can understand why, if you get slightly ahead of that, if in playing relatively normally, you find you're going at 7 and over, then okay, let's have 5 overs at the back end of the day, 5 or 6. But you've got to have enough overs to give your bowlers a chance to get into their spells, because we see this time and time again, actually, that people think, 4 overs at the end of the day. Well, actually, your bowlers are a bit stiff, they're not quite on it, and what you tend to do is get a couple of quite loose overs, a couple of relatively unthreatening overs, and all you've done is you've got rid of the lacquer.
Yeah, I hear all of that. The punchy way to play it from Leicestershire's point of view is to have in mind 10 to 12 overs at the end of the day, with a lead of.
You'd like that, would you?
I think so, because
that's a serious amount of time.
But it's also a statement as well about how they want to play their cricket. They won 5 games in 7 at the start of last year in Division 2, and sure, everyone comes here looking first and foremost to shake hands on an 8-pointer. Get out alive, exactly that. But once you get to this place, you don't get to this point against Surrey very often.
And Hampshire did, and they bottled it.
They kind of did, yeah.
A
bit more endeavour this time last year, and they could have snuck in there. Now,
Leicestershire have got a chance.
If you just go at this current rate, so you run it off 30 overs at a run rate of 4.08, so a lead of 130.
Yeah, I'm not imagining that, by the way.
No, nor am I, but we are theorising.
Yeah, I'm thinking of, at least 5s, because you would do.
Yeah.
But it's just, I'm not thinking they need to try and go for 8, 9.
And
suddenly go,
And if they do, then you fall over in a heat quite quickly.
You're in danger of doing that, and then you've got a lead of 70, 80 instead of that one that really puts the pressure on.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe a figure of 150, lead of 150, try and at least get 8 to 10 overs in this evening. And then that gives you 2 bites at the cherry. Mentioning again that Hampshire game from last year, if you remember, Surrey took 3 wickets in the evening that night. Left Hampshire at 30 for 3 going into day 4. We thought the game was over. Thought it was finished.
Was that not the Rory Burns over that he...
May well have been,
Yeah, that he managed to bowl to ensure that bad light didn't stop playing.
Yeah, Jordan Clark bowled fast that evening.
He did. He did.
I don't think... Look, there's a lot of cricket to be played before we get to that point. Obviously, another 30 overs before we're into the final 10 tonight. Leicestershire may well be out by that point, of course, but it would be the audacious move, and it would be the attacking move, and it would be it would be disrupting the flow of the game in an interesting way.
I would like to see them just push on a little bit quicker, but I don't mind the way they're going at the moment. But I just think there'll be a sort of 10 or 20 over burst, perhaps when they look to go at 6 rather than 4. Single to finish the over. 5:32 for 5. The lead is 12. There are 9 overs to go till tea, taking you through till tea. It's going to be Adam Collins after more thoughts from Phil Walker.
Where did you two land on that question of what Leicester should do next? I saw you were debating it as I walked in, Phil.
My instinct is to try and give yourself a little bit tonight with the ball. And I can understand the argument that you bat as long as you possibly can, and if it means that you can get through into tomorrow morning and then you pull out with maybe 80 overs left and Surrey are looking at a deficit of 230, 240. This is obviously in dreamland. But I think the more interesting option and the more disruptive option is to look at a lead of around 130 to 150 and then give yourself 2 new balls. One tonight with 8 to 10 overs. it looks like bad light won't come into play, so you'll get the full works. And then you might winkle 1 or 2 out, and you come in tomorrow morning, and your job is clear. The other thing is if Surrey, say, get bundled out for between 250 and 300, and you have a lead of 150 odd on that first innings, then even if there's only 15 overs left at the end of the day, you can still have a dart if you need something between 80 and 100. So I just think pulling out a bit earlier opens up the options for you a little bit more.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. What I would hate for Leicestershire, having played so well, if they were to continue playing so well and end up falling short on the basis of time. Because they've got themselves to a position now where to lose the game, it would need to go catastrophically wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, given they're batting fourth, like, everything would need to go wrong. Surrey would need to obliterate them, and then they would need to resole them in 30 overs or whatever it is, right? Realistically. So with that in mind, I think this is a perfectly reasonable tempo to go at right now. In my previous commentary stint, I was a bit more bullish about going as quickly as they could get bowled out, go for it. And maybe that is the best model, getting bowled out quicker. But given these two are doing this so serenely, having put on 120, they are so well set.
Yeah.
And there's still 40 overs after this one.
Yeah.
I would like, if I were Leicestershire, I'd like 10 overs at Surrey tonight.
Yeah.
So that means they get another 28 overs to bat or whatever it is. 28 overs going at 4s to 5s, let's say, if they can keep doing broadly what they're doing, gives them that lead, like you're describing there, 120, 130 odd, and it kind of means that Surrey have no longer got a route to victory, and for Leicestershire, they've got a couple of ways of doing it. They either roll through them, of course that'd be terrific for them, or they have to do something late in the day tomorrow, and that would be exhilarating in its own way.
Indeed. Now, there's always a bit of a disconnect between the idealists up here, you know,
there is,
in a nice commentary box with our hefty lunches, chatting away for a living.
Matt Fisher likes it, but it wasn't the celebra appeal. Runs away for 4 of the leg buys that have been so plentiful in this innings. And usually if Fisher thinks it's out, he doesn't appeal, he just runs straight down at the cordon, which I'm not too keen on. But anyway, he's a missing leg regardless.
He's not the only one. Yeah, so there's always a disconnect, right, between what we say here and what you imagine a lot of the listeners and watchers are contemplating themselves, and the innate pragmatism of county cricket teams, the way that they navigate a long summer.
Yeah.
And 14 hits across 5 or 6 months. It's a lot of red ball cricket. Now,
and a 15-point draw is pretty tasty.
Indeed. We can get on to the question of 8 points for a draw if we like at some point. But anyway, if you are Leicestershire, then you turn up here on Friday morning, and as we were just saying with Daniel, you snap your hand off for a draw.
Yep.
As we know, obviously. But if Leicestershire want to send a message to their fans and to the other teams in the league that they're not just here to survive, but they're here to challenge, they're here to disrupt, then they might not winkle out a result tomorrow if they were to pull out, say, with a lead of 130. But they would certainly ruffle a few feathers, if that's not a pun. They would certainly make a statement to this top tier, to this top division, and they would unsettle Surrey tomorrow, even if they end up shaking hands at 5 o'clock. They would unsettle Surrey, I think. And last year they won 5 in 7 to effectively be already promoted by July. Now, they played propulsive front foot cricket throughout last year, albeit of course in Division 2. You don't get into this position against this team on this ground very often, doesn't matter who you are. And we've seen teams blink on the odd occasion when they have got into this position. It would be a real shot in the arm to see Leicester live a little here.
Yeah, I could not agree more. I think that if they leave here having opened up a route to victory and they choose not to at least explore it, it'd be a bit deflating, I reckon. Now, I know they've played brilliantly, and I'm not diminishing anything they've done, but now this is the point where pragmatism, they've got all the batting points, they've got themselves to parity, they've got themselves a first innings lead, they've got themselves 2 set men with a partnership of 124. There's nothing more they can be given right now. They've earned every bit of it. But you can't be in a better position than they are right now. They've taken Surrey's win almost off the table in the process. It would take something, and there are more runs here, by the way. It's just gone through everyone. Has it caught a pad on the way through?
I think it might have just clipped a pad, but Lawrence is bowling deliberately this line, you know.
Yeah. What's it the leg slip there for, doesn't it?
Yeah, 5-4 leg side, leg slip in there. He's looking to get it outside that leg stump, and wonder how much longer it's going to go on before the umpires perhaps just have a little word.
But yeah, with all of those factors combined, if we had if 2 of those 4 factors were going in Leicester's fashion, I understand that. You know, talk about innate pragmatism. We've sat up here before and said, this is what you could do to get yourself a result, and wouldn't it be a euphoric thing if you could pull it off? Catches the call, but it's going to beat the fielder. It's going to bisect the 2 in that direction. It's going to be another boundary for Cox, who's now pulling away from Eskenazi. It's been a terrific innings from the wicketkeeper. 541 for 5. Big numbers on the board here at the Oval.
Certainly are. That was a lovely shot, and again, he's anticipated that Lawrence is looking to try and drop it on that middle and leg stump line, and so he's got slightly in to out, freed up that extra cover slot for himself.
Happier here, just pushing to one of the 2 mid wickets. But yeah, I sort of think that the risk profile of doing what we're suggesting isn't high.
Yeah.
It'd be different if they were behind by 100 and we were having this conversation with this amount of time left. They're not behind by 100. This isn't about declaring behind and trying to take 10 quick wickets and set up a chase in the fight. It's not that. They're already at a point, end of the over, 541 for 5. So long as they keep on doing what they're doing for another hour or so, or a couple of hours if you want to go to that 10 overs to go bit that we both are quite keen on, it's virtually all upside, almost no downside.
Yeah, and look, you know, the counterpoint from perhaps from their dressing room, perhaps from their coaching brains trust will be, well, our fortunes in Division 1 this year are not going to be measured by whether we go to the Kia Oval and get a result or not. And that would be a fair point. But what a statement it would be, even if they just run Surrey very close, a winning draw, that old-fashioned idea. Even if they run them close tomorrow, just shake things up a little bit, then what a message that sends out to the rest of the league.
I agree.
They were, I wouldn't say humbled last week, but it was a sobering few days against Sussex last week. There was such a build-up ahead of that game at Grace Road, and it was a tough assignment for them.
And they played all right. You know, that wasn't a disaster
For sure.
last week. You know, they did change a bowler, which I'll come to in a second. Sean Abbott. And first of all, the spell's taken out to deep point. Change your bowler for SSE Energy Solutions, a game changer for businesses. Receive renewable energy from their wind farms and hydro plants. Abbott's wicketless in 23 overs.
Do you know what I would like to do, actually, Adam? If we have any Leicestershire punters who are watching, I hope we do, of course.
You think we would?
Yeah. Just do email us in, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Tell us what you think. You have a vested interest in this. What do you think? What's your best route to victory?
Crunch.
And what would you like to see the team do?
Thought he might have beat deep point there. Cox, 78 for him.
I'm not sure if this was read out earlier, forgive me if it was, but Will in Leicester messaged us a little bit earlier. Gentleman listening from a very chilly Leicestershire. It's hailed here recently. You get cricket and we get polar bears. Delighted with the fight the Foxes are showing, but don't want to hex it, and perhaps that last line is telling. Perhaps there's a truth in there somewhere.
The last time Leicestershire beat Surrey here was, what, 2010? You know, these things matter.
Yep.
Like giving yourself the chance to do remarkable things for a supporter base that's had to see them play for so long in the second division. I know they've had the success last year and an excellent 2024. Won a one-day trophy in the Metro Bank a couple of years ago as well. So it's not that they've been completely starved of success, but still, these are special opportunities that don't come around all the time. The ability to come here and put up a real show, it could help define the season. It could help define what they're doing here in Division 1. I hope that that's the attitude that they've got. I'm sure it is, by the way. You've got some smart cookies in that dressing room.
Yeah.
A lot of cricket that they've played who are running the show at Leicestershire this year.
Yeah, all of that. And you're absolutely right. It's a special thing to come here and turn the tables. And the stats across the years really do bear that out. So the first meeting between these two teams in Division 1 since 2003 speaks for itself. Surrey have played all other 16 counties in that duration. But the rivalry itself is the third most one-sided matchup in Championship history.
Quickish. Needed to be perfect and wasn't.
So Surrey have won 75 of the 162 matches between these two teams and lost only 18. So Leicestershire in 162 games between these two teams before this game had only managed 18 wins against Surrey across the whole storied history of this remarkable competition.
So lopsided, isn't it?
So there you go. That's what's at stake here.
Yep.
I don't know what this is in relation to, but no, new sports. You and Yaz were chatting earlier about new sports.
Yeah, we said, well, we were on a bit of a,
one of those.
And we're like, well, what could we take up that is thoroughly removed from our existing skill sets?
Okay.
Because Yaz was saying he's hit some golf balls.
Yeah. We
got a message in from a correspondent, Shervo, saying that sometimes being a new cricketer, not having a background in the sports isn't the most welcoming environment. Like that. Okay. Sympathising, empathising with how it might be if you were starting afresh in a tactile sport or one that had no relationship to you, Yeah. So we asked, a mate of mine, this is from Ed, has taken up snooker.
This is your mate, friend?
No. This is not.
Sorry.
It's from Ed, the correspondent.
Gotcha.
My apologies. I'll continue as Lawrence starts the new set. We're 14 minutes until tea. I'm pretty sure we're taking tea at 3:45 due to the rain earlier. I'll confirm that in a moment. It's the most difficult sport in the world. Well, Phil, you play snooker virtually every day.
Every week.
What's your impression of what Ed says there about the degree of difficulty of picking that up as Lawrence flights up a wee bit?
Well, I would say nothing's harder than playing cricket.
Quite.
But, yeah, it is a remarkably difficult game tactically and technically, for sure it is, snooker. It's the game of gods, as far as I'm concerned. Well, I'm interested, I want Ed to come back on this. Is his enjoyment of it stymied by having not felt that he's moved that far along and that he's still very much at the learner stage? Because for my money, snooker is so beautiful and so perfect, so impeccable, that the aesthetic of snooker is enough, and the promise of every now and then getting it right in the middle and hearing it smash hard into the back of that pocket, right in the guts of it, that is enough to sustain you, I think. And I hope that's the case for Ed and his mate.
Is that analogous to the, nailing a pull shot or draining a cover drive that just comes right out the screws kind of thing?
It is and it isn't, because it's all down to you, obviously. You are in complete control of that shot that you hit. Now, with a pull shot, you need to have got to a real level of proficiency, and you need the bowler to be, if you like, at your level. It's perhaps more analogous to picking up a golf club, swinging a few shots, maybe even having a go on a par 3 after a few goes on the driving range. But you might just settle down on one, swing with your eyes closed, and 5-iron it 200 yards, right out the screws. And you might never play it like that again for the next 2 years, but that in itself is enough to sustain you.
Got it.
And I think snooker has that. It has that majesty within it.
3 gentle runs from the over. This is the theme of the last half an hour or so. By the way, I can confirm tea's 3:45.
Okay.
So if you're listening and you're wondering what the go is there was, I think it was 11 minutes, maybe it was 10. Rain delay, kind of out of nowhere before lunch. But we don't move lunch in the county championship. Lunch is 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But what we can do is we can tweak the settings for the other session. So in essence, what that means is forget about 32 overs to go today. 3:45 is tea. And the final session will be whatever the final session is in terms of overs remaining, and that will take place from 4:05. So we didn't lose any time, just that we changed the way the meal breaks work in turn. So effectively 5 minutes added to this session, although we never get the overs in time. Anyway, all the quirks of the championship. It does mean that in 11 minutes it'll be tea.
Yeah, it's the day for losing overs for any stoppage.
That's right.
That drives me potty.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's for tomorrow.
That's for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Got in here George, who's writing in from George Armstrong, writing in from a rainy Dublin. Great broadcast. Dubai.
Careful.
Sorry.
Dubai, look at that.
I've looked at the middle. Rainy Dubai. Gosh, I hope it's... Anyway. I hope that's not a euphemism. Skewed away to deep point for one. Ideally, would like to see us put on 160 and go at Surrey tonight. Leicester fan, George. Thanks for writing in. Biggest concern for us Foxes fans is our bowling attack this season with Davey and Maharaj out. However, this is a great opportunity to go at Surrey with tired legs, crucial point, in the field to see whether we can rattle through them. That's the argument for today.
Yeah.
Because the tired legs bit will still be true of tomorrow, but a night in the, what do they call them, the game ready that they all use these days. A night in those game readies will do wonders for these Surrey fielders. That's the modern ice pack that you put your whole legs go into both of them, and it expands and contracts. They don't use the ice bars in quite the same way anymore, and they apparently are magical.
Okay.
So yes, going tonight when they've just spent 80 odd overs in the field before bowling again, that'd be
all right.
Model.
So let's play this out. George's maths: 31 lead.
Yep.
36 and a bit to bowl, 2 overs for the changeover, so let's say 34 and a bit to bowl, so you knock 24 overs off.
Yep.
And you...
130 and 24 overs.
130 and 24 overs is basically the rate that they're going already.
Agreed.
So
good. We're in accord.
Yeah. That feels like a tasty little lead. It feels like enough of a lead to shake things up, at least tomorrow morning up until lunch, and it might be that, Burns and Sibley do the thing, and by lunchtime tomorrow we're talking about anything but the cricket. It could well be that, and that would be fine. But if you get to lunch tomorrow and Surrey are 3 or 4 down,
I wonder what they're thinking in the dressing room too. If you're listening over there,
James Taylor.
James Taylor, you got my number. Jake Weatherall, if you're listening over there, what are you guys saying over there? They might text in. Who knows? Surrey, no, don't worry about Surrey broadcasters. Send us a WhatsApp.
I might message you.
What do you think? James Taylor, Jake Weatherall, other side of the ground. What are you thinking? Maybe Pete Hanscom's watching through the night in Melbourne. What are you thinking? What time's it in Melbourne? I think it's 12:30, something like that, in the evening.
In the meantime, it's been an excellent partnership here between these two. Eskenazi actually came out quite busy, I thought, initially, and then he's just settled in, hasn't he, to his own rhythm here. He's only striking at just under 50. And Ben Cox has been probably the more active partner. He's overtaken him now as well.
Gosh, they both deserve tons, that's for sure. I agree. Eskenazi's first 20 runs were brisk, and then he's played the role he's needed to play in his 2 partnerships. Message in from Jono in windy Spain. Get them in tonight for 10 overs. If Leicestershire somehow lose this game, then fair play to Surrey. I wouldn't see it in those terms, John. I think you're free of that. Leicestershire have got to take these chances when they can. They may not come around again. Could not agree more. That's how I'm seeing it. Live a little.
Yeah, we're in the dream business.
Yeah.
Sometimes can feel quite earthbound, this stuff, but that's the way to look at it.
I reckon it'll be 2 overs till tea. Oh, past the edge first ball. Would this, if Leicester knocked off Surrey, where are you in the mag production cycle right now? Are you at, where are we? How many more weeks before the cover?
We're only about 25% in, so
right,
we've still got a few weeks to go.
I'm not saying it makes you cover, but it's a pretty big yarn, isn't it?
Oh, for sure. It's for sure.
Maybe it is your cover at this time of year. I don't know. You are a romantic, big time. Lunging forward. We're getting quite a few emails in here from Leicestershire fans, and I love that. You can have the next one, Phil.
Yeah, will do. Just thinking now, you've got me going. How about a Sergeant Pepper style cover? Leicester heroes. On and off the pitch as well. Great Leicester heroes. Get Lineker in there.
30 years on from when they won the comp in 96. 10 years on from when the football team won the Premier League.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's quite on the same scale as that winning round 2 of the championship, but
good, wouldn't it? Be good.
It would be good. You should interview Lineker if it happens.
We tried to get him as guest editor of the magazine once upon a time. We actually got quite close to it, but he couldn't find the time in his diary for some reason to give us essentially a freebie for a week.
Doesn't he always say that cricket's his favourite sport or whatever it is? He's got some line he uses, or he's a better cricketer.
Well, you know what he did, right? You know what he did.
Heard himself playing cross arrows.
No, I'll tell you in a minute. It's ridiculous, really.
Right.
So, first of all, going back to the snooker briefly, he's made a 100 break. He used to regularly beat Willie Thorne, who would also be on my Sgt. Pepper cover of Wisdom Creek Monthly next month. Willie Thorne would be in there. But anyway, he regularly used to beat Willie Thorne, and loved his cricket, did Lineker. He played for the MCC at Lord's one Saturday, got 100. First innings. It was agreed that he would have to leave at lunch after he'd made the 100 because he had to hot-foot it to White Hart Lane where he scored a hat-trick for Spurs. Same day. Same day.
These people. Oh, what a lovely steer that is. Probably finer that he wanted it to go, but all's well that ends well for Cox, who moves to 86 and takes the lead out to 37 to complete the Lawrence over. We'll have one more over until tea.
Right, more questions. Who appears on the Leicestershire inspired Sgt. Pepper homage for next month's Wisdom Cricket Monthly front cover? Meanwhile, from Vinit, perhaps, V-I-N-I-T. From this position, I think Leicester should absolutely push for the win. Here, sir. The risk of losing from here feels pretty low. It's interesting, all these kind of caveats from the fans.
Pretty low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas the upside of going for it's huge. If they can force a win against the top side from this position, it gives them a massive confidence boost for the rest of the season and sets a strong tone for how they want to play exactly that. Might help few guys get into Bazball camp too. My view would be to go hard here for the next 20 to 30 and try and put the game out of reach and get those 10. Yep.
Not being from the UK originally, I'm not great on where people are from. You know, not as much as I would be if I were a native. But some belting names that have come out of me here searching it. As Abbott starts a new over, another steer for one. So Engelbert Humperdinck is from Leicester.
Is he?
Don't know if he gets on.
The Attenboroughs?
David Attenborough.
Yeah.
Now he's on.
Yeah.
At age 100.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's 100, isn't he? Other sports people, other footballer indeed. Peter Shilton.
Yep.
Martin Johnson.
Yep. A lot of good sports. Yeah.
This is good. This is good fun. Really good fun. Finds the gap for one. It's been a feature of Cox's innings. He's found gaps well. They've done this type of thing. It's now 3 covers, but they've had a couple of mid wickets. They've tried different configurations around the bat, and whatever they've presented to him, he's just kind of adapted and evolved accordingly. It's been a really classy innings.
Kasabian.
Oh, good one.
Mark Selby, snooker player, 3-time world champ. The Jester from Leicester.
This is just going to... Oh, what about... we'd have to find a place for Gower, wouldn't we? His original county.
Yeah.
Complicated with leaving the county, not living there for a long time.
No, I think it's fine. And there remains a remarkable oil painting of DIG up at Grace Road.
Did he hear he came on to do a few minutes of radio the other day, stayed for an hour, bless him?
Here?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, was he here?
Yeah, I saw him on Friday. He was doing
him.
promoting a book related to his role as the president of the Tabs. Great man. And he just gave them an hour of his time just because he's the way he is. Great human being.
Yeah.
I had to hit him up for an event when I saw him. I go, I need you to do this thing for me on this date. And he goes, and you know what he's like. Gets his diary out, and 2 minutes later, in the diary, good as gold. He's got another very fun event that day, but he's going to make them both work, as he does.
Yeah. He umpired one of our games, didn't he?
Yeah.
Adam, recently, a couple of years back. It was hard to bat when Gower is your umpire.
He umpires a lot of games I play in for the tabs.
Whoa.
Oh, it actually didn't keep that low, I don't think. He's made it look harder than it was. However, slipping at the same time, you could easily imagine a world where that crashes into his pad. I wonder whether it was stump high or not. All good, eventually, for Eskenazi. Bit of dirt on the flannels. Better. Ends the over, and that will probably be Teeters looking towards the umpires. Can they get through for one more? It's 40 seconds on my clock until they're meant to go off. You might see some Surrey players drifting that way. Nope, they're going to go around for one more over.
Not with any great enthusiasm, understandably so.
Oh, MJK Smith,
Yes.
England captain, get one in there. Didn't know this, but Dion Dublin from Leicester originally.
I did not know that.
There you go. Just looking at the football bit here. Quite a comprehensive chart. Anyway, lots to choose from there. If Leicester should get over the line here, which would be remarkable on many fronts. Dan Lawrence will bowl the final over. Leg slip still there. In that direction goes Cox to 88. Lead up to 40. So, when they started this session, they still had a bit of work to do to get to parity. They've done that. They've done nothing extravagant. That run rate's just hovered. It started at 4.6 today, so it's dropped a wee bit, but it's been perfectly fine. In no small part because Eskenazi's done that very often. He's built the innings well. He's been busy. He's not relied on attacking the boundary ropes. We know he can do that, but it's been a different kind of innings. Innings of a senior pro, really. Four back for Cox.
Eskenazi, in his mannerisms, not the ticks, but the mannerisms, the way he runs, the way he holds his bat, the way he walks, a lot of Marnus in there for me.
Yeah, I heard you say that earlier. I agree with you.
You see it?
Not
Immediately jumps out.
No,
at you.
it's the pressing on the front foot. I saw the pressing on the front foot's what I recognise.
Yeah.
Free after tea, by the way. Get down. Do not miss out today. A lot of people were in after tea on days 1 and 2. Bit of work to do across the practice wickets there. They'll come back for a couple. Cox into the 90s before that short break. But after tea, get down. I think it requires... it's not that complicated, but jump on the Surrey website. Partnership 150. 151. They've batted together for 274 balls. It's been a most commendable union and maybe a bit more work to go as well. On the other side of this break. 2 balls away from it. Another single. So yep, you need to just jump on the Surrey website. You'll be able to work it out. There's an app. There's a process. Then there's an entry for free. Where else would you want to be to end your weekend but the Kia Oval? Last ball knocked on the head. Terrific session from Leicestershire. 564 for 5 is what they've advanced their position to. Partnership of 152. Cox, who joined Eskenazi, they were already in a great position. They made it even better. Eskenazi combined for an important stand with Richie Patel earlier today. But this has been the one that's put them into the black by 44 runs and providing Leicestershire with ample opportunities to set the game up as they see fit after tea. We'll take a break here on the Surrey Stream. A reminder, it's free after tea. Get yourself down here if you're in the vicinity of the Kia Oval. And our coverage will be picked up as we start that final session. It'll be Phil back in the chair with Cam Ponsonby, and on we will go to see what Leicestershire will do from here. At tea on day 3 here at the Oval, Leicestershire are 44 ahead at 564 for 5.
Members and spectators are welcome on the outfield during the tier tour. Please abide by club steward instructions. Stay at the pavilion end of the ground, and most importantly, please stay off the square. Here's some latest scores from around the country. At Chelmsford, in Division 1 of the County Championship, Somerset beat Essex by 10 wickets. Essex bowled out for 245 in their second innings, Somerset 49 for no wickets. At Hove, Sussex in their second innings were 126 for 3. Warwickshire earlier bowled out in their second for 264. Sussex need another 202 runs to win. At Leeds, Hampshire in their second innings of 267 for 4 against Yorkshire, and they lead by 341 runs. Rain at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire having declared on 311 for 9 in their second innings. Morgan are 83 for 1 but need another 395 runs. At Lords, Leicestershire bowled out for 253 in their second innings. Middlesex are 119 for 5 in their second, needing another 143 runs. At Bristol, in reply to Durham 605 for 5 declared, Gloucestershire 175 and following on are 187, still trailed by 250. Kent also following on at Canterbury, Northam 684 for 2 declared, Kent 178, and in their second innings 27 for 1, still trailed by 479. Finally at Old Trafford, Lancashire 351 and 4 for 1. Derbyshire bowled out 374. Lancashire trailed there by 19 runs. Time to reveal the answer to today's tea time teaser. question is, which unsung Surrey teamer was the county's highest championship wicket taker in 2013? And the answer for those, the memory stretching back that far, Tim Lindley with 37 wickets. Umpires and players back on the field. Rory Burns for the Surrey team.
Welcome back to the third and final session of the third day. The Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Leicestershire, who are going great guns. They have, well, performed superbly today. They've just lost the 2 wickets. Both of those were in the opening session. Last one to go, Rishi Patel, caught by folks off Clark for 164. Tom Laws took the first wicket, getting rid of Lewis Hill quite early on today with one that kept low. That was with the old ball. The 89th or 90th over, I think, of the innings. But since then, Cox and Eskenazi, well, haven't they done superbly? They have put on 152 for the 6th wicket at good pace, not a rollicking pace. And this is all really now about when Leicestershire choose to declare, you would think. I mean, they could, of course, lose wickets in the hunt for a declaration. It looks like it's going to be Reece Topley who's going to bowl the first ball. First ball of every session, sponsored by Stadium Support Services. And he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end to 2 batters who first of all got their eyes on 3 figures. And the first ball of the day continues much as many of the balls of today have been comfortably eased into the offside. Cameron Ponsonby alongside me, Daniel Norcross. And I was on with Rana earlier. We were scenario building.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Which was all about, with Yaz, you know, how do Leicestershire play this? What kind of tempo will they be looking to go at with 33 overs left in the day? Do they want as many as 12 overs at Surrey, 10 overs at Surrey tonight with a new ball? So they get kind of 2 bites. of this mythical cherry. Do they want 8 overs? Is 8 about right? If it is 8, then you're looking at you're looking at batting 20. You've got to take 2 overs off. You're looking at batting 22 overs. 22 overs in this session.
I think the question is
5 and over,
it's
110.
potentially closer to how quickly can Stephen Eskenazi score 22 runs.
You think that's going to be the key?
I think those are 2 very significant parts in the process.
They may be, but I think also, look, Leicestershire are not a sentimental outfit. They got here through hard-nosed, excellent cricket in the 2nd division. And what they want, when they've got an opportunity here to get a lead around about 200 and put a lot of pressure on Surrey in the 3rd innings and on the 4th day of the match, is to get there not as quickly as they can. They don't want to risk only having a lead of 85-90 because that take a bit of the scoreboard pressure away. Oh, a bit of a swipe there, gone through low to folks, and no slips in anymore. But they do want to go at a reasonable pace. So this is why I'm trying to scenario build. And let's say they have 23 overs. If they wanted to have a significant number of overs this evening, say a new ball burst, 4 overs from each end, Holland and Hull, perhaps, then they're going to get somewhere around about the 180-200 mark. The reason why that is significant is because it would mean that Surrey realistically would have to bat effectively pretty much the whole day tomorrow. You know, they go at 3.5 and over for 80 overs. That gets them 280. That's a lead of 80. They were bowled out in that time. Then that's still an easy get. So they could have to bat into the last hour of the day, and that produces its own pressures. So the key to that, though, is to get a significant enough lead to make that scenario happen. To begin with, these 2 will just play out a couple of overs, get their eye back in after the break. Just the 1 run from that over, 565 for 5, the lead 45. But then I would expect to see them move on a bit. They may, on the other hand, completely eschew the notion of a bowl tonight, and why not? And actually just bat through the day. 32 overs remaining, 5 and over from that. That's your lead of 205. 6 and over, even more delicious, 240.
And you've still got the time effectively. It's just you're bowling Surrey out by the end of tomorrow.
But you want that second new ball. You do want that second new ball if you need it. That's the issue, Cam.
And if you want the second new ball, the emphasis is on declaring earlier.
That's correct.
Thank you.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
I'm all over it.
You are now. Dan Lawrence is going to continue. It's been a lengthy spell. He's been bowling mostly a pretty tight line, but that one, a little bit of width, punched off the back foot quite beautifully by Cox. Takes him up now to 96. 1 more of those, and he'll be yet another batter who can raise his bat to the heavens in acclamation of the crowd. Jake Weatherall so nearly got there. We've seen hundreds from Pope, from Jamie Smith in the Surrey innings. Had 1 from Rishi Patel. And it looks like Cox is going to bring up another one for Leicestershire.
Well, it'll be his first in 7 years, I'll have you know.
Really?
I'm just trying to reload the Cricket Archive page, but I was reliably informed by Rana downstairs.
He's a wise man, Yaz. He'll know these things. He'll be all over it. As they say, like a cheap suit.
Well, I'll be disappointed if we don't see Leicestershire have a bowl this evening. I'll be surprised as well because they've earned the right.
Earned the right, yes, they have earned the right. But that lead is not yet significant enough. They've got the time to do it. It's all about tempo here. The lead goes to 50.
It potentially just plays out itself, really. If these 2 get to their centuries in the next 10 overs, let's say. Let's give Eskenazi 10 overs to score another 22 runs.
Well, and then a sort of 12 over burst.
All of a sudden, you're naturally going to have a lead around 130, 140, and that is a significant advantage.
I mean, I suppose Cox could go earlier, can't he, once he gets to his 100, if he feels that way inclined. He's leaning very nonchalantly on that bat at the non-striker's end. End of the over, 5 off that one. 570 for 5. A steady start after tea in a game that's been dominated by the bat. 15 wickets have fallen in 8 sessions. For Leicestershire to win this game, they're going to have to take 10 wickets in 3 sessions.
Have we seen much spin for Dan Lawrence?
No.
Ah.
Have you?
I thought maybe your eyes were a bit better than mine.
I doubt it, although they are corrected by highly proficient optometrists.
I also feel like we haven't seen Jordan Clark since lunchtime. He was the pick of the bowlers in the
even
morning.
out there, do you mean? Inside edge into pad. Topley is continuing. Have you got your excellent eyesight? Can you see a Jordan Clark out there?
I
Maybe
can.
not.
He's at mid-wicket.
Oh yeah, there he is.
We haven't seen him with ball in hand.
No, not yet. Well, a bit of a spell for Topley here. He's been the least used of the 5 Surrey seamers as he eases his way back into red ball cricket. Well, probably the ball of the match to get rid of Jake Weatherald. Ouch. Carved away to backward point. Well stopped by Ollie Pope.
Well, we can do some more Reece Topley maths of his last 2 appearances in first-class cricket.
Oh, yes. Yes, you were enjoying that, weren't you? So it was 440 for 4, was it?
I think it was even worse than that. Gloucestershire made 443 for 2.
So we're up to 1,113 for 7.
Yes.
Sorry, 1,013 for 7. It's a sort of Australian Sheffield Shield score in the 1920s, isn't it? Where's Ponsford? Bill Ponsford when you need him.
I do hope, for Topley's sake, he gets another game on a... I was going to say a green top, but this was a very...
Yeah, it's greenish, but you've been on a responsive surface. It would be nice for him, wouldn't it? Just to rekindle the passion.
Exactly. I think there's often a fairly direct correlation between performance and enjoyment of the game with cricket. I know people always try and say you want to separate the process and results, etc. I'm sure you're much happier with a few more wickets next to your name.
I would imagine he would be, yeah. I mean, it is the currency of the bowler, isn't it? Wickets. He's bowling a tidy spell here. And this is important for Surrey because runs do matter to them. They can't win the game realistically now. And so for them, it's about extending that Leicestershire innings, reducing the likelihood of a second new ball coming to terrorise them at the back end of tomorrow. Ask the questions. That's beautifully guided away. That's 4. That is wonderfully played because not only does it bring up Cox's 100, and a terrific knock it has been too, his first class 100 in 7 years, but it's come at a very good rate. 163 balls, a beaming grin on his face. And what a way to get there as well, because that's not an easy shot to play. There's a man stationed down there at deep third. There's a backward point. There's 2 backward points, and he had to find that perfect gap, wonderfully timed, to take him through to 3 figures. And it really has been a great innings from the Leicestershire wicketkeeper. He'll be delighted with that and his return to the First Division, or arrival in the First Division.
We had a kiss of the necklace there in celebration. A good leap and gesture towards the dressing room as well. It's been a long time coming from Ben Cox. He moved from Worcestershire a couple of seasons ago. He's a very fine performer.
He's been very tidy behind the stumps, and when you can contribute like that with the bat, it augurs well for Leicestershire in this season. End of the over, 574 for 5. They didn't threaten a great deal with the ball. It's got to be said, neither side has threatened with the ball, but what they have shown is that they've got batters who are prepared to bat time, bat deep, and if you're going to compete in the First Division, you need that. And it looks to me like Leicestershire have got the building blocks for a a sturdy campaign back in the First Division. So now it's over to Stevie Eskenazi. Can he convert his 78 to 3 figures? Lawrence is going to continue. And he has, for the most part, bowled a pretty tight, straight line, occasionally leg-sidey, because that's where he's got the nice big boundary. It'll be interesting to see now whether Ben Cox decides, right, I've got my 3 figures. Do I unleash? Now, smart thing to do when you've just got 100 is defend the first one at least. Big forward defence incoming. Correct. Guided to backward point. Because you want to reset, don't you? Before you allow yourself to come hurtling with venom and fury at the off. He's now coming round the wicket. I like this from Lawrence. Just cramping a touch. He's taken the leg slip out. So it goes on the reverse. Good take from Folkes.
Well, slip has flipped over from leg slip to conventional.
And now Jordan Clark's going back 3 or 4 yards. Having seen that now, he's asking, do I go to leg slip? There's Ollie Pope's in there, no, there you are. But that's the first time we've seen a reverse, but now Lawrence is coming over the wicket. He's changed his line of attack. So Cox just tucks away the ball for the single. I've had an email, by the way, from Matt in rural Cosby in chilly Leicestershire. We welcome our Leicestershire watchers and emailers. Afternoon, gents, he says. I've noticed it's a moderately lengthy email, so I shall wait until this ball has been bowled. Oh, now then, Eskenazi's gone for the reverse. Does that come off any bat at all? Not according to the umpire, who signals leg by. Be interested to see this again. Tricky to get LBW from that angle, and especially when the ball's way outside off stump. But the question was asked. I will come to Matt in rural Cosby at the end of the over. It's gone for 4 leg bys.
It hasn't. That's a typo on the screen.
They just took the 1, didn't they? Oh, deliciously played. Off the back foot. Guided away through backward point. A little short, but splendidly put away by Cox, who moves to 106 at the end of the over. 581 for 581. Yes, 581 for 5. The lead is 61. Don't quite believe our score ticker at the bottom. It's going to be changed. Matt says, afternoon, gents. Firstly, thanks for the great commentary and coverage on the live stream. Oh, you're very welcome, Matt. Regarding what us Foxes should do is a tricky one. I suspect we're slightly surprised to find ourselves in this position. However, put the pedal down after tea. See if we can get a lead of around 130. I'll go for more than that. The lead 64 already. And see where we go from there. Either way, the game already feels like a win. I can entirely understand that as Topley starts a new over. One right in the block hole, but it's so well dealt with by Eskenazi. Our scoreboard now is correct. Incidentally, 581 for 5. Is this tailed in a touch? He's done well to get his bat jabbing down on that. I haven't seen too many Yorkers.
I thought it was telling in the previous over that both times Dan Lawrence went around the wicket, both batters turned to that reverse sweep immediately.
They did, didn't they? Dare I say it, is that the influence of T20 in red ball cricket, Cam?
I think it's the influence of...
Cliche klaxon.
Cliche klaxons. I think just the ball's coming across the right-hander. They can shove their pad in the way. It's very hard to get bowled from that angle. Unlikely to be LBW with not too much spin on offer.
Good point.
And a big vacant gap.
Love a vacant gap. A full gap is an altogether more problematic gap.
I've enjoyed that. I had to think for a tiny bit.
Nicely punched away off the back foot for another easy single. Eskenazi moves into the 80s. I think we can say that, even when you're on 80.
Feeling very pleased with Ben Cox at the moment. He joined Leicestershire in 2024 in what was a bit of a surprising move. He'd moved from Worcestershire, where he'd been a one-club man. And whilst he's been a very consistent and strong performer, that's his first century for the club as a whole. So it is a landmark for, well, I was going to say young man, 34-year-old man,
down the leg side, doesn't quite catch up with it. Just signs here from Cox that he might be the one who might go. So Matt in rural Cosby, I think you might start to see, at least from one end, a bit more aggression. I think Eskenazi's allowed to anchor from the other.
Well, flip the teams around here, and imagine here on the Surrey live stream we'd be going, goodness me, what an opportunity for Surrey to press on, and they always find a way to win. You can manufacture a victory from here. And that's where Leicestershire are. They are ahead of the game now.
They are. Oh, now then, is there anything on that? Folks is convinced, umpire is entirely unmoved. We'll have a look again on the replay. See if it brushed a bit of glove, or was it a bit of hip, or was it anything at all?
Well,
The umpire's made a gesture there with his fingers, which could mean anything. Could be hip. It's a fantastic take, whichever way you look at it, given that Ben Folkes has been behind those stumps for the best part of 144 overs. That's not a bad take, that.
well, Ben Cox gestured towards his thigh pad. I think Ben Folkes asked him the question, and Cox confirmed, yep. Bit of hip.
Bit of hip, yeah. Lovely shot. Running up towards the dugout. It's going to be 4. Bit of width. Again, well threaded to the right of the extra cover, the left of mid-off. All along the ground. And Cox, with a bit of a weight off his shoulders now, has got the opportunity to put the pedal to the metal. The lead, 66 at the end of the over. With 28 left to bowl in the day, just keep thinking in terms of the equation. 96 overs tomorrow. Can't make up overs though tomorrow. I don't know if... Have you seen the weather forecast, Cam?
I can look at the weather
Would
forecast.
Would you mind?
I'll do anything for you, Daniel.
You are the Carol Kirkwood of this outfit. And
Always.
we had to say goodbye to recently. She's retired.
I was devastated.
Were you? Big fan of Carol Kirkwood. I particularly loved the way that she pronounced the LAND part of the end of England and Scotland.
How did she pronounce it?
She pronounced it LIND. Scotland, England. And I found it a particularly delightful little tick or mannerism. It pleased me. Eskenazi still digging in here. It may become a problem for Leicestershire. And Surrey will not be at all disappointed to see Eskenazi defending on the front foot.
Carol Kirkwood leaving the BBC got a live blog.
Yeah. Yeah, it was huge. Oh, now then. It's the first time in a while that Surrey have nearly got through. Let's take a look at this again.
Bit of drift. That's a lovely delivery from Lawrence.
It is. Is there a bit of encouragement for Leicestershire spinners? They've got a couple of fine spinners in Rayan Ahmed and Ajaz Patel.
I think the batters are at the wrong way round at the moment. I think Ben Cox from this end against Dan Lawrence could be quite a bit of fun. I think we'll see him taking on that short boundary with a few reverses. Whereas old Esky, he's got to keep his head screwed on for the time being.
Or at least he thinks he does. Because this isn't really the sort of time that you want to be playing out a maiden against Daniel Lawrence. And he hasn't done. He's just sneezed the ball down the ground for a single to keep strike. 1 off the over. 27 remain in the day. The lead 66. If they're going to declare and have anything like something of a burst, and I do think 8 overs really is the only sort of meaningful amount.
Would be
That's
any
a
less? What
meaningful-
would that be called? You have to.
What would it be called?
I'm testing you. You're the man, the
No, would it-
cliches, man.
What would it be called? Is it a burst? I'd say it's a burst.
I think it could only be a burst. Well, if you had a 2 over
Is it a mini session?
mini session, 8 overs is definitely a mini session.
Is
I can
it?
tell you that. Yeah.
16 overs? I mean, that's half a session. So a quarter of a session
Prolonged
counts as
burst.
mini. Some hardy souls. They're shorts in this weather. That's something else. So you've got your wish, you've got your batters at the right ends. You happy now?
Well, no, 'cause we'll still see just kind of normal cricket for another 5 deliveries. The fun equation here is Ben Cox versus Daniel Lawrence.
Yes. It's been toilsome for the bowlers as this match so far. The shout of 2. They're coming back for 2. That's good running from Eskenazi.
Stephen Eskenazi has been a very fine addition to this Leicestershire team.
Sort of guy that you think is absolutely perfect for this, wouldn't you? Experience, has played in the First Division. Leicestershire need that. I always think that the sides that go up need to have solidity with their batting, give them the opportunity to scrap and scrape. They'll have their day with the ball at some point. A touch of a tangle there. He's been pretty straight in this little session since tea.
We saw some pretty tidy keepy uppies there from Ollie Pope. He's gathered a warm round of applause from the viewers. The viewers?
Viewers?
Spectators.
That's them.
Yep. I wonder if we can get replay of that. I reckon that was pretty tidy. I think we saw a bit of a trick.
Sambus cricket.
And then he volleyed it over to Reece Topley.
It is a World Cup year. England's squad is not yet set in stone. Great opportunity to become a dual international.
So just the 6th match for Leicestershire for Eskenazi after joining from Middlesex last year. He's already got 1 century under his belt. This would be a second if he scores 16 more runs. An average of 47 across his 5 matches.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Only batted 6 times, which suggests there was a couple of occasions last year where he was only required once. Floodlights are on.
Yeah, they're slightly precautionary. There's a bit of a grey cloud above us, but it could bring an irritating shower, but it would only be that behind with the prevailing weather at the Oval comes to our right as we're looking from the Vauxhall end to the pavilion, sort of southwesterly. And just at the moment, there's a dirty grey cloud, but the thing is, it's flanked by blue sky. So, should we get unlucky, it would be a short squall. I get a feeling we're going to get the overs in today, you know. I just get that feeling.
Goodness me.
I know.
Well, don't say it too soon.
I'm not normally that optimistic. End of the over. 591 for 5. The lead 71. This has been a fine 100 from Ben Cox. It's the first county championship 100 for him in 7 years. And let's take a look at some of his best shots. Wonderful swivel pull there. And an easy, languid grace to the way he's dealt with Dan Lawrence. That was just a nice guide to the boundary for 4. Played very well square of the wicket. Quite short square boundaries, so there's an excitement about those. As you see him raise his bat with his pink handle for his first 100 in 7 years. A fine servant of county cricket. He's never really going to get, you would imagine, the England call-up, a bit like John Simpson. Just a really good cricketer. John Simpson, I still maintain he should have played that test match that James Bracey played.
Ah, yes.
Drove me mad, that.
So that would have been 2021, because was that the year where there was the Pakistan ODI series where he played?
Well, it's easy to remember because it was the year before Bazball. And why it's easy to remember is, it's been slammed, walloped, over mid-off for 4. Wasn't too far from making it all the way. Fine shot from Cox. You've got your wish.
It's the
Cox against Lawrence. And yes, because England played against New Zealand in 2021, then they played them in 2022 and were set a very similar target at Lords and eased to victory under Bazball and did not, very much not, the year before.
I'm intrigued by your kind of historical landmarks which you associate events by, where you've it's very easy to remember because it was the year before Bazball as opposed to the year after there was the global pandemic.
Yeah, I suppose. Because that's when we had track and trace in 2021. I remember because I think somebody at the Lord's box was sort of being pinged, and it was a nightmare. That was a year of track and trace as opposed to isolation. When we did the year before, we were isolated in the bubbles at Old Trafford and in Southampton. And that was extraordinary. That was when I had to drive in. I wasn't allowed to stop at a motorway service station. Well, I wasn't allowed to go into the motorway service station. I was allowed to relieve myself, but it had to be in.
That's nice of them.
In a bottle, in a car. Couldn't get out the car. And of course, I parked up. I'm going to say it
What
anyway.
did you do next?
I parked up. I found a car park where there was literally no other car in it. The back of this motorway service station on my drive up to Manchester. I was easing myself into a relieving position, single to finish the over, 5.97 for 5. Blow me down with a feather if a family of 5 didn't come and park up literally right next door to me at precisely that moment. Thanks. I mean, they hadn't got the memo on social distancing, that was for sure.
Do you reckon they refer to 2021 as the year they saw the...
2020?
2020 is the year they saw the old man relieving
Probably.
himself.
Yeah, almost certainly, yeah. Almost certainly. It was no picnic. Malcolm Butcher, Leicestershire secretary stroke fixture secretary, has been in touch. What a great job the Foxes have done so far in this innings. I concur. Especially in view of last week's result against Sussex. I'd like to see them crash on at a pace now, get at least 150 in front, and then have a real go at Surrey in 10 or 15 overs tonight. Grab the game by the scruff of the neck. Put down a marker to the rest of the First Division teams. Boost the Leicestershire reputation. Show that last season wasn't a flash in the pan. Make the membership proud. There's the first delivery of a new over from Jordan Clark, our change of bowler, sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implement a winning sustainability strategy. And to finish from Malcolm Butcher, perhaps even draw in more supporters, as happened in 1996 and 1998. Stirring words, Malcolm Butcher. And I'm sure Foxes fans around the country, around the globe, will be watching this on YouTube, whether they be in the Cayman Islands or East Timor or Saskatchewan, who knows? We'll be thinking the same. Great bit of fielding at cover point. Prevents what could have been 2.
That was a busy 2 minutes of broadcasting from you, Daniel.
That was, wasn't it? Well, you know. I hope you've... I like to think... I mean, I don't, as a general rule, like to mentor the next generation, because all that means is you're just setting people up to take your job. But...
You've been mentoring me from the first day.
I feel differently about you, Cam. You are the great nephew I never had.
I feel like I remember that the phrase I ascribed to you was, I've always found you personally supportive and professionally sabotaging.
Yeah, I'd like to think that's long may that continue.
Goodness me. Jordan Clark, we haven't seen him since the morning session with ball in hand.
With ball in hand, that's
ball
right.
In hand, yes. So I'm almost surprised that are letting him have another bowl. I imagine it would have been in part for kind of rest and recuperation reasons. They didn't want to put more miles into his legs. He missed out last week.
Surrey have got a bye next week, though, haven't they? They've got no game next week. And you would imagine that their bowling will probably finish in the next hour and a bit, and then they won't have to bowl again for the best part of 2 weeks. Oh, flicked away, down to the boundary for 4. There's a fielder out there at a very wide, long leg. But that's got fine enough to bring up the 600 for Leicestershire. Someone's going to need to scurry around finding record totals for Leicestershire against Surrey, and this is it. No, it isn't. It's the second highest score by Leicestershire against Surrey, and the highest score, Rana, is 636 for 4. What a time this would be for Leicestershire fans to be alive. They need another 35 to register their highest score against Surrey in their history.
I wonder when the last time Surrey conceded 600 at home was. That's a...
Yaz. Should be another run here, despite the excellent effort, diving effort by Ollie Pope. 603 for 5. The sun now fully out. 24 overs left after this one. We're sort of now countdown to declaration. Do they bat another 13 overs? Give themselves 9 at Surrey. But if they do that, they'll probably need to go at around about 7 and over to get to that kind of magical 200. If they get lead at 200, they'd love that. Over finishes with a dot. 6 runs off it. Leicestershire going really well here. 603 for 5. Cam, more from you. I'm off to make cauliflower and broccoli cheese with parmesan, gruyere, cheddar, lemon juice, horseradish and mustard with Marks and Spencer's Freet. It's the meal of the gods. And then it's going to be Phil Walker.
I actually can't wait to see you till tomorrow, Daniel. It's fine. It'll be Welcome back, Phil. 191 this partnership between Eskenazi and Ben Cox. The Leicestershire train keeps going.
Nurse. Daniel, he's on one because I've taken over his evening shift to enable him to get home. That's why he's completely off the hook. Oh, right, 83 run lead. What a beautiful place to be for Leicestershire. "31 runs away from equalling their highest ever score against Surrey. Made in 2003. Hundreds for John Maunders, Brad Hodge, who's a good player, and John Sadler as well.
John Maunders, I know you often lament me for turning everything into a Surrey Championship conversation, but he played for years for Sunbury Cricket Club.
Okay. He was at Essex, I think, early on.
There we go, 202 games for Sunbury first 11. Round off that. We can move on from that. We don't have to do that anymore.
I can sleep at night now.
Just a flick round the corner from Ben Cox. It's another quiet over. I do think Leicestershire will want to just press forward a little bit in the next couple of overs.
"23 still to bowl this evening. 605 for 5. Yeah, I guess they don't want to, pull out with, say, 12 to go and then a few darker clouds come in and then you lose that time at the end of the day. It looked like bad light may have featured early on straight after tea, but those clouds have moved away and there's a fair chunk of blue sky up there now. Lead of 85, 23 to go tonight. Run a ball for the next 10 or 11. Playing a miss. Run a ball for the next 10 or 11. Cameron takes you up to a lead of 150. Still gives you 10 tonight.
That sounds like a plan.
Sounds like a plan. The question is, would they do it? Will they do that?
What are the positives and negatives? It's all very well and good us sitting up here going, right, get on with it, declare.
I would say that we've exhausted all the permutations over the last couple of hours, right? So I don't think we have to rehash them again. My question to you is, what do you think they will do? I mean, unless they get bundled out in the next hour, of course, Assuming that this game, this innings, continues as it has up until now. They might lose 1 or 2, but essentially they'll be going at 4 and over from here on in till the end of the day. Are they batting at the end of the day, or are they jumping out? Are they declaring tonight or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there'll be 8 overs at the end of the day. Just have a go, just to see what's what.
He goes up for it. He's running in hard as well. What a champion he is. Jordan Clark into his 24th over now, 2 for 75. He's been the pick of the seamers for my money. Got rid of Rishi Patel earlier in the piece. It's like a long time ago now. 412 on the board then, and we are 7 runs shy of a 200-run partnership for the 6th. But he keeps running in like it's the first morning. Slower ball, still thinking, still trying. Great to see. There's some aching limbs out there. You can see Ollie Pope just at backward point trying to stay loose.
I think if you're Rory Burns and Dobb Sibley, mentally, you're cooked at the moment. You spent the best part of 2 days in the field. Do you want to face 4 overs of Josh Hull? Potentially get nicked off and be sat watching for the whole of day 4 tomorrow? Oh, well bowled.
So, for what it's worth, in answer to my own question, I don't think they will declare tonight.
Okay. I got that sense and I wanted to provide a counter.
But it's, yeah, but I think the consensus in here, among us lot, is live a little. Step away, have 10 tonight. That's the consensus in here. My gut tells me that won't happen. I've seen a lot of county cricket over the years, and the logic would be, from Leicestershire's point of view, over Tom Sibley at backward point, and that will amble over the boundary rope for yet another boundary for this time to Stevie Eskenazi, and he moves on into the 90s now, 91 from 199. The thinking would be, I guess, that you want to almost take the runs out of the equation tomorrow. So you want to be able to set attacking fields. You want another couple of hours sun baking down on this pitch to give your spinners more of an opportunity tomorrow. And you want to be able to set those attacking fields and not have to worry too much. Maybe set two sweepers out, but then very much an in-out field for most of tomorrow. And if you're giving up a lead of merely 150, then that can get wiped out on this very, very fast-scoring ground. They've gone up for it without any great optimism or conviction. Maybe looking for a little tickle down the leg side, but nothing doing.
Flick of the pad on the way through. Pope and Folks liked it.
Yeah, and this has been a policy for Lawrence. He hasn't overdone it, and so there's never not been an occasion for the umpires to just have a quiet word about negative bowling. But it's certainly been a ploy to run that ball across the right-hander into the thigh pad. Doesn't matter too much at this stage if it does slip past.
I guess the argument you're making, and a number of Leicestershire fans will feel, is what's the most likely way for you to win the game? To have a lead of 120 and have a bit of a bowl tonight and try and have over a day to bowl Surrey out, or to give yourself 3/4 of a day to bowl Surrey out with a lead of 200?
It's a huge moon ball by Daniel Lawrence, trying everything in the book now. But as things stand, both of these players are happy just to exist in their own bubbles here, just moving at their own pace. A decent lick, but certainly nothing over the top. Eskenazi in particular, gone about his business at a tick under a strike rate of 50. That's just the way he's chosen to do it here, to bat Surrey completely out of the game. More runs into the onside this time. He's running hard, and he will come back for 2. No, he doesn't in the end. Probably the smart move, really. So, He will, in fact, one delivery still to come. Eskenazi on 92 now. It's been a really fruitful move for him. Moving, of course, from Middlesex to Leicestershire. Finished strongly at the end of last year with a big 100 in late September. Punched away, 4 more. Beautiful timing. Off the back foot. A broad shrug of the shoulders. And that is the double 100 partnership, 203. Really remorseless stuff here by a team that came into this game wondering what they were going to have to confront, how they were going to get hit by the juggernaut that is Surrey in South London. And 615 for 5 is their answer. Cameron, punch drunk himself, has slipped away. Yaz Rana joins us for the next few. Meanwhile, excuse me, Yaz, one moment. From Steve, Gordon Banks was with Leicester City. Of course he was when England won the World Cup. It says in 1976. I assume that's a typo. Can't see the current Foxes squad today being bothered about the history of these games against Surrey. It's a fair point. We were talking earlier about how one-sided this rivalry is in terms of results across the history of the Championship. I think the only thing they need to do following last week's defeat by Sussex is to make the game completely safe. They have the bragging rights to this match. They don't want to risk losing them. Another caveat from a Leicestershire fan. Steve may have sent that maybe an hour or so ago. I'm not entirely sure when. I think you can relax, folks. You're not losing this one.
15 points in the bag at the very least.
Yeah, already.
Couple of things to keep an eye out on. So obviously Stevie Eskenazi on 92 not out, 8 runs away from 11th first class 100. Leicestershire are 22 runs away from their highest ever first class total against Surrey. The current record 636 for 4 at Grace Road in 2003.
Beats him again. Still running in hard here. Great heart. Proper pro. Here's Jordan Clark.
And the highest ever 6th wicket stand for Leicestershire against Surrey is 237, put on by R.W. Tolchard and B.J. Booth.
Roger Tolchard.
At Grace Road in 1971.
Classic. Keeper bat. England player.
And one score that people will be interested in. Lancashire 23 for 4 in their second innings against Derbyshire at Old Trafford. The scores are level, so they are effectively 0 for 4. 2 early wickets for Mohammed Abbas, 2 early wickets for Zach Chappell.
I saw Roger Tolchard play, albeit in a game when he was an old man, in a little charity game somewhere in Essex. Talking of Essex, Somerset turned them over emphatically. What a knockback by Craig Overton in the context of that game. I think they've just won over 50 in the whole game from Matt Critchley in the second innings, and Overton walking out at number 8. Smashed 141. His brother's picking up poles meanwhile in the IPL. It's been a good week for the Overtons.
A good start to this season for Somerset as well. Looked good against Nottinghamshire in round 1.
Maiden over. Well bowled, Jordan Clark.
Some other interesting games. Sussex 155 for 3, chasing 328 against Warwickshire.
Who's still in?
Hove. So they were 68 for 3, but Daniel Hughes and Jack Leaning have put on, 87 unbroken runs for the 4th wicket.
So nothing happening for Coles?
He fell for 9. It's actually one of the plumbest LBWs I've ever seen. Full toss from Michael Booth, middle stump, out. Just hearing from the back of the box that Lancs are now 23 for 5.
Wow. What a turn up that would be for Derbyshire if they can get that one done. So effectively 0 for 5, you're saying, yes?
Yeah. Chappell with his third.
No sense of urgency really yet between these two, which indicates to me that they're pretty comfortable just to keep on batting and batting and batting. And look, who can blame them? There is absolutely a world in which they bat through into tomorrow for another hour, hour and a half, give themselves still 75, 80 overs with 2 wicket-taking spinners in the ranks, and a useful new ball wicket-taker in Josh Hull in particular. And see where they get to. Completely fair way of doing this.
Yeah, there's a world in which they declare now, don't take early wickets, and the game feels dead very quickly.
Yeah, yeah, indeed. I guess from our own point of view, maintaining our devotion to this, the permutations of this game, then yeah, there is absolutely value in just batting on and on tomorrow, and then the game stretches out, the intrigue is maintained. Slapped, and again just wide of the fieldsman. How many half chances, quarter chances, and dare I say it, drops have Surrey suffered throughout the last couple of days. The upshot is yet another boundary 4. This is now, well, brutal murder in the heat, really.
Cox has been really good tacking that extra cover boundary off Dan Lawrence. Any time that Lawrence has erred full, when his line's been outside the off stump, Cox has looked to target that section of the ground. Happy to go aerial when necessary.
Penny for Rain Ahmed's thoughts. He just went after one, didn't he, yesterday afternoon, and had to depart for 10 when everyone else, bar one, has really filled their boots. Patel, 164, Weatherall, 96. Ian Holland, the only other player to miss out. He made just 18. Cuffed away again, airborne, but just wide of Dom Sibley. This is cricket for you. This is what happens. Clothed, really, into the offside. Another day that just pops into Sibley's hands, but not to be.
Yeah, that really wasn't too far away. And Surrey, sure they've been out in the field for 153.1 overs, but still trying to be creative. It does seem to be some sort of plan to keep it outside Eskenazi's off stump. There are 2 men catching around about the gully region.
Down the track and shoveled into the onside. Picks out Dan Lawrence at a squarish long leg, and so just a single, but a sign there from Eskenazi advancing down the track that he's not going to hang around here as he moves through the 90s. Good signs, I would say. Lead now over 100, 102. Ben Cox with this idiosyncratic way of doing it. He starts outside leg stump, taps the ground, and then steps into his stance. Echoes of John Carr from years back. Flails, and it won't surprise you to hear, a play and a miss. Other days, you nick them all.
Clark's bowled really well today. You look at his economy rate and you compare that to the other bowlers in this fixture. It does stand out. 25.3 overs, 2 for 82. Economy rate of 3.22 runs an over. Sean Abbott, similar to be fair. 3.23 runs per over. But it's been a high-scoring and fast-scoring game.
He doesn't have a kind of an auto switch, does he, Jordan Clark? You can hear him grunting from here, tearing in, running in as hard as ever here. I think you need a certain temperament to survive county cricket. if you're a multi-format player, and he undoubtedly has whatever it is that you need. So much of it is how much you're prepared to suck up and stomach. Slower ball, chipped into the onside for a single, easily negotiated, and so brings Eskenazi back on strike, 95 to his name. One delivery, Clark's over to go.
We've missed a milestone, Phil.
Have we? Oh no.
This is Ben Cox's highest first-class score.
Is it now? Been around a long time, and he's in his mid-30s now. Rather uncharitably, I said when he walked out to Adam Collins, a keeper bat rather than the other way round. He's picked it up, timed beautifully, beats the gap just 4. Rolls his wrists very, very nicely and moves to within a single digit of the magical milestone. But he'll have to wait. 6-2-7 for 5, 154 overs bowled. 18 still to go. Yeah, Ben Cox batted fabulously today. Yeah, 34 now. Storied cricketer, he's been around for a long time. Made his name, of course, at Worcestershire. 5th first-class 100. And as Yaz rightly says, his biggest of all. Lawrence again then. 28 overs, 0 for 119. So, barring a miracle, Surrey aren't going to win this game, as we know. So, that's now five non-wins in a row now. Obviously, with the defeat against Notts. So 4 draws at best. If they don't go down here, at least, and that defeat against Notts.
Yeah,
time to start wondering why.
Well, there's a draw against Essex, draw against Durham in that incredibly high-scoring Kookaburra game where Dom Sibley scored that 100. Draw against Warwickshire, and then that defeat to Notts by 20 runs that effectively handed the title to Nottinghamshire.
And there it is. Classy knock by Stevie Eskenazi. Another 100 to his name. He's just picked up this year where he left off at the end of last. I'm a mainstay in this Leicestershire lineup. Really good option for them at number 6. He's a tempo changer really in there at 6. He can really kick on when he needs to. He's cruised really through the afternoon. 210 deliveries for his 100. And it's felt inevitable right from the start. So that's now 300s in the innings and a 96. And make that 4 more. Daniel Lawrence looks like a defeated man out there. We're reaching the slightly odd twilight zone period of a game here where both teams are almost waiting for the next act of drama. It may come tonight. It may be delayed until tomorrow morning. Surrey are doing what they can. But it's hard to shake that sense of going through the motions now, really. Lead now 113, still 17 and a bit to go tonight. Wazzooked all the way over extra. Thank you very much.
What a way to make history, Phil. Leicestershire's highest ever first-class score.
Very good.
Against Surrey. Beating the 636 for 4 they scored at Grace Road against Surrey in 2003. And to your point, Phil, I've been so impressed by the concentration of these two because it's very easy for us to, and the rest of us up here in the commentary box, early in the afternoon, just throw it forward and go, oh, well, you know, if they bat for another 5 hours.
We have to say something.
But to actually do that is incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
And we've been talking about the relative scoring rates throughout the afternoon. Well, against a knackered attack with an old ball, run scoring should become slightly easier as we approach the end of play. So that lead now 119. Again, not to throw it forward again, but get that lead towards 200. And Surrey have to do a lot of batting tomorrow to save this game. And sure, on the balance of what we've seen so far, we're towards the end of day 3, it's pretty much been an average of 5 wickets per day. The odds are that we're probably going to end up with a draw, but Leicestershire are giving themselves a real shot at winning this.
Look at those partnerships, 156 to get us going. Weatherald was fabulous, wasn't he? Really watchable player. Really took the attack to Surrey. He went for 96 in the end, 59, 37, 101 between Patel and Hill, and then another 50-plus partnership between Patel and Eskenazi, and now an unbroken 227 in good time. Relentless and remorseless. Seems like a long time ago when Alistair Brown was telling me that wickets are going to fall in clusters. Maybe they will tomorrow, who knows. But just going back to the challenge that Surrey are facing to pick up 20 wickets and get home wins, there's been a frustration in certain quarters that when Surrey go away, being the big fish. Clark again, what a hero, running in hard, almost harder than ever. Touch of the Ben Stokes when it's really, really tough. He almost goes even harder. But anyway, Surrey, when they get on the road, they often turn up at these places and they find not too much grass on the track, quite flat. And the idea being that teams are trying to neutralise Surrey. Certainly there was that sense last year, of course, after the 3 in a row. Seems like they're possibly in danger of neutralising themselves. Shot. Burns down well.
Occasionally you see pitches across the 4 days and you wonder, there's never really a chance of a result taking place. I don't actually feel that with the surface that we've had here. I mean, on the one hand, you've got that Surrey top 7, which is international class, full of international cricketers. So 2 high-class hundreds, one from Jamie Smith, one from Ollie Pope. But throughout that innings, you did see the ball move through the air.
Oh, gone up this time, must be, yeah. Back pad, stuck on the crease. Almost ironic cheers from the faithful. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant by Jordan Clark. So that ends Stevie Eskenazi's enterprising knock. 100, an even 100. Really, really excellent stuff here by Jordan Clark, though. Into his 27th over, 3 for 87.
It's a high-class innings from Eskenazi. It feels like a long time ago, but the door was just ajar when Laws struck early this morning, the last over with the first ball, the 80th over. Trapped Lewis Hill, LBW for 63, and you sense, well, hang on, if Surrey get the new ball here, take 2 or 3 quick wickets, they could be in this game. But Eskenazi neutralised the Surrey new ball threat. He actually had most of the strike in that first 10 overs when Surrey had that second new ball. And that effectively made Leicestershire safe in this game. And the rest of the day has been about Leicestershire very slowly, well, actually not too slowly, they've scored a good run rate, but gradually getting into a position where they can think and dream about manufacturing a victory tomorrow. But a well-deserved wicket for Clark, who's charged in all day. He's tried lots of different things, slower balls. Briefly, was hiding the ball outside off stump with a quirky field where there are 2 gullies as the only 2 catches. But the most eye-catching aspect of his performance, I guess 2. One is his accuracy. He's been the most accurate of the Surrey bowlers, and 2, his ability to just maintain that energy throughout. Anyway, Ben Green, the new man in at number 8.
Oh, and he's hooked him. Straight to the hands and out again. Oh, no, another one. Another one. It's Matthew Fisher down there who's suffered himself in this game. And now he drops a goober.
Yeah, that's at least the 6th drop chance of the Leicestershire innings. It's come at him quickly, but it's a good catchable height. And Jordan Clark bangs it in, first up to Green, takes on the short ball, doesn't get enough elevation. It's another chance down for Surrey.
Here come the ironic cheers. Yep, there you go. I make that 7 drops, you know, Yaz. Anyway, one of those days. So, Ben Green dropped from his first delivery, but going on the hook first up, so perhaps a sign of what we can expect. Bangs. Oh, I thought he was going to bang it in again. Slightly short of a length, but outside off stump, lets it go by. So, it's Pyrrhic, but it's a successful over nonetheless for Jordan Clark. 6-4, 1 for 6. 16 still to bowl this evening.
Good news for you, man. Roger Tolchard.
Yes.
Means him. And what was his partner's name? BJ Booth. Still have the record for Leicestershire's highest ever 6th wicket stand against Surrey.
Well, there you go.
Some records aren't meant to be broken.
Leicestershire legend Roger Tolchard. I reckon he might make my Sergeant Pepper front cover if Leicestershire get this one over the line.
Rory Burns.
Yay! Now we're talking. It's a change of bowler, and it's the skipper, and it's powered by SSE Energy Solutions. It is a game changer for businesses. Not the bowling change itself, just for the record. Receive renewable electricity from our wind farms and hydro plants. Imagine if a Burns coming on at this point actually is a game changer for business. Tiggled round the corner, and he slips, looking for a second. So brings Ben Green on to strike. Now Ben Green likes a hit, doesn't he? He likes a whack in white ball cricket. Big bloke. He's gonna, I reckon, have one look, one ball, and then swing for the hills.
Yeah, these players would have spent all winter netting against the bowling machine.
And here he comes, Rory
It's a
Burns.
sidearm.
Yeah,
Oh.
there's his look.
Bit of carry.
You are contractually obliged now, Ben Green, to have a hit, have a swing.
I don't think once they'd have trained against medium pace like this.
Oh, he's just chipped it into the onside. Sibley's warming up. Of course he is. Stay with us, folks. Short, punched, single.
There's a real reluctance in Rory Burns' swagger, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Oh, and then he throws one down. Lovely. Ben Folkes has to give up a bite. It's all getting a tiny bit grubby out there, although Ollie Pope's footwork, I don't know if we can pick that up. Ollie Pope's footwork's fabulous. Flicked it up outside of the right boot. 4 or 5 keepy uppies.
Just a third bye that Ben Folkes has conceded. out of Leicestershire 644.
It's a thing. It's a fact. That's what it is. Okay. Burns completes his first over, and it's one of those cheeky little overs where both batters don't quite know whether to twist or stick, and he gets away with it, just a couple of singles. Jordan Clark, God bless him, already at the top of his mark. The ball is 76 overs old, and he's, or whatever it is, I can't even see anymore, 157 overs have been bowled, so 77 overs old this ball, and he's furiously rubbing it against his leg to try and find a little bit more swing and seam out there. Umpire's having a quick chat. It's fine.
It's not that gloomy.
It's fine.
There's a lot of blue sky.
It is
There's a lot of
fine.
blue sky.
And let's not do this, because we don't want this to impinge tomorrow evening if we have a game on. The lights are coming on. There's plenty of blue sky. The game has suddenly stopped.
Ben Folkes is getting some attention on his left hand.
Yeah. Might have just been that short one that Burns threw down. May have just caught it on the tip, but he seems okay. Yeah, no dramas there.
I've enjoyed the correspondence from Leicestershire fans. I guess with 15 overs remaining in the day, we'd be keen to hear from Leicestershire supporters at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Tell us what's turned things around at Grace Road. It's been a remarkable turnaround. Very few people tipped them for promotion last year. It's been a really resilient performance with the bat.
Talking of good performances with the bat, these are the best bits of Eskenazi's knock earlier. That shot down the ground, we were on together at that point, Yaz. That Damien Martin-esque punch down the ground with no follow-through whatsoever. Technically a really good innings, very fine player. Good to see him enjoying life as well at Leicestershire after plateauing a little at Middlesex. Anyway, we have play. Folkes' finger appears to be fine. Jordan Clark's heart is lion-hearted, keeps running in hard. So, I asked Cameron earlier, do you think they step away tonight, or do you think they just bat through?
I think they just bat through.
Yeah.
Increasingly think that. I think
Yeah.
had that run rate, the run rate for the innings is about 4.1 runs per over at the moment. Had that increased back to somewhere around 4.5, like it was earlier in the Leicestershire innings, I think potentially. But the way that Leicestershire win this game is having a lead that ensures that they can have a good bowl at Surrey tomorrow without having to bat fourth themselves. And actually, although we've been speculating about potential declarations today, from a runs point of view, they are actually still quite a long way away from that. I mean, it's not hugely dissimilar to match scenarios that England have had in Pakistan in recent years, where the model is basically try and score 800 when you're in response to a score of around about 500. What, that first test of that 2024 tour?
Yeah, the Harry Brook game. There is also the point about light as well, and they wouldn't want to lose these overs by declaring.
Yeah. A reminder of what happened in that first test in Multan in October 2024. Pakistan 556 in their first innings. England 823 for 7. Joe Root 262, Harry Brook 317. And England managed to bowl Pakistan out for 220 and win that game by an innings and 47 runs. Jack Leach taking 4 for 30.
Did Rayan Ahmed play in the game?
He played in the third test
Yeah, I
decider.
thought so, yeah. Okay. And bowled very well. More runs, 4 of them. Right off the toes. Takes him on to now 149. Just stretching out that career best now.
I don't confess to know exactly what the reason for this is, but I can assure you folks at home, it is lighter in person than it currently looks on your screen.
So we had this discussion. Now, talking of discussions, I think they're shaking hands here on the day. Of course, it's up to the umpires. They're the ones who make this decision. And they, in their wisdom, have decided that this is too dangerous. Surrey, of course, not in the interests at all to persist with the slow bowlers. And so the players amble off. One or two punters not entirely convinced by the decision. Now, at this particular point of this day, it's probably moot how much more cricket we can get out of this day. But tomorrow, now the mark has been set, it could yet come into play tomorrow evening. You never know, may just kibosh Leicestershire. And it would be a great shame to see that happen. We saw it happen this time last year, of course, in that now notorious game against Hampshire, when we were deprived, in truth, I think, of a potentially interesting finish in the last hour to an hour and a half by bad light.
Well, it's not the final day, and I know that it might at times have felt like the final session here was drifting away from the intensity you normally associate with the Division 1 fixture. But I do fear, as you see, actually still a fair bit of blue sky around us here in South London, that these lost 14 overs, if we do lose 14 overs, it does mean that Leicestershire are deprived of the opportunity of getting that lead up to towards 200 at the start of day 4. I think it does just make the prospective result that much more unlikely. Sure, there are clouds around, but from our vantage point in the commentary box, from the Vauxhall end, it's just not that dark.
You can't see it on the screen at the moment, but there are 2 Surrey fieldsmen, Ollie Pope and Matthew Fish, just chatting to the umpire, pointing to the skies, pointing to the cloud formations. Yeah, well, you can make your own conclusions back home. What we shall do is keep a watching brief, of course. It's only 22 minutes past 5. We still have 14 overs scheduled to bowl this evening. Every chance that those wisps of cloud, high in the sky as they are, move past and the sun beams through again and we get back on. As soon as we do, if we do, then of course we will come straight back to you, so you won't miss a ball. But as for now, we'll keep a watching brief and await further developments.
The umpires are waving the flag back onto the field.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, where we have a resumption. They're off for bad light for a few minutes, but the clouds have moved south, so the umpires have deemed it light enough for play to resume. I'll be honest, I don't think it's changed that much. I don't think it was ever that dark, but there we have it. That is the nature of county cricket in April. The Surrey skipper Rory Burns will continue with the ball. His 1 over went for 2 runs. He'll bowl to Ben Green. Ben Cox at the other end, 149 not out, career best score. Leicestershire 648 for 6, leading Surrey by 128. It's an all-time Leicestershire record score against Surrey. I'm Yaz Rana, and alongside me for the final stretch of play today is Cam Ponsonby.
One sad thing about us going off a bad light there is I reckon it might just dampen any lingering desire from Leicestershire to declare, because if there's a feeling you might not be able to bowl your quicks, there's absolutely no point in swapping around.
Yep, I think that's fair. So we haven't actually lost any overs. We will play until light fails once more or the overs are bowled. I would be surprised if we get the full 14 overs in from here, given that we went off when it wasn't particularly dark, and obviously it will get darker as time passes and there are clouds around us. And that single brings up Ben Cox's 150. The first time he's got to 150 in first class cricket. Also brings up Leicestershire's 650.
215 balls, 24 and 1
It's been one hell of an effort from Cox and Leicestershire.
I think it's always slightly dispiriting when you see Rory Burns trotting in off a couple of paces and sending it down at around 70 miles an hour. I guarantee if you stood down at the other end and faced him now, you'd be having a tough time. Maybe not off that ball.
Ends the over, 4 runs from it. Leicestershire 652 for 6. I think that's something that all club cricketers underestimate, is just how quick professional bowlers are. And actually, what they overestimate is how quick they are.
It's a really potent combination.
There'll be clubbies at home watching this 66 miles per hour. Think, oh, that's not too quick. I think for most club cricketers, maybe not. First 11 Premier League cricketers and people towards the top of the league ladder, it is still pretty brisk for most cricket players in this country. Looks like Jordan Clark will continue Herculean effort from the all-rounder, 3 for 93 off 28 overs. He's charged in all day. 3 wickets. Could have been 4. Green was dropped first ball by Matt Fisher at deep fine leg. We expect the third new ball to be taken at the end of this over.
Good spot, well remembered. Because I must admit, that one had passed me by. We have seen Tom Laws just going through some gentle warm-ups at deep third. We've got Reece Topley swinging his arms around at mid-on as well. So the seamers are chomping at the bit to get that new ball in their hands.
That's just popped off a length. There have been some signs of inconsistent bounce today. There have been a few balls that have died on Bedfolks behind the stump. Some amazing takes where the ball's just bounced a few yards in front of him.
I have wondered that, whether there's been a bit of a distinction between, rather than balls staying low, they have died.
Yeah.
As it were. It seems to have lost the pace when it's gone through to Ben Folkes. We haven't seen any of those deliveries stay straight.
We haven't seen shooters.
Yes.
Peel for LBW. Not a huge amount of venom in the appeal from the Surrey fielders.
I wonder how many fewer tight LBW decisions you get in contexts like these, where you've just got the bowler and the wicketkeeper, as opposed to if you have a full slip cordon there, probably got a few more decibels going in the umpire's direction, a bit more pressure.
Clark beats the bat again.
Is it too early to wonder if it's a cause for concern for Surrey at all, that they've conceded 550 in the first round and now Leicestershire is 650 for 6? Or 2 batting friendly surfaces, and that's your lot?
Yeah, I think, give the caveat, early season it is difficult to take 20 wickets. Samo's told us year after year that April is always, pretty much with the exception of the Kookaburra games in the middle of the summer, the runsiest month of the year. But I suppose it would take some doing for Surrey to win this game from here. If they don't win, that's 5 games in a row at the Kia Oval they haven't won in the Championship. 3 of those 4 so far have been draws. The other one was the defeat against Nottinghamshire. I think from Surrey's point of view, when we were on earlier, we were talking about Clark's interview that he did at the close of play yesterday, where he was very honest about where Surrey weren't perhaps at their best yesterday, saying that they had 2 sessions in a row where they weren't up to their usual standard. I think that is probably the area that is a cause for concern, because I think in previous years, even when the goings have been tough, the conditions have been difficult, Surrey have been relentless. There are times where even when conditions were in the batter's favour, it was commendable just how much they were able to put a lid on the run scoring.
I think Reece Topley's just been caught short here. He's hopping over the fence by the groundsman's hut, which is where the nearest toilet is to the middle. Asked for a subfielder to come on. I don't think many people were expecting us to be back on. I tell you what, there is a massive, great, dark cloud over us at the moment.
The third new ball has been taken. The change of bowler. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions.
Ben Green on strike as well. Jordan Clark beat the bat on occasion last over, and there you can see the rain coming down as well. It feels like people are against us a little bit at the moment, trying to get these overs in. But for the moment, it's brighter, it's just also damper.
It's a lovely shot from Green. A race away for 4, clipped off the hip. It's the longer side of the ground. Fisher a bit leg side to start with. And Green moves on to 9.
100 up for Matt Fisher. There's a number of bowlers.
Yeah, raining quite steadily at the moment. But it's, as Cam just said, it's simultaneously the brightest it's been for ages.
Matt Fisher, the third Surrey bowler to concede 100 runs this innings. Jordan Clark on 97. Leicestershire, well, only one bowler of Leicestershire's went for 100 runs. That was Josh Hull. They had 6 bowlers on display, though. So did Surrey, to be fair. Well, we're still playing. We're sticking it out in the middle. It's very bright, whilst also being very dark and very rainy. It's all very confusing at the moment. Bit of shape.
A good carry too. I wonder if the delay has actually taken some of the momentum out of Leicestershire as well. They were going at a decent rate before the, well, it wasn't rain. We went off a bad light.
You're right in that. If Eskenazi was still out there, he's well set on 100. Can probably push forward a little bit more, push the run rate a bit further. But Ben Green is a new batter against a new ball. You can't really expect him to hit the ground running, go along at the best part of a run a ball. Sorry, I've only got one slip in place, and they've got packed offside fielders. 3 fielders in the ring, and 2 men out on the fence. Cover point out, and third man.
Just one slip in for Fisher. Has gone fast to the man at deep third, who collects the ball. 1 run to Green. Yeah, that aerial shot showed, I suppose, those are the clouds that were around us 15 or so minutes ago that have passed us. I think we've done quite well not to see too much rain. Left alone, and that's the end of the 161st over. Leicestershire 661 for 6. I'm really glad that we got back on, because saying to Cam off air that the chances of a result in this game are low. I've only seen 16 wickets to fall all game, and we're nearing the end of day 3. But those chances will be even lower if we didn't get these overs and the opportunity for Leicester to build that lead as much as possible.
This is peculiar. You can see the rain there, but you can also, there is no ground staff manning any of the covers. People seem quite content at the moment to play through this. Tom Laws, he's back from the pavilion end.
Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, powering local businesses with the world's largest offshore wind farm.
Couple of superheroes in the stands. Father and son, quite right.
That's a great look.
Where do you reckon they've been today? They've got to have been out and about and finished their day at the Kia Oval.
Why do you think that?
Well, I don't think you arrive as Batman. I think you win those masks at like a fairground. Either way, what a better way to spend an afternoon. I think this is a good change for the game here. Tom Laws is capable of both producing magic deliveries to take some wickets, and he's also possible. Oh goodness me! I'm going to be interrupted immediately. The rain has got a bit heavier. I can hear it through the headphones. And the ground staff, they've been caught short here because they were not ready to be called on by the umpires. But we are going off once again. We can see there.
It's really quite heavy. And yeah, despite it being as bright as it's been for a couple of hours, the rain is falling pretty hard at the moment. Leicestershire 661 for 6. Ben Cox 153 not out of 220 deliveries. Ben Green 10 not out of 18. We'll leave you for the moment and rejoin the broadcast as soon as we have more information about any possible resumption of play.
players coming back out into the middle.
Welcome back again to the Kia Oval. Another short and sharp delay. It was a brief but heavy shower. The sun's been out throughout, so as soon as the rain stopped, the covers were removed and the umpires beckoned the players back onto the field. So we go again.
If you're worried that this was going to be the highest score that Surrey have ever conceded at the Oval, fear not. My Andrew Sampson stats pack out. The highest total in the county championship at the Kia Oval in history is 863 by Lancashire back in 1990. So that should at least live another 2 days, because I don't think Leicester are going to get there tomorrow. Tom Laws is going to continue. What I was going to say about Tom Laws, before the rain distracted, was yes, he both produces magic deliveries, but he can also be a bit slippery and concede a few runs in the process. So he should be a bit of a fast-forward bowler for this part of the match. Annoyingly for Surrey, though, this new ball, if it gets hit across the outfield, is going to pick up some moisture. It might make it just zip off the wicket as well.
Here is Laws to Ben Green. And left alone. So I'm told we've lost 1 over. So instead of 10.3 overs remaining, it is 9.3 as your screen tells you at home. I have been really impressed actually by the concentration of the Leicestershire batters today, because I made this point to Phil earlier. It's very easy for us to say, well, okay, just bat another 4 hours and build up a lead of 200 and yeah, you'll be fine. But actually they've stuck to the task really well. And sure, hand on heart, it hasn't always been the most thrilling cricket, but I do think we're going to have a more interesting day 4 than we otherwise would have done. Had this game been closer to a final innings shootout where the 2 first innings scores were similar, I don't think there'd be enough time to manufacture a result. Sure, 16 wickets in the best part of 3 days, it's unlikely, but Leicestershire scoring this many runs makes it just about possible.
Well, the thing Leicestershire are reintroducing into the match when Surrey have to come out and bat again, we spoke about yesterday, is the fear, the potential for it to go wrong. If you have that new ball and you nick off Rory Burns, and I don't know, maybe Jamie Smith pops one to cover, all of a sudden you're 2 down for not very many, and the possibility of losing then becomes a reality. And you have to combat both the mental side of that possibility as well as the actual cricket in front of you.
And if Leicestershire get a couple of early wickets, that then potentially changes how Surrey play it. They'll be wary that there's a 0% chance of them winning the game from that position, so it's all about survival, and by definition you are doing something that you don't normally do. You're thinking about batting in a way you don't normally think about it, and who knows what that can do.
But no, I do think these last 9 overs, should we get them all in, that man will know for sure if we do. Kind of refer to it as eating our vegetables. We need this little period of the game just for Leicestershire to creep their lead a bit higher and make tomorrow a world where it is possible for a positive result to be forced. So I don't like that expression. It infers that draw as a negative result.
Some updates from elsewhere in the country. Middlesex are 9 down at Lords, chasing 262, still 76 runs away for victory. So Worcestershire look well set to win there. That would be their first win of the season. Lancashire are 6 down at Old Trafford. They were 23 for 5. They are now 78 for 6. They lead by 55 against Derbyshire, so in real trouble there. Durham are 1 wicket away from victory at Bristol. Gloucestershire 205 for 9 following on against Durham. They still trail by 225 runs, so that's a lot of runs for Gloucestershire's 10th wicket pair of Gabe Bell and Will Williams to score.
God, how desperate will you be if you're a Durham player to take that last wicket now? Get on the road home.
They've been off the field for a lot of the day at Trent Bridge. Glamorgan 113 for 2 in the 4th innings, chasing 478 against Nottinghamshire. Asa Tribe, who
Talk of the town.
several pundits are tipping for senior England honours at some time in the near future. 71 not out off 80 deliveries. It's a high-class Notts attack. Dylan Pennington, Fergus O'Neill, Josh Tongue, Brett Hutton. It's a lovely shot. Punch behind square for 4. Timed really nicely by Green. Got on top of the bounce. 4 more. 6, 6, 6 for 6.
Bad news for Leicestershire. Nelson.
Sextuple, Nelson, or the triple Benno. A really interesting finish developing at Hove. Sussex 223 for 5, chasing 328. They need 105 more runs. Jack Leaning 70 not out of 126 deliveries. He's alongside another new signing at Hove, Tom Price, 19 not out. Excellent recovery. There were 68 for 3.
End the over. 163 overs gone here at the Kia Oval. Score remains 666 for 6. A divided Devils number. Doesn't quite work.
Over at Canterbury, Kent are showing some fight following on against Northants. They're 127 for 1 after being bowled out for 178 in response to Northants' mammoth score of 684 for 2. Declared Sam Northeast 53 not out. Ben Compton 52 not out.
Leicester will be on track to have the highest score of the round. 23 more runs required. Fewer, 19.
Left alone by Cox and well taken again by Ben Folkes. We have a result at Bristol. The Durham players will, if they so want to, be able to head back north today. Casey Aldridge with the 10th and final wicket. Will Williams for naught. So a victory for Durham by an innings and 224 runs.
That's got to be a fun road trip. It's a long one. You've got to pace yourself. Probably getting back in the depths of the night.
That's a long drive back. That's a really long drive back.
I wonder if they did. Would you Durham to Gloucestershire? I guess the best way to do that would be to drive, because otherwise you're going to have to get a train kind of in and out of London, I'm guessing. I'm really showing off my...
No, you can cross-country trade, you'll be all right.
I'm really showing off my naivety and London prejudices there.
Four and a half hour drive.
Oh, that's fine.
From Bristol to Chester Street.
That's actually a lot shorter than I thought it was going to be. How many points do they get? Durham get 605, so they'd have the full whack, wouldn't they?
Yeah, full 24.
24 points and a song and a road trip.
Cut hard in front of square for 4 more. Bit of width from Tom Laws. Ben Cox had enough time to hit that well in front of the man patrolling the offside boundary. He picks up 4, and it means that Leicestershire's lead is now 150. Just on Durham. They were unlucky not to win last week against Kent because of Storm Dave and the damage that caused at the ground at the Riverside. Day 3 was lost when they were in a very good position. So, yeah, as many people predicted, they've started very well in Division 2. Ben Folkes has done brilliantly there to prevent the ball from running away to the leg side boundary. Wasn't a clean take, but the ball bounced just in front of him.
It was a nasty scuttler, that one. Promising signs for Durham. They've kind of won. Well, they drew last week, but last week it was their kind of seam attack that kind of rose to the fore. Then this week they've had Ben McKinney, their star young opener, smash the ball everywhere. They brought in Callum Parkinson as a spinner, who's done the business today.
Yeah, Gloucester started that second innings really well, and it was Callum Parkinson who got things going. Took the first 3 Gloucestershire second innings wickets to fall. So yeah, not just a good side, but a good squad. I think it was a surprise for a lot of people that they went down last season.
Well, they had that last day capitulation, didn't they? It shouldn't have really been the case that they did go down. I suppose if you lose a game in dramatic circumstances, then it can be what happens. Matt Fisher to continue from the Vauxhall end. Byers Swampole has got his NOC secured. If you've been across that news,
Huge.
the genuinely remarkable tale. The South African bowler who left his domestic final early to get over to Worcestershire. And he got himself into a real pickle with it all. Because crucially, I don't really know where to begin with that story. I don't know whether to start at the beginning.
I think you've got to start at the beginning.
Oh goodness, it's going to be a test here. Byers Swampole had signed on to be Worcestershire's overseas for the season. The Saturday before the season started, he's playing in the domestic one-day competition final in South Africa for the Lions.
So 6 days before the first county
6
championship
days.
game.
Tucked away just for one. He bowls his 10 overs in the second innings and he leaves the pitch. There's 8 overs of the match remaining. Because he leaves the pitch, his teammates assume he's injured and they ask the umpires for a substitution. The umpires go, no, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with him. Teammates only realise what's happening when he comes down to the dugout and starts saying goodbye to everyone. And it turns out he's leaving the match to get on a flight to come over to England and play for Worcestershire. His team go on to lose the match by 3 wickets in the final over, having been a fielder down. So his absence made a tangible difference on the match. The Lions found out that this is why he'd left early, and understandably, were not very happy. The second almost fatal error that Swampole had made was he hadn't got his NOC signed before he left, a no objection certificate. One more run, fielded not neatly on the fence, but it had gone at pace down to Jordan Clark. And if you're going to play in another country, you need your home board or your home team to say, yes, it's fine that you're going to go and play over there. And what Byers had done is he'd left the final early and then gone back to the people he'd kind of screwed over and said, would you awfully mind if you signed this certificate for me to allow me to play for the other team that I left you for? And they said no. As a result, Oliver Hallen-Dolby got signed for 2 weeks for Worcestershire whilst this was all going on. Swampole has had his contract with the Lions terminated. They said, we don't want you to play for us anymore. But a slight bit of good news for Byers.
It's great news.
Is he's got his NOC and he can now play cricket for Worcestershire. And Worcestershire, for what it's worth, they really wanted to distance themselves from this, because they were saying, well, how dare Worcestershire ask you to come over? Why couldn't you come over a day later? And they said, we didn't do anything. So effectively what's happened is a bloke's booked his flight months in advance, gone, it'll be okay. We won't reach the final. If we do, it won't go down to the wire.
Chipped aerially. Oh, nasty bounce. And it goes past Lawrence at mid-on. Abbott will retrieve the ball before it reaches the rope. Come back for 3. I've got 2 questions about that story.
Okay.
So one, why was the flight booked so far ahead of that first game? 2, I don't quite buy that no one knew. Because Swampole bowls his full allocation of 10 overs, 23 overs into the run chase.
That's a lovely detail.
That is unusual.
23 overs into the
Run chase. He's already bowled his 10 overs because he leaves early, but he bowls his full allocation. And part of the controversy mid-game is that the umpires refused the Lions to have a substitute fielder force on a pole.
This is very good. We have a little bit of drama. That's a beautiful shot we've got there on our screen for you. Showing the sunlight dancing in over the London skyline. I think Ben Cox is just getting some fluids or painkiller from one of Leicestershire's 12th men. Looks like a bit of electrolyte gel. Anyway, beg your pardon.
So I wonder if no one knew.
Okay. I don't really know what you want from me in reply to that. I think you're correct, but if I didn't realise that they'd claimed we didn't know this was happening. There was a statement initially that said they didn't know that he was going to Worcestershire at all, despite the fact it had been announced on various websites several months earlier. But there are lots of parts of that story which aren't relatable at all. The one that is relatable is booking something a long way in advance, seeing that you might have a bit of a clash, and just closing your eyes and ignoring it, and saying it'll be fine.
I want to see a dramatisation of this. Big appeal for LBW, and given. Full and straight from Tom Laws. Ben Cox plays across it, and that brings an end to a brilliant innings from Cox. 162, career best score. He's the 7th wicket to fall. Cam, what a knock from Cox.
Brilliant innings from Ben Cox. His first century in 7 years, and first for Leicestershire. He joined the club in 2024. Just taking on some electrolytes before that delivery. Maybe it took him out of his headspace. No, very fine innings, which has given his team an outside chance of victory from the most unlikely of positions when Surrey had put on 520. There was a period of time where we thought the wicket was still not actually that easy to bat on. Seemed a bit too paced. But as it's mellowed out, you can see the smile on his face there. Leicestershire needed players to step up to the occasion, score the runs, secure their own position in the game, and put themselves into a place where they could even push for a win. And you'll sleep well tonight.
Let's have another look at that wicket. Yeah, that's out. Yeah.
It's a lovely walk-off from Ben Cox there. A little kind of almost jog away to say, yep, that one's straight. I think if you get hit on the pad and you're on 164, you know if it's straight or not.
Yeah, just seeing the effects of that third new ball. Just skidding on. A bit of extra pace off the deck that we didn't quite see with the older ball.
It's not a game plan you want to rely on.
The third.
Let's just get through to that third new ball.
So our 4th wicket of the day. It brings Tom Scriven to the crease.
He's had a peculiar day, hasn't he, Scriven? He sat with his feet up all day. Pretty content he wasn't going to have to do anything. And now it's just got 5.5 overs, the best part of 6 overs to bat in the evening sun at the Keir Oval. It could be quite pleasant. Little evening net for him.
In at number 9, but averaged 47 in the Championship last year with the bat.
You reminded me, I believe Nick Friend of The Cricketer had a remarkable stat about Leicestershire. I think last year their 1 through 11 all averaged kind of 20 or above with the bats. So they did really have a team of all-rounders in effect. Let's have a look at this. I might even text him.
Yeah, there would have been games where they had incredibly strong batting depth. Ben Mike, Logan Van Beek, not at the club this year. Driven down the ground. What a way to get off your mark. Scriven punches it past mid off for 4.
Well, Scriven's got a first-class average of 29.3. 9 half-centuries, a high score of 99. And you can see why. We talk about the depth of Surrey's batting. Well, Leicestershire have got a few players that they'd like to put into the mix as well.
Do you think that's part of why it feels at the moment that it's quite difficult to force victories? There's quite a few counties have extraordinary batting depth.
People have got better at cricket.
Well, is it bowlers in particular with the bat?
Yeah.
And I know that was an established phenomenon in that lower order batters in the 2010s average more than lower order batters in the 90s and 80s, etc. But I wonder if actually it's gone up another level. Where it feels like
makes
now
sense.
the number 9s are genuinely, it's not unusual for number 9s to average 25 or so in first class cricket. In this game, you've got Scriven averaging 29, Sean Abbott averaging 25. Look at a side like Warwickshire, they have similar sort of batting depth at the moment.
Well, it naturally adds up because you only need your number 9s across 4 innings to face 30 overs between them, and that's the sessions. You're going to get to that end point of the match sooner. I wonder if that's a thing that the sport may have to... Maybe I'm jumping the gun there.
Jordan Thompson
Press
is
the balance.
the number 9 at Warwickshire. First class average of 23 with the bat, 12 50-plus scores. Down the leg side, tidily taken by Ben Folkes. Leicestershire 680 for 7.
Well, Warwickshire seem to have followed almost the Surrey model, where you go 5 seamers, all-rounders all the way down. And the idea is you're just very good at the 2 primary skills of the game, regardless of the point, the stage of the match. And it seems like a pretty solid game plan. Play on wickets that are bowler friendly. You make up the difference with bat in hand, and you've always got a bowler with the ball who's able to nip a batter out or two.
Fisher to continue from the Vauxhall end. 1 slip in place for Green, who's on 16. As the shadows creep over the playing area.
I think I'll be having a word with the Leicestershire management if I'm Tom Scriven. He's got first class average of 29. Ben Green's batting a spot ahead of him, an average of 21. Here are the stats, lads. Get me up. But I remember you even, without wanting to turn on the bus per se, ahead of the first game against Warwickshire, Tom Laws was up at number 8 for Surrey. And we're so attuned to seeing him coming in at number 10. I think naturally we were speaking to each other and you went, oh, is Laws at 8 a bit high? And actually, to another point you made, Laws kind of, when he came into the Surrey setup, he was captaining the One Day Cup side and he was playing as an all-rounder, he was batting, he was scoring bulk runs in that competition. And so even if you're a batter, just very quickly you can be pigeonholed and go, you know what, we actually really like the fact that you can provide a lot of runs from number 10, rather than feeling the need to give you an opportunity to go higher.
That's a lovely shot from Green. Well fielded on the extra cover boundary by Ollie Pope. That'll be 2 runs. That's a good point. And I think with Laws, I felt sorry for him in that he is a quite orthodox batter. So coming in at number 10, you actually have very few opportunities to bat in an orthodox fashion. Genuinely, the field spread, your job is quite often to get the other guy on strike. You might be with someone who's in the top 7 who's going very well. Short, hooked, and well fielded. A deep square leg, that would just be a single.
I remember there was a period of time many years ago where there was rumour and gossip about Gus Atkinson potentially trying to develop his white ball batting skills, or we came into the team, he'd see a world, he'd like to bat at 6 or 7 in the future. It's kind of hard to envisage that now because you're so, despite the fact he's got a test century, you're kind of accustomed. It's like, no, you're a bowler and you can provide handy, useful runs from number 8. But unless he moved counties, he's never going to go and bat 6 or 7. You also don't have that back catalogue of runs to your name where someone would necessarily give you that opportunity.
25 deliveries left in the day. It's the end of the 167th over. Leicestershire 684 for 7.
put out the call for the Leicestershire statistic. And I think it's all 11 players averaged above 30. I'm just going to wait for confirmation. I can see Nick Friend typing.
There's no one who replies to WhatsApps quicker than Nick Friend.
It's a very useful research resource. Oh no, he's recording a voice note. That's not helpful.
Do we risk it and just play the voice note?
This is his second go. He started recording audio again. I don't really know what he could have got wrong first time round.
Another run to Scriven. There must be something quite demoralising looking at a batting lineup with the batting depth of Leicestershire or Surrey or Warwickshire. When you see that the number 9 averages somewhere between 25 and 30 in first class cricket.
How many times have we seen Surrey do that? You know, Jordan Clark coming out scoring 100 down the order.
Full and straight. Peel for LBW and another. Laws picks up his 3rd LBW of the day. Cam talked about that extra pace that Laws has and how that could create problems with the new ball. Pinpoint Yorker. Green has to depart for 19. Leicestershire 685 for 8.
Good bowling from Tom Laws. He's been expensive this season, well, across the opening 2 matches. But he's a wicket taker. And even in the depths of this Leicester innings, perfect Yorker. That would have come off toe and bat. I think Ben Green knew, despite his shake of his head, that was adjacent. And I tell you what, Tom Laws could get himself a 5-for here. I don't know how glowing with pride he'd be at the end of it. But 2 wickets to go, and he's got ball in hand. And now 2 actual tail-enders to come. Ajaz Patel and Josh Hull.
Yeah, 2 contrasting days here for Tom Laws. Yesterday he was expensive, 14 overs, none for 82, going at pretty much a run of ball across today. Very different story today, 15 overs, 3 for 52. He was good and bowled with control early up, first with the old ball, then with the second new ball. Cam is currently trying to listen to the voice note that we've been provided by our substitute stats man for the day, Nick Friend.
A genuinely terrible statistic.
God.
Convoluted. So, I think it's that they had the highest... Oh no, I don't even know if it's worth informing the people who are still with us. Suspected lowest difference between top and bottom average in the team. That's so basically Ben Mike and Tom Scriven were at 10-11. They averaged 30 with the bat in first class cricket, and the best batter was, say, Rishi Patel, and he averaged 34 in first class cricket.
Oh, Peter Hampscombe would have been in the team.
Peter Hampscombe, there we go.
Yeah. Laws to Ajaz Patel. Bowled him! Wicket number 4 for Tom Laws. 1 away from that 5-for that Cam was talking about.
Well, we have some fun ahead here, because if Tom Laws takes a wicket, the final wicket, one of these last 2 deliveries, Surrey will have to bat for an over. And he's on a hat-trick. He'll have Josh Hull coming out for the final wicket. A short ball chopped onto the stumps by Ajaz Patel. And a bit of joy to end day 3 for Surrey.
Yeah, he's bowled very, very well today. Took a while to get his radar right after yesterday, but he's bowled with better rhythm today. He's charged in. Colo compared him to Stuart Broad earlier in the day, and he's someone who, once he has his tail up, when he gets those knees pumping, he's a very different bowler. It's been a tough season or so with the ball for Laws. 3 excellent seasons from 22 to 24 as Surrey won 3 titles on the bounce. slightly tougher going in 2025, averaging around the 50 mark when the ball. Tough round one up at Edgbaston, but he's recovered well today. Sort of performance that shows why people are excited about him, why he's played for the England Lions. He's got a real opportunity here for a hat-trick. Josh Hull
ball
in at number 11.
And correct me if I'm wrong, if a wicket falls in the final over this season, you play the rest of it, correct? I think that's a rule change. Anyway, hat-trick ball coming on. Josh Hull on strike. Tom Laws with ball in hand. 3 slips in place.
Left alone by Josh Hull. Just back of a length. Bit of movement away from the left-hander. And left alone. Josh Hull, first-class batting average of 7.8.
I've got news from our good friend Andrew Sampson that is the rule, but only from October. I like that rule. I think it adds a bit more jeopardy to the end of the day.
I agree. Here comes Laws to Josh Hull. Left alone again. Another tidy take from Bedfolks behind the stumps. So 2 wickets in the over for Laws. Leicestershire now 9 down, 3 overs remaining in the day.
Well, a significant moment for Dom Sibley and Rory Burns. They definitely will not bat tonight, having had just the slightest potential that they might have to stick their pads on. I think from this point, if a wicket falls, that will be us done. Potentially. Definitely after 1 more over. If Samo's still listening and able to tell us, that will be helpful. Tom Scriven. Will he have a swing here or just back himself in to face a few more balls? Trust his partner.
That's a swing. Again, another delivery that dies on Bedfolks. Real tough day behind the stumps for the Surrey keeper. He's done commendably well. Out of the 685 runs scored, just 3 of those have been byes.
A little bit of a boost on the stream. A few more people have tuned in after those couple of wickets from Tom Laws. 16 more balls of cricket, potentially, for us today.
Muted appeal, but they'll go through for 1 leg by. Scriven content to hand a strike to his partner Josh Hull.
Worcestershire on the brink of a win at Lords. Middlesex 9 down and still 73 runs short. That'll be another winning bus trip home.
Surrey taking their time and carefully positioning every fielder. Fisher to Hull with 2 slips in the gully alongside Bedfolks behind the stumps. Solidly blocked by Josh Hull.
Let's get Josh Hull's batting stats up. Why not?
Reminder that Leicestershire started today 350 for 3. Lost the wicket of Lewis Hill early on. But hundreds from Eskenazi and Cox and Rishi Patel going up to 164 have meant that Leicestershire will go into day 4 with a lead of real significance that gives them an outside shot of victory. And at this point, you'd say, at the very, very least, going back to Grace Road with 15 points in the bag. Left alone again by Josh Holt, and that completes the over. Leicestershire 686 for 9. Let's take a look at the 6 Leicestershire wickets to fall today. Laws has been responsible for half of them. He struck early on. Lewis Hill LBW for 63. Jordan Clark's bowled brilliantly today, bowled real heart. He's picked up 3 wickets as well. And then Tom Laws striking late in the day. LBW, LBW, and then finally the wicket of Ajaz Patel, chopping on first ball to give Laws his 4th.
We're seeing the field spread here. One slip in place, and then almost everyone else out on the boundary. Mid-on is there.
No interest in the single this time round from Scriven.
I don't know how you'd do it, but I'd love to. One of the statisticians across the world, to work out whether this relatively modern tactic of the batter takes all the strike and turns down all runs has had a net positive in the amount of kind of final wickets runs scored.
I don't even know where you'd begin trying to work that out. Inside edge. And again, Scriven opts against a single. Slightly different approach for this Tom Laws over compared to how he went about things against Matt Fisher.
I think I've done that once in my life. I faced the first ball of an over, turned down the single, and then faced 5 more dots, and people laughed at me.
Short and left alone by Scriven. Nine deliveries potentially left in the day. If a wicket were to fall now, that would be it. A stop-start evening session off bad light at one point. Now quite a long time ago. Off for rain, short sharp burst. Pull, top edge, but it falls safely and actually will run away for 4. Second boundary for Scriven. He moves on to double figures. Leicestershire 10 runs away from the 700 mark.
A handful of people in the stands have really enjoyed that boundary. Such is the size of cricket as a sport. I often wonder if it's just Scriven's mates.
I did wonder that because there were chants of Scrivo as he walked out to the middle. So
that's good. That I wonder if
either his mates or a genuine Tom Scriven fan club. Laws into Scriven. Full and straight again. Nails his Yorker, but Scriven. I don't know if you can hear the supporters, but a hearty cry of great cricket from one of the Leicestershire fans in the house today.
There they are.
Up on his feet.
This Tom Scriven fan club.
That's the longest standing applause we've seen all day.
And the lad in the blues done the
Tom Scriven single to deep mid wicket.
He's got a beer in hand. He's got his London Landmarks half marathon medal around his neck. What a Sunday in the capital.
Short delivery, and that's the end of the penultimate over of the day. Safely negotiated by Leicestershire, who are now 691 for 9.
Go on then, one last bit of declaration speculation for the day. If they safely navigate these 6 balls, will we see Leicestershire walking out again tomorrow morning?
Yes.
And why not? It's probably the most annoying way to do it. Is you bat for 1 over, and then you go, oh, no, now you have a bat, actually.
Yeah, I mean, surely that is slightly less comfortable for the Surrey openers than knowing that you're starting the day.
I like that from Matt Fisher. Attention to detail right to the very end, asking fine leg to get a bit finer. So some short stuff to finish off the day.
8 fielders in the boundary, and Rory's burns at first slip. Short first up, ducked underneath by Scriven.
I've decided they're not his mates. I think they've just decided to take a liking to someone. To anything, just to inject some passion into the final throes of the day.
Well, let's see if Scriven can give them one last cheer in this final over. Punch into the offside. And the Tom Scriven fan club doing the calling for Scriven in the middle. A shout of wait there. Who's been your player of the day, Cam?
What did Ben Cox start the morning on? In the pavilion? Got to be Ben then. A cursory look at the card. Yeah, Stevie Eskenazi. Started with Eskenazi and Hill at the crease. I think the award for player of the day has to go to Ben Cox. 162 runs from his 232 deliveries. Especially when you remember you start today. Leicestershire is still 170 behind. If they lose several wickets at that point of time, they will lose the match. Surrey will be able to force a way to a result.
Bowled him. That's the end of the Leicestershire innings and day. Matt Fisher beats the defence of Tom Scriven, who falls for 11. Leicestershire 691 all out. They started the day 350 for 3. They've done most of the work moving the game forward today. Mammoth partnership between Ben Cox and Stevie Eskenazi. 227 for the 6th wicket. But Surrey, late flurry of wickets. 639 for 5s turn into 691 all out. 676 for 6 turn into 691 all out. So 15 for 4 at the end from the Surrey seamers, with that third new ball doing the trick for the home side.
Well, we'll be back tomorrow with Leicestershire starting with a lead of 171. As you mentioned earlier, the fact that Leicestershire didn't declare actually sort of extended the life in this game that bit further. It is I'm going to refrain from using the term crucial first session tomorrow, but Leicestershire have given themselves an opportunity. There is the card, 3 century makers for Leicestershire. Rishi Patel, his innings came to a close today, 164, before being ably assisted by Stevie Eskenazi and Ben Cox, who added on over 200 between them. 4 caught behinds, 4 LBWs and 2 clean bowls to complete a very neat and tidy and satisfying scorecard, especially if you are of a Leicestershire persuasion. Surrey's bowlers, Tom Laws ending up being top of the tree in the wickets column, 4 for 141 for him. But it was Jordan Clark who was the pick of Surrey's bowlers, his 3 for 97. Well, he was on the money throughout.
Have a look at the partnerships. That stand between Eskenazi and Cox, a real standout in a day where the door was briefly ajar for Surrey at the very start when Hill fell to the old ball first up this morning Surrey would have sensed an opportunity to run through the Leicestershire lower middle order with that second new ball, but they weren't able to do that. First, it was that stand between Patel and Eskenazi, and then when Patel fell for 164, Cox took up the mantle. They finish on 691, their highest ever first-class score against Surrey. Career best score for both Patel and Cox. Leicestershire end day 3 with a lead of 171. That's everything from us on the Surrey broadcast today. We'll be back at 11 a.m. tomorrow. In the meantime, check out the highlights on the Surrey social channels and check out tonight's episode of Over and Out. See you tomorrow.